If you enjoy this content, consider becoming a patron on Patreon, a Twitch sub, or a YouTube member. Check the description for that and more. The thought of reality-bending events might seem like fun. Like, who doesn't want to read about an entire town suddenly overrun with porta-potties? But when we get into the nitty-gritty of that idea, of laws of nature being broken, of aliens or extra-dimensional beings existing amongst us, of your toaster being able to sign your rent checks, those sorts of things, when we really get into that, we have to take the masses into account. As a whole, humanity doesn't really cope well with change. We tend to have a bit of a herd mentality. We dogpile with each other. We fight with each other. We tend to think of ourselves as the apex. And things, events, energies, whatever you want to call them, that stand in defiance of those beliefs could cause widespread panic. Entire societies could be turned upside down if a tentacle, psionic being just suddenly appeared in the sky. And think of what could happen to religion if we found out that Jesus of Nazareth was actually an interdimensional being that got bored for 33 years and it was all just a prank, bro. Well, enter the Federal Bureau of Control, the FBC, keeping us safe from ourselves and the paranatural world around us since around the mid-1900s. There weren't a lot of official records kept at that time that gives us a solid foundation to the FBC, but its younger years were really spent getting a hold on its own existence, that there were unexplainable things out there in the world that needed to be studied and contained for the greater good, some of them confusing, some of them outright dangerous. Back in those early years, it was just another agency in the federal government, though a highly secretive one. The small, unofficially named agency investigated altered world events, or AWEs, and altered items. An altered world event can be as gentle as a breeze or as destructive as a Black Friday sale at a mall in the early 2000s. Simply put, an AWE is when a paranatural energy or force acts upon our reality. And we can throw around lingo all day, but we can best make sense of what an AWE is just by talking about one. So, for example, in 1958, an AWE occurred called the Meteor Hill AWE. A group of boys in a local youth science league were doing an archaeological dig when suddenly they unearthed something. A matter of some sort that, after the fact, would be equated to magma and vapor. Initially, the boys said that the magma-like substance was pleasant, and the vapors from it that surrounded them weren't frightening, but that very quickly changed. The boys were modified, for lack of a better word. They experienced deformities, loss of skin and hair pigment. They became confused and aggressive. The event was covered up, the boys sent to private recovery clinics run by the shadowy agency, their fates widely left unknown. And the magma-like substance was collected and studied, but not to much avail. It was nigh impossible to understand what it really was. And in those early days, the unnamed agency didn't really have the terminology to define occurrences or understand how the magma/vapor was made. But all that aside, there you have it, an altered world event, an AWE. Many AWEs end in the same way that this one did, with a frustrating lack of closure and answers. Sometimes the best case scenario is just covering up the incident and containing what caused it. Now, altered items are paranatural items that are generally created during an altered world event. But linking an altered item to an altered world event is generally pretty impossible to do unless it was done intentionally or it was witnessed. An example of an altered item is the game hammer. In the mid to late 1950s, it was discovered that a carnival game mallet was infecting people with something akin to aggressive leprosy. Folks would use the hammer during a carnival game, and then within a few days, they would just start to, rot. It wasn't really the disease from the hammer itself that killed people, it was the infections that came from the rot. And a lot of people died before the Bureau managed to get wind of it and take possession of the hammer. In the coming years, it would be better understood that altered items and altered world events were the result of something called resonance, a mysterious paranatural force made up of frequencies that don't exist within our reality. But when resonance comes in contact with people or objects, it changes them. And the thing is, resonance is extremely difficult to even define, let alone understand. It's convoluted and vague. In the case of the game hammer and many items like it, it's impossible to know exactly how it was created, what resonance or paranatural force acted on that mundane item, but that it was an altered item made it extremely dangerous, far too dangerous to just be left out there in the world. But now that we have a couple basics down, a couple very important basics, we can start talking about the history of the FBC itself. The first known director of the Bureau was a man named Theodore Ashe Sr. This was back before it was officially called the Federal Bureau of Control. Director Theodore Ashe Sr. was an odd, esoteric man, at least according to his son Theodore Ashe Jr., but though he was the first known/documented director, he certainly wasn't the first director. He was the 11th, actually. Who were the 10 that came before him? Who knows? Theo Sr.'s legacy was actually his son, who he appointed as his head of research. And Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr. had a tense relationship with Theo Sr. Jr. had a massive inferiority complex, and he felt like he existed just to live in his father's shadow. He could never live up to Daddy's expectations. He would always be a disappointment, and he was a bit whiny about it too. Director Theo Sr. died in 1964 very suddenly. His replacement was a man named Broderick Northmore, and that is a name to remember, because Northmore would become a fascinating being. About a week after Northmore's appointment as the new director, an altered world event cropped up that needed investigating. It was in the subway system of New York City, and what the agency found down there would forever change its trajectory. They found the oldest house. Turns out, calling the oldest house an altered world event was wrong. It was a place of power, and calling it a house was a bit misleading. The oldest house was actually a massive skyscraper-esque building that went as deep into the ground as it did into the sky. But what's so very, very odd about the oldest house was, well, nobody knew that it was there. Anyone walking by the oldest house wouldn't really see it. Their minds wouldn't register that it existed. If they recalled anything, it was just that the oldest house was like any other New York building. It wasn't until somebody was seeking the oldest house that they would actually see it, and then of course, it stood out as a very unique place. And within the oldest house, the corridors were nomadic, or shifting. Early arrivals back in 1964 recognized that its moving halls and floors were dangerous and unpredictable. It was impossible to be careful or establish safety protocol because it was so unpredictable. Eventually, the oldest house was redefined as a place of power, and I'm sure you can conjure up what that means. It's a place that defied logic and explanation, a seemingly infinite place within a quantifiable space from the outside. There would be other places of power established over time, each playing by their own rules, but arguably, few would have the impact and the importance of the oldest house. Under Director Broderick Northmore's command and supervision, teams were sent in to explore and study the oldest house. Theodore Ashe Jr. was a key player in those explorations and studies. After about 5 days, they delved into what became known as the foundation of the oldest house, and it gets confusing, but the foundation and what was found down there became world-alteringly important. It is the foundation, so to speak, of much of what is to come. Unlike the oldest house that sat upon it, the foundation's caves and rocky corridors did not shift or fluctuate. It was a static location, but wildly dangerous to traverse. No small number of people died delving into the depths of the oldest house and down into the foundation. Within the foundation, the explorers found a strange ebony pillar that they took to calling the Nail, and it was immediately apparent that there was something really funky about the nail. After some time, a pedestal appeared that was not there before, and on it, Director Northmore found a black pistol. And Theo Jr. said that the director finding that gun was like something out of a storybook, like a hero finding his weapon of destiny, Arthur taking up Excalibur, except, a gun. But Theo Jr. said that it was more like bait than a gift from the unknown, the perfect sort of bait for a man like Northmore, whose ego commanded him to immediately seize the strange service weapon. Some hours after Northmore took up the gun, he began to receive messages, or transmissions, from an entity that he called the Board. According to Northmore, all who carried the title of director before him were meaningless. He was the first true director, the one chosen by the Board to lead this agency. All others were just shams and frauds. Theo Jr. spearheaded studies of the Nail and the surrounding caverns. We'll go through most of what happened from the point of view of Theo Jr., as he had the best record-keeping practices of anyone that walked the Foundation. After the first month, the very irritable head of research, Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr., started to come around to the investigations that he was a part of. At first, he was really moody and negative about being down there, but once his discoveries began, he began to find his passion ignited. Theodore Ashe Jr. found what he called ley lines, almost mystical sources of energies that flowed under and through the oldest house. And he tracked these ley lines to a central point, the heart of the oldest house, the nail. Studying the ley lines and the nail, he was able to build an array, as he called it, technology that could impose order on the ley lines. Those arrays would become very important within the oldest house, but we'll talk more about those in a bit. After 41 days, Theo Jr.'s staff was demoralized and many were bordering on meltdowns. They all felt like the nail was watching them, or perhaps something within the caverns of the Foundation were watching them. And that paranoia probably wasn't made much better by some new friends that Theo Jr. made. He described them as sculptures of humans, akin to homunculi, maybe. They weren't hostile, they seemed polite and curious, in fact. He called them the id, and he gave each of them names. Theo Jr. developed a kind of fondness for the id, though most everyone else found them to be weird and off-putting. Day 51, Director Northmore issued an all-hands order. Find more items like the service weapon. He was sure that there were more items like it in the oldest house, but Theo Jr., ever skeptical and cranky, wasn't sure why he thought that. You see, Northmore was changing, or maybe developing would be a better word. He was setting a new standard for future directors, but they didn't quite understand what that entailed. It was hard to make sense of what Northmore was talking about. He kept going on about a pyramid and joining a greater cause. Northmore was getting a grand education on how small humanity was in the greater cosmic scheme, and he also found himself standing out amongst his peers. That's because Northmore was what we would eventually call a para-utilitarian, meaning an individual who had paranatural affinities or powers. Northmore's powers began awakening as soon as he picked up that gun, the service weapon. Now, if anyone else had done that, it would have ended badly for them. Because that gun is, it's so special. That gun was an object of power. Altered items like that leprosy hammer and objects of power can be semi-quantified for easier understanding. For a normal person, think of an altered item like a stormy day, pleasant or unpleasant depending on your outlook and your luck. Maybe inconvenient, could cause harm depending on what you're doing, death is possible for the careless. Now, think of an object of power like a Category 5 hurricane. Catastrophic to the normal person that just waltzes right out into it. But for a para-utilitarian, it's like going into the hurricane prepared, whether they realize it or not. Still very dangerous, but their chances for survival were much higher if they didn't muck around. In fact, a Bureau employee did once pick up an object of power, and she didn't make it. And everyone who witnessed it had to go through intense memory suppression and then career termination after the fact. But back to Northmore. He described that pyramid that he mentioned to Theo Jr. as inverted, black, and mathematically perfect, which was interesting to Theo Jr. because the id had drawn pictures of that exact same thing on the cave walls, so everything was somehow connected. Theo Jr. tried to make sense of it, drawing parallels between old occult symbols and writers who used triangles in their works, but nothing really fit. Well, fast forward about a month to day 86. By this point, Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr. had developed ways to stabilize what he called control points. These arrays, the one that we mentioned earlier, they utilized the ley line energy within this place of power. It allowed the director to stabilize the fluctuating halls of the oldest house, enough that they could make sense of it, map it, and eventually they could even come and go from it. Essentially, these arrays, it turned the oldest house into a functional office building for the Bureau, perfectly hidden from the sight of the common man in the heart of New York City. But on this particular day, day 86, something terrible happened. A few of the id, Theo Jr.'s strange new homunculi friends, they attacked the staff. And this was the breaking point for Northmore, who ordered all staff out of the Foundation. It was too dangerous for them to remain there. Enough people had died during their exploration. They had all the knowledge they needed to return to the oldest house, so it was time to go. But Theo Jr., he didn't want to leave. He had grown fond of the Foundation, as he put it. There was something in the stone that he felt needed him, so he refused the order and he remained in the Foundation alone. On day 118, Theo Jr. could detect the veins of the house without any tools. He could hear them. He was walking around barefoot, writing on the walls, hiding from the id, just being a bit feral and weird. But as he began to ponder more and more the nature of this place of power, he began to understand his father a bit more, the late director, Theodore Ashe Sr. He understood why his father was so drawn to the occult, to the strange, to the unexplained, why it was such a source of awe for him. And there was a sadness to this realization, at least as much sadness as Theo Jr. was capable of. Guy was still a bit of an asshole even in his most reflective moments. He decided to return to the oldest house, to leave the foundation. He felt that he had purpose now, a devotion. He would help guide the Bureau forward, continuing his studies and helping define the unknowns of the world. We are now entering 1965. The Federal Bureau of Control is established, setting up office within the oldest house. Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr. has returned from the foundation to serve as the head of research for the Bureau. Project Northmore is the acting director. He is the first director that is a known para-utilitarian, meaning he can interact with objects of power. He has interacted with strange beings called the Board. He is a special boy, and by now the foundation has been sealed off and records of it locked away. In August of 1965, something very spicy happened. A new object of power appeared, though at first they didn't know that it was an object of power. It was just a red phone, the hotline as it would become known as. It just appeared one day in Director Northmore's office, and then it rang. Northmore picked it up on impulse, like he had done with the service weapon, and on the other end was the Board. Northmore first had contact with them after picking up the gun. They were a persistent presence for him and him alone, but the hotline made it a bit more tangible for other people, like Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr. After the hotline was set up, the Board became a bit needy, demanding. They acted as though the Bureau existed to carry out their will, and Northmore, he kinda went along with it. The Board had given him power, they had chosen him, they had elevated him, so he had a strange allegiance to them that seemed parasitic to Theo Jr. But the Board was also their link to something beyond this reality, so the head of research went along with it. The Board was their link to the astral plane. Do you remember the nail, the thing that Theo Jr. was studying down at the foundation? Well, it turns out the nail was so interesting because it was a tether between our reality and the Board in the astral plane. Calling it the nail was fitting because it kind of held the astral plane and the oldest house together. It's hard to define the astral plane because it can change depending on the circumstances in which it's being perceived, but it's also not subjective. It's a quite literal place. It's a mindscape, and it's the home of the Board. The Board itself would come to be called a paranatural entity, though if it was one being or a group of entities is unknown. The astral plane was a source of paranatural energies, and the inverted triangle was where the Board seemed to live. Studying the weirdness of the astral plane and the Board, it was discovered that objects of power were linked to the Board, that para-utilitarians could bind themselves to objects of power, gain abilities from them because the Board allowed them to do so. So, when Northmore picked up the service weapon, it was bound to him. He gained abilities from it. If anyone else had picked up that gun, they probably would have died a horrible death. Same with the hotline. Only the para-utilitarians that the Board selected could pick it up, and in this case, it was whoever was the director of the Bureau. The Board would issue orders via the hotline, and they expected the director to comply. In the coming decades, a very serious issue arose concerning the intentional creation of altered items and the criminality behind it, because it was discovered that altered items could be created with concentrated mental effort and awareness. Altered items could be created on accident, but the real concern was knowledgeable people doing it on purpose. The Ashe Act was created, which would prosecute anyone who knowingly tried to harness the paranatural for their own personal gain, and it was enforced harshly. An organization called the Blessed became a known paracriminal group that the FBC actively hunted. The Blessed had no problem causing mass fatalities to create altered items, yet they were so secretive and educated that the FBC could not stop them. They were always one step behind, a response team after the fact. And actually, as altered world events began to happen more and more, as the world became more interconnected, the FBC in general just sort of became that, a response team. They had no way to know when an AWE was going to happen. They just had to listen and respond as quickly as possible, cover things up with the compliance of government bodies, and remove altered items from the world. In the 70s, something happened in a small town called Bright Falls in Washington state. A number of things, actually. An enigmatic writer going missing, heavy metal brothers summoning the power of Nordic gods, the birth of a new hero or perhaps villain. But we're not quite ready for that one. We need to continue on past that for now so that we can best understand that particular AWE. And when we do loop back, you get your red yarn ready. A huge number of AWEs would take place over the coming decades. Several altered items and objects of power discovered, so many that, well, it could be its own series of just discussing the logistics of every single one. The Bureau expanded to accommodate all these discoveries and events. A massive investigations department was made, communications was set up, tons of staff brought on to serve their growing needs. And all of it was done with the utmost secrecy. Broderick Northmore served as the director for a very long time, probably until about the mid-90s. But something very wrong began to happen within Northmore. As more objects of power were discovered and brought in, as the board exerted perhaps too much influence over him, Northmore became unstable physically. His paranatural powers were too great, and he knew it. Things had gone a little bit too far with Broderick. The board had made mistakes in giving him all of these abilities. One of Northmore's underlings, a man named Zachariah Trench, proposed a solution: Northmore's retirement. Trench had been with the FBC for a very long time. He was extremely intelligent. He had been seasoned as a field agent for decades. Trench once had a family, a wife and a daughter. After he accidentally took work home with him, in the form of a paranatural germ, so to speak, his daughter fell ill. It ultimately ended in her death. His wife never forgave him and left his ass. After that, Trench devoted his entire being to the Bureau. He couldn't stop moving. He had to always be thinking. To do otherwise was just torture for him. Trench proposed that Northmore put all his power to good use in his retirement by acting as a literal light source for the Bureau. Somehow, he got Northmore to agree. Seems there weren't a lot of non-violent solutions for the director. So, the Northmore sarcophagus chamber was created to contain the director. Northmore stepped down, he entered the sarcophagus, and kept the lights on for the FBC by becoming a power source for it. Now, with no director to replace Northmore, a small crisis began to loom. Something the FBC had not done was seek out other para-utilitarians, people like Northmore, who could interact with objects of power, who could communicate with the board. While going through Northmore's things, Trench picked up the service weapon. He said he almost did it on a dare, and he found that, well, he didn't explode into a pile of goo. The board approved of Zachariah Trench as the next director of the FBC. They called him via the hotline to congratulate him on his promotion, and just like that, Trench went to work. Unlike Broderick Northmore, Zachariah Trench had very little thirst for power. He didn't want to collect objects of power and siphon abilities off of them. In fact, Trench wanted to see all of them contained, alongside any altered items they could find. Dr. Theodore Ashe Jr. either passed away or retired at about the same time, and in his place, Trench asked his best friend, the genius mind himself, Dr. Caspar Darling, to take his place as the head of research. And Dr. Darling was born for that job. Trench went on to establish his own management team to help him run things. Caspar Darling ran research, Lynn Salvador ran security, Alberto Tomasi ran communications, Helen Marshall ran operations, their internal military and field responses, and William Kirkland ran investigations. Under Trench's order, the Panopticon was created, a special prison to house altered items and objects of power in the containment sector of the oldest house. His team also created operating procedures and response procedures for both inside and outside the oldest house. It covered everything from day-to-day operations, to information storage, to training, up to altered world event response initiatives. Trench also knew that he would not be director forever. There had to be a replacement ready. So he created the Prime Candidate Program. They would watch for people who exhibited para-utilitarian traits. They would be tracked down and brought in for study, interview, education, everything. The issue with this program seemed to be the human aspect of it, though. Candidates weren't treated like people, they were treated like test subjects, and this practice would eventually come back to bite them on the ass. Their first 5 prime candidates were all failures. It's entirely unknown who those 5 people were or what happened to them. Chances are it ended quite badly, which for the Bureau was just a disappointment. That is until 2002. In a little town called Ordinary, a massive altered world event took place. When the FBC arrived, they discovered that all the adults in the town were just gone, vanished. No traces left behind. There were just a couple kids. The FBC showed up immediately following the AWE in September of 2002, and there they found Jessie Faden and her little brother Dylan Faden. Jessie was about 11 years old and Dylan was maybe 9 or 10. They led the FBC, specifically they led Trench and Darling themselves, to the town dump where the kids had been playing with a slide projector. Little Jessie Faden told them about what happened here as best as her child brain could remember, and what a story it turned out to be. You see, a few weeks prior to the AWE, Jessie and Dylan were playing at the dump as all normal kids do, and during their adventure, they found the titular slide projector, as well as a questionable number of slides. After the fact, Jessie said there were 9 slides, Dylan said there were 8 slides, and the FBC only found 7 slides. But regardless, when the kids put the slides into the projector, they opened doorways to other dimensions. And being normal kids, they went headfirst into these weird doorways and started looking around. Time and actions get a little weird and convoluted, but over the next perhaps hours or days, Jessie and Dylan got their friend Neil involved, and they all kept exploring the different worlds that the slide projector opened up. They found a world of flowers that smelled nice and made them trip out. They found a dark warehouse-like place. A strange creature called the Not Mother lived there along with all her babies, according to Jessie. They found a slide that took them to a shelter of some sort, a house that they used as a playhouse all their own. But then, a twist in the drama of these children's playtime, a bully doth appear, many bullies in fact. The evil Tom Barlow and his dastardly gang of misfits. They beat up the nerd Neil and took from him the secrets of the slide projector. Poor Neil spilled the beans, and soon another faction of children would be searching out this slide projector. When Tom and his gang found the projector at the dump, they secretly relocated it to their hideout at Sled Hill Cave. It seemed that this group of ruffians quite liked the dark warehouse slide, where the Not Mother and her babies lived. Tom and his gang spent a lot of time in there, and the Not Mother started feeding them her milk. It changed them into these weird monsters that Jessie called dung monkeys. Though the change wasn't so physically apparent that they still couldn't go to school, but their aggressions came to a head when Tom and his friends pushed a piano onto their math teacher and broke her legs and then bashed her head in. The police dragged Tom and his friends away while Tom himself was screaming that the Not Mother was going to make them all disappear. And after that, a strict curfew for all the children was put into place. Jessie and Dylan's parents were extremely upset that they were playing at the dump and interrogated them at length over it. Jessie was so angry that one night she wished all the adults in Ordinary were gone, just like Tom. And the next morning, they were. All the adults of the town had just vanished. An altered world event was underway. Jessie and Dylan followed the dung monkeys around and found where they were keeping the slide projector. They had kept it going this whole time, and worse, after the adults were gone, they found that a bunch of kids from school had joined the gang and they were turning too. Jessie rushed to the slide projector, but the dung monkeys tried to intercept them. There was a brief chase, but just when it seemed that Jessie and Dylan were going to be caught, it was their friend Neil who saved the day. He showed up just before all the dung monkeys caught them and he fought back. Neil was turning into a dog though, because, of course, Neil liked dogs, so that's how this was affecting him. Later, Dylan described him as a melting dog. Dog Neil saved Jessie and Dylan, stopping the dung monkeys from getting them so they could get to safety and turn off the slide projector. But Jessie physically couldn't get it to shut off. It was stuck. In a panic, Jessie took out the slide and exchanged it. They opened a doorway to a world of paramount importance. It took them to a desert world where 5 pillars stood in the distance. Do you remember the meaning of the word resonance? It's the vague paranatural frequency from other dimensions that acts upon people or items or places to make them altered items or altered world events. The resonance from the Not Mother's world was what was affecting the kids, turning them into dung monkeys, but it didn't affect Jessie or Dylan. Well, this world was dense with intense resonance fields, so much so that there was no sound in this place. they immediately met a strange being that Jessie described as being like a star, so she called it Polaris. And Polaris was sentient resonance. She had no body or voice, but they could hear her communicate psychically, in a sense, in their heads. And they could speak back to Polaris the same way. Polaris told Jessie and Dylan that they were special, they were para-utilitarians, and that she was going to help them. Polaris told Jessie how to shut off the slide projector, how to stop the resonance flowing out into their world, thus ending the altered world event. As soon as it was shut off, all the children impacted by the resonance vanished. Even poor dog Neil. Polaris stayed with Jessie and Dylan. Because they were both para-utilitarians, the resonance of Polaris didn't harm them or change them, at least not at first. To both of them, Polaris was like a friend that they could trust. Jessie decided to burn all the projector slides so that this could never happen again. The only one that would be found later would be labeled Hand. It was the desert homeworld of Polaris. Shortly after, the Federal Bureau of Control arrived on the scene, but they could find no trace of the adults or the kids where they had gone to. It was like they were there one moment and then just erased from existence. Everyone was labeled as missing. The whole situation was effectively covered up. When FBC agents tried to collect Jessie and Dylan to take custody of them, Jessie became frightened and ran away, leaving her little brother behind with the FBC. Dylan entered the Prime Candidate program back at the oldest house, and from the get-go, he was Casper Darling's prized pet specimen. He was treated like it too. While he was getting settled into his new life, the FBC traveled the entire dump at the town of Ordinary into the containment sector at the oldest house, every single piece of it, in case they needed to recreate it, or in case they missed something in the rubble. The slide projector was kept there as well, under tight lock and key, where it could be studied by Dr. Darling's office. Jessie Faden was eventually found by the FBC, but they let the girl go and just watched her from a distance, probably as an extension of the Prime Candidate program. She was sure to stay mobile, to be careful, because she always felt like she was being watched, and she knew what happened at Ordinary, and the presence of Polaris made her abnormal. The Bureau would plant people into her life, doctors and therapists, that were trying to get information out of her and to manipulate her, but for the most part, she just lived her own nomadic life, always under the heavy weight of guilt for abandoning her brother to the FBC. Speaking of, Dylan was dealt a terrible hand. He was never nurtured. He didn't have friends, he didn't develop social skills, and he was never shown empathy. He was constantly under supervision, and when his sister never showed up to be with him or to save him, he started to become angry. He began to see everyone around him and Polaris herself as an enemy. He was a promising Prime Candidate, P6 he was called, but as his dissatisfactions grew, so too did his personal restrictions. If he didn't comply with orders, something was taken away. No one listened to his outbursts, and Casper Darling in particular refused to acknowledge that this extremely poor-addressed young man was really becoming dangerous. Darling made excuses for him, boys will be boys and all that nonsense. Even when people started getting hurt, he just made more excuses. Even after Dylan killed an agent during one of his rages, they didn't stop. The agent's autopsy reported full-body blunt force trauma, lacerations, fractures, and breaks. It's like they were hit by a car. Dr. Darling became a bit more distant with Dylan, but they still treated him like a Prime Candidate. It took many more agent deaths before Dylan was considered a lost cause by the people who had essentially created him. A special holding cell was built for Dylan within the Panopticon, and he was locked away. Everyone was his enemy now. He rejected Polaris, he hated all around him, and he no longer cared about his sister. There would come a time in 2019 when Jessie Faden felt a calling to be at a certain place at a specific time. You see, something terrible had happened at the oldest house. Director Trench is compromised, Dr. Darling goes missing, a strange alien invasion begins, and countless innocent people inside the oldest house are either killed or taken over by it. It would be a doomsday scenario if this invading force made it out of the oldest house. But first, we gotta slow down. We gotta go back in time. Really, we need to go back to the 1970s. For those who may be in the know, wink wink, tip of the hat, maybe you know how weird and wild things are about to get. Because next, we need to talk about Alan Wake. There's something odd about Cauldron Lake. Artistic minds are most influenced by it, yet they also held sway over something in it, as though an infernal thing was inside and they played the part of the archetype warlock. Best not to have dealings with the devil. But when the protagonist doesn't realize their power and the threshold that they're crossing when nearing a place like Cauldron Lake, it's difficult to blame them for their own ignorance. Look at it another way. If a writer spent their career crafting fables and stories as an escapist pastime for others, how are they supposed to react when they find themselves part of an impossible tale? Let's meet Thomas Zane, a man almost as difficultly mysterious as the astral plane itself, but he was a man of flesh and blood, one step closer to relatability than, say, the board. In his earlier life, Zane was described as being a not very happy man. He was a poet, a writer, and a successful one at that. There's not a lot of records about his life. After all, we're talking about maybe the 1950s or the 1960s. But we can pick up with Zane's life at the late 1960s. He went to live in a place called Bright Falls, Washington, very close to Cauldron Lake. While there, he met a woman named Barbara Jagger, and he was smitten. He fell head over heels for this beautiful gal, and for the first time in his life, he was happy. She was the missing piece in his puzzle. She was his best friend, his inspiration, his muse. When she was around, his words flowed, strong and sharp, and they were happy together. Now, another character enters the scene, a very important one that spends most of the story in the shadow, yet he will play a pivotal role. Emil Hartman. Hartman became an assistant to Thomas Zane when he was quite young, before he settled into his vocation as a psychiatrist later in life. And though Emil Hartman wasn't the creative type, he had a talent for words. Hartman knew that he lacked the imaginative spark that creatives had, but he was content acting as a producer of sorts. Now that we have our three main actors for what's to come, let's talk about the scene. Cauldron Lake specifically, because there was something in the lake. The Federal Bureau of Control would eventually come to call what was in the lake a threshold, a way into another dimension. Thresholds are created when the resonance of another dimension aligns with that of our dimension. So instead of things warping, changing, breaking, or being torn apart, they sort of align, and thus a threshold. It's best to not view a threshold like a door, though. Sometimes it is as easy as just walking through one to enter a different space, but in the case of Cauldron Lake, it was a bit more complicated than that. And you observant ones out there may already be asking, if it's a connection to another dimension, then does that mean that there's something on the other side? Well, of course. And in the case of Cauldron Lake, it opened the way into the dimension of something called the Dark Presence. The Federal Bureau of Control would officially label it the Shadow in their documentation, but for our major localized actors in this tragedy, it was called the Dark Presence, and so we will refer to it as such. The Dark Presence was/is a paranatural entity, like the Board or Polaris, and like those other entities, the Dark Presence was aware and had a will of its own. And although we sort of have to assign human traits to it so that we can make sense of its actions and its wants, keep it tucked away in your mind that it's not really accurate to apply humanizing characteristics to it. It is not of our dimension. It's a being with paranatural abilities, and it comes from an environment completely alien to us. Now that we have set the stage, we're finally ready to get really weird with it. At some point in probably 1970, maybe the year before, Thomas Zane, the writer and poet, began to notice something weird about Cauldron Lake, so he started writing about it. The dark presence within the lake was not a constant and powerful presence. Its strength waxed and waned. It could certainly infect folks with itself, turning them into mindless puppets that it controlled completely. But for an elaborate mind, that of a masterful writer like Zane, it needed a finer approach. Less bull in the china shop, more manipulative ex-boyfriend. Zane and Barbara started spending more time out on the lake, specifically on a cabin out on an island called Diver's Isle. And Zane wrote all sorts of things about creatures inside the lake. He felt power surging through his typewriter, and though it was exhilarating, it also too became scary. He knew that there was something influencing him, and what happened here was far beyond inspiration and passion writing. Zane considered abandoning his ventures, leaving behind Cauldron Lake, but his assistant Emil Hartman, who was well aware of the lake's influence over Zane, talked a good game and convinced him to stay. He had a way with words, and we'll soon see that Emil Hartman is, well, he's a bit of a bastard. In July of 1970, a true and merciless tragedy struck. Barbara went to take a swim in the lake and somehow she drowned. But she was a great swimmer, and this was calm, easy water. That Barbara would drown in Cauldron Lake was just silly. But there was no evidence of anything foul taking place. There was no investigation into the matter. There was just horror. Thomas Zane, he broke. He couldn't go on without Barbara. She was his everything. Not but a few horrible days later did something otherworldly happen to Thomas Zane. The dark presence came to him and told him that he himself could write her back to life. He could revive his beloved. And then Emil Hartman started whispering into Zane's ear. There was power in the lake. What if he just did it? Thomas Zane, grief-stricken beyond rational thought, began to write. And here is where we stop, and we talk plainly and honestly, putting the veil of mystery aside, one lore thought to another. If it doesn't make sense now, then it will in a bit, but it's important to remember so that things don't get convoluted. While Thomas Zane was interacting with a paranatural entity, he did not have the ability to create a reality, to create people, to create places. Thomas Zane was not a god, nor did he possess the power of a godlike entity. What Thomas Zane could do, and what we'll see with future actors in this play, is he could influence the present and the future. He could create circumstances, capitalize on people who already existed or who were going to exist, events that were already going to happen or had potential to happen. And I would contend that this is the power of the Dark Presence, or whatever was within the lake itself if not the Dark Presence. There might be something else down there. For now though, that doesn't really matter. Something down there was able to influence particular human minds to not create reality but to bend it, to influence it. Once he began writing, Thomas Zane became an enigma, because things go terribly awry, and Zane was not an imbecile or naive. The Dark Presence made the mistake of playing its hand out to the poet. And now that we know what Thomas Zane certainly was not capable of doing, let's talk about what he actually did. Thomas Zane wrote his beloved Barbara back into existence. His young assistant, Emil Hartman, had pressured him hard to do this, and in his fragile state, he complied. She returned to him that very night, and Zane was so beyond himself with joy that he didn't initially notice that Barbara wasn't quite right. What had actually happened was Zane wrote the return of Barbara, but the devil was in the details. Remember, he couldn't create life. What came back within the body of his beloved was the Dark Presence. Zane had inadvertently created a circumstance in which it could hijack her body and make its way into our dimension. He created the circumstance in which it could cross its threshold and come to Earth. It didn't take Zane long to notice and realize that he had done something terrible. It wore the face of his beloved, but that thing was not his Barbara. He restrained her and he cut out her heart, only to find that her body was filled with pure darkness. Thomas Zane wrote once more. He wrote about another writer who, in the future, would come to Cauldron Lake to contend with the Dark Presence. He wrote of things that would happen in their life, which would make the circumstances of his story come true. Zane wrote of an object called the clicker that could fend off the darkness. It would create light. It was just a defunct button light switch, but an altered item it would be, which this new writer would have as a child, a gift obtained to stave away their fear of the dark. That child would one day become a writer whose journey in life would lead them to Bright Falls to finish this fight out. Thomas Zane knew he had to pay a price to stop the Dark Presence now. So, for the ending of his story, he wrote himself out of existence. He wrote of the events that would take place that would make him no longer exist in this world, events that he would choose to carry out. He also wrote out of existence everything that made the Dark Presence's emergence possible. Then, he set aside a shoebox and wrote that everything within it would be kept safe. Within, he placed some of his writings and the clicker. One day, unknown events would see it delivered to the child that he wrote of, and then it would find its way back to this box once again. Zane put on his diving suit, and then he took the possessed Barbara into his arms. The thing didn't have the physical strength to fight him off. He took it and himself out to the dock and plunged into the darkness of the lake. Thomas Zane was never seen again. There was a great quake and an eruption within the lake the next day. The island and the cabin were consumed by the dark waters. Over 30 people were killed in a mine collapse. Perhaps it was Thomas Zane reaching the end of his journey. But while Zane had held back the Dark Presence, it still tried to influence others to break through the threshold. A few years after Zane's tragic story, two heavy metal brothers found themselves in combat with the lake. Tor and Odin Anderson. They were rock gods, musical lords, badass to the core, and they had made a farm at Bright Falls their homestead. They would use water from the lake to create moonshine, and it had a strange effect on people who consumed it. Not bad effects, just elating ones. It was mystical, for lack of a better word. Imagine a magical moonshine and coke. Oh, what I wouldn't give. But the Anderson brothers tended to overdo things. It was said that in 1976, Odin began contemplating cutting his eye out after some heavy partying and moonshine consumption. Tor would run across his property holding up a hammer trying to catch lightning. But the power of their music awoke something in the lake. It drew the dark presence towards Odin and Tor, and in their moonshine-ridden, amped-up state, they entered into combat with it. Tor and Odin pushed the dark presence back into the lake, but in doing so, they went a little mad. A little bit more off the rails. They never really returned to music, and over the years, they started exhibiting signs of dementia. They started losing their independence, yet even when they entered their elder years, they were still party boys and heavy metal legends. The Anderson brothers would eventually come under the supervision of Dr. Emil Hartmann. After his boss Thomas Zane disappeared into the lake, Hartmann decided his life's work would revolve around unlocking the mysteries of the lake's power. But he would do this by using particularly creative minds that struggled with mental health disorders. He became a psychiatrist and opened a large clinic nearby the lake. Troubled artists would go to Dr. Hartmann's clinic for therapy, treatment, and healing. But in actuality, Hartmann was observing what happened to these vulnerable people when near Cauldron Lake. Like, he was trying to recreate what happened with Zane in someone that he could influence and control, like a right bastard. For the most part, the community of Bright Falls just went about their lives. The Federal Bureau of Control was still under the leadership of Broderick Northmore at the time of Thomas Zane's vanishing, and it never really caught wind of what happened to him, or the Anderson brothers. They were unaware of what Dr. Emil Hartmann was doing to vulnerable people at his clinic. The Bureau just didn't have the surveillance to realize that something like that had taken place, so it was completely off their radar. And the dark presence kinda went dormant. There were a few decades of peace. But that changed in 2010 when a struggling writer came to Bright Falls. It's finally time to talk about Alan Wake. Alan was born in 1978 in New York City. His mother raised him alone. He never knew his father. When he was a boy, Alan was afraid of the dark, like deeply frightened by it. His mother, Linda, gave little Alan a magical light switch that she called the clicker. Yes, the same one Thomas Zane wrote about. Linda told her boy that the little light switch would drive away the darkness and keep him safe. And from then on, Alan kept the clicker close and he was never afraid of the dark again. Alan Wake developed a talent for words, even when he was young. He also had a talent for getting himself into trouble. He was a bit of a hothead and honestly just sort of an asshole. His balancing force was his best friend, Barry Wheeler. Alan and Barry met when they were young. They were two weird peas in a dysfunctional pod. When Alan got a little older, he started writing and expressed interest in pursuing that as a career. His best bud, Barry, promised to help him out on his path, and eventually he became his manager and guiding star. Barry brought stability and logic to Alan's chaotic nature. Alan got his first publication when he was 18 or 19 years old, just a young fellow. Some short story fiction published in a magazine that put him onto a career path destined for success. But as one might expect, when Alan got a bit older, barely even 20 years old, he started getting into trouble with the law. Public drunkenness, picking fights, barely avoiding jail time each time. His first real break came when he landed a writing gig for a show called Night Springs. It was one part Twilight Zone, one part Welcome to Night Vale. The sort of media that would be a lot of fun to write for. But his career really skyrocketed when he started writing a mystery crime thriller series about a man named Alex Casey. Before the age of 30, Wake had written 5 novels, and they'd all sold like hotcakes. He was on top of the world, an international best-selling author time and time again. And he topped it off with a 6th and final book for the series, but, well, probably not a big surprise that Alan Wake was just a walking disaster of a person. Drugs and alcohol, getting into fights, putting his hands on paparazzi, just being really unpleasant all around.
Alan was kept grounded and out of legal trouble by Barry, who became his agent, and eventually by his wife Alice as well, though his hot temper and addictive personality never really went away. Alan and Alice set up residence in New York City, but after finishing his Alex Casey series, Wake just couldn't write anymore. He had unbelievable writer's block, like the worst kind imaginable. For 2 whole years, he didn't write a single word. Alice and Barry didn't really get along. They didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Their personalities clashed, but they stood united in their care for Alan's mental health, and they wanted to help him work through whatever was troubling him. In 2010, Alice had read a book called The Creator's Dilemma by one Dr. Emil Hartman, and she was convinced that Alan needed to go to Bright Falls to spend time at his clinic, and Barry agreed that maybe a vacation was a good idea. Alice made arrangements, booked their trip, convinced Alan to go, but she didn't tell him about Dr. Hartman and his clinic. She decided to buy him a typewriter as a gift, and didn't tell him that she was trying to get him to write again. Alan just thought they were taking a silly vacation. Yikes, the approach of it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission is a pretty terrible way to treat a loved one. The final stretch of their trip to Bright Falls was via a ferry. During the downtime, Alan fell asleep in their car, and he had a most vicious nightmare. It was vivid, intentional, and memorable in every way. In his dream, Alan was recklessly driving up a lonely mountain road, desperately trying to reach a lighthouse, but he couldn't recall why he was doing that. As his car screamed up the road, Alan hit someone standing in the middle of it, a hitchhiker. He exited the car to check on them, but they were dead. He began to fear the repercussions that he would face. He would never see Alice again. He'd go to prison. But then his headlights went dark and the corpse vanished. He saw the lighthouse just down the bluff. He could reach it on foot. Not far down the path, the body of the hitchhiker appeared on the road and then immediately in front of Alan, and it spoke to him with malice and hate. It was a being that seemed to emanate darkness, and it started taking swings at Wake with an axe, chasing him down the small docks, forcing him to walk a mountain path to reach his destination. Wake saw strange things as he walked. A missing poster of himself beside a photo of an unknown person in an archaic diving suit. The shadowy hitchhiker did not relent in its pursuit. He could dodge its attacks, run away from it, but Alan had no way of banishing this being. The insults and threats it threw at Wake were very personal, as though it knew of his fears and insecurities. He ran down the path as the dark, swirling storm behind him picked up. Across a bridge, he met a man named Clay Stewart that seemed to know Wake. Clay had seen Alan in his dreams before. He was a spectacular mind. Clay was in his own dream right now, intersecting with Alan's. He had been chasing him down and watching Alan from afar, intent on understanding why he kept seeing this man in his dreams. But Wake had no idea who this man is. Later, Clay in the waking world will go on to investigate Bright Falls and Alan Wake's time there. But for now, Clay Stewart is just some stranger in a dream, like a side character in one of Wake's books fully realized. Clay orders Alan into his well-lit cabin, but as soon as the writer enters it, the door slams behind him. Clay is cut down by the shadowy man to the horror of Alan Wake. He knows that this cabin is a death trap. He needs to get out. He runs through a door with a Tom the Poet poster on it. And as soon as he's out, he's bathed in light that pushes back the darkness trying to claim him. A male voice calls out, ordering him to follow the light. The voice tells him that the only place he can be safe and heal is within light. When Wake has recovered, it starts telling him things that don't immediately make sense. He recites a poem, but Alan doesn't know what the voice is trying to accomplish with it. It claims that it has entered his dreams to teach him about the darkness of its dangers, how to know when it is coming, and most importantly, how to fight back against it. The hitchhiker has been infected by the dark presence, he says, and only light can make him vulnerable again. A bright flashlight will suffice just fine in this case. Once the dark presence is dispelled from the outside, Wake can use a gun and, well, kill the man. If he doesn't, the dark presence will return and resume its attacks. There's no way to fully cast out the darkness, so its puppet has to die. Once the voice has taught Wake all he needs to know about how to succeed against the dark presence and its pawns, it departs, giving Alan back his dream. His final thought within the nightmare is of the darkness and how it's taken over the world. Somehow he knows that the lighthouse is the last safe place on Earth. He fights his way down the path. Each step, the darkness behind him seems to be a bit more tangible, more dangerous. Wake makes it to the supposed safety of the lighthouse and goes into the central spiral staircase leading up to the lantern. But somehow, the light is extinguished and he's left vulnerable to the dark presence. Alan looks up as something descends the stairwell, but then he wakes up. Back in the waking world, Alice greets her husband. He's moody, kind of self-centered, but Alice shrugs off his standoffish attitude with some good news. They have finally arrived in Bright Falls. An old fellow on the ferry tells them that they have arrived at a good time. Something called Deerfest is in 2 weeks. And the old man recognizes Alan. He's a big fan of his writings, which means, well, things might not be as private and peaceful for the Wakes as they might have hoped if there are avid readers in this little town. Alice and Alan need to get their cabin key from a local diner, or maybe the local diner. Bright Falls seems like the sort of place where there's one grocery store and a single intersection, so the diner is easy to find. Alan hops out to go inside on his own, and Alice drives off to get some gas in the car. As soon as he's inside, the waitress recognizes him and he sees a cardboard cutout of himself in the corner. Oh boy. The waitress, Rose, claims to be his biggest fan and isn't quiet about her accolades, which probably feels kinda weird for Alan. These folks, they seem nice enough. Rose is definitely the excitable one here. The park ranger, Rusty, sitting at the counter is cordial. And 2 old men sitting at a booth are definitely the ratty ones here. These are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Tor. The landlord, Carl Stuckey, has the keys that Alan needs, but he's in the restroom down a very dark hallway. Alan's patience lasts about 3 minutes before he takes off down that dark hallway to find the landlord. And a very strange, nervous woman is standing in front of it, talking about the lights. She has told the landlord to fix the lights. Did he want people to die, or worse? Between Rose, the Anderson brothers at the loud jukebox, and now this lady going on about the darkness and the light bulbs, I really don't blame Alan for getting irritated. It's a lot of sensory overload. Down the dark hallway are the bathrooms, but no one responds to his knock at the door. There is someone here, though, or rather a presence. And if it was trying to be non-menacing, then it's way off the mark. This apparent old woman says that the landlord fell ill and she has the key, along with instructions on how to get to her cabin. It's a very, very odd interaction that's almost uncomfortable to watch, and Wake takes off as soon as he has the keys in hand. Back into the loud dining room, past the Anderson brothers, who strangely refer to him as Tom, and out into the fresh air of the outdoors where Alice is waiting for him. And they're completely oblivious to the landlord, Carl Stuckey, running after them yelling that he needs to give them their keys. On the drive out to the cabin that the lady in black gave them directions for, Alice starts telling Alan that this would be a great setting for a book. She's starting to push boundaries. The Wakes have no reason to be alarmed by the location of their cabin. It's a cabin out on a small island in Cauldron Lake, Diver's Isle it's called. Could be setting off alarm bells for you, but for Alan and Alice, it's just a beautiful vacation destination. Alice has an intense fear of darkness, and with the sun going down, they hurried up to the cabin to get their bags inside, get the generator going, and get the lights on. As Alan made his way throughout the cabin, he felt the oppressiveness of that nightmare he'd had returning. Once the cabin was ready and Alice was safely inside, Alan kind of started coming around to the idea of a vacation here. It was gorgeous and quiet, and he could really use some rest. Not have to think about or worry over his writing, just breathe for a while. Back upstairs, Alan makes the discovery. The typewriter. Surprise! Alice, where are your pants? And you see, this is why you don't withhold information from others or lie to them or try to force them into situations. As soon as Alice starts talking about the clinic and Dr. Hartman and writing, Alan completely blows up. Neither of them notice the lady in black appearing as soon as the lights flicker, and then he storms out. Remember, kids, when you try to manipulate others, paranatural entities will get involved, and you don't want the shadow people to get you, do you? So don't tell fibs. Alan goes outside, out into the darkness, where he knows that Alice will not try to follow him. But this episode of intense anger subsides into frustration, which fades once Alice begins to scream. The cabin goes dark and his wife is screaming bloody murder about something in it. The back door is wide open and the safety railing on the porch has been completely busted out. It's directly above the dark lake itself, and just below the surface of the water, Alan can see Alice being pulled under. Without a moment of hesitation, he plunges into the abyss after her. He has no idea what happened. how he got into a car wreck, why his head is bleeding. All he caught were flashes, but a week has passed by and he has no recollection of what he did. But we will not be so coy. Let's make sense of this so that we can understand what is about to happen. For 1 week, Alan Wake was afflicted by the power within the lake, the dark presence, just like Thomas Zane was. Alan wrote a manuscript for a story called Departure. Like Zane wrote for Barbara, Wake was writing a story that would bring Alice back. Unlike Barbara Jagger, though, Alice was not dead. The dark presence learned its lesson last time. It wouldn't kill its victim, it would use her as bait. In his stupor, he wrote about events that would take place soon, but he did it with a poignancy and an accuracy that not even Thomas Zane reached. Zane didn't even scratch the surface of it. Alan Wake does not create a reality, but he sees what's to come with terrifying accuracy, and it would be fair to call him clairvoyant in that regard. But what might be a better term for Alan Wake would be para-utilitarian, a prime candidate, much like Jesse and Dylan Faden, except Alan Wake did not have Polaris to protect him. He was caught completely unprepared, uneducated, completely blindsided, and at the mercy of a paranatural entity. This could spell doom for the world. But before the end, Alan realized what the dark presence was trying to do. He found a few of Thomas Zane's old books and he learned about what happened to him. He figured out what was going to happen to him if he didn't stop it, so he rewrote parts of his manuscript to challenge and halt the dark presence. He wrote that Thomas Zane, who was now a very weak being, would come to help him flee the cabin. He left his manuscript in the care of Thomas Zane, and then he bolted. He ran for it. He ran for the car, exhausted and nearly delirious. Once he was out, Zane began to prepare to play his part. He took the clicker and he took Alan Wake's writings. He would plant the pages of the manuscript all around Bright Falls, and he would show Alan bits of his time locked in the cabin through televisions. He would need to periodically appear to act as a guide for Wake's future actions, and the clicker would need to be kept someplace safe for the future as well. He had just the spot. Now, let's see what Alan Wake wrote. He's alone, with a head injury, and no idea of where here is. Thankfully, there's a gas station a fair distance away, and he'll have to trek through a dark forest to reach it, but at least he's not completely isolated. Partway down the trail, a huge light appears in a clearing and tosses a few pages out for Alan to pick up. They're pages from a book that he wanted to write called Departure, and it lists him as the author, but he has no memory of making these pages. On this page, he reads that the hero of the story is, attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. That's a pretty bold start to the story, Mr. Wake. He runs a ways up the path and starts to see ghastly outlines of not quite right people in the fog. Seems that Departure is a horror story and he's about to find himself neck deep in peril. He ends up at a lumber yard, and under normal circumstances, this would be a fortunate find. There might be people here, a phone, a way into town. But what he actually finds is the landlord, Carl Stuckey, who was supposed to give him his cabin keys at the diner. He is clad in shadow, talking nonsense, and he has an axe. In his manuscript pages, Wake calls these creatures the Taken. They've been possessed by the dark presence, and like what he dreamt during that nightmare on the ferry, the page tells him to use light against it. The nearest light source is the trailer across the yard, which is a run he has to make with a very upset Shadow Man on his heels. And if there were any doubt that this thing means business, it's very quickly shown how lethal they intend to be. It drives its axe into the trailer door once Wake has it closed. Conveniently placed there, almost as if by design, is a handgun and a flashlight, both tools that Alan is going to need to survive. While the Taken can't enter the trailer due to the light, that doesn't mean that the log loader can't. These beings are as intelligent as they are hostile, so any place that Alan Wake takes sanctuary in probably won't last for long. They'll find a way to either push him out or they'll get the lights off. At a moment's notice, he needs to be ready to run. At least now he'll be able to fight his way through some of them, though. As he journeys on, Alan finds pages detailing upcoming interactions with tertiary characters, townsfolk mostly. He has concussive flashes of his wife's vanishing. He has to mete out violence against humanoid darkness. He finds a page about Barry, his best friend and agent. It hints that Barry is en route to this place after not hearing from Wake for several days. Each page he finds is like a prophecy of something that is about to happen. But Alan just can't piece it together, and of course, why should he? We can make sense of it with the knowledge that we have, but Wake, this is all new, this is all fresh, undisturbed soil that he has to claw through. And it will take a great deal of time to come to terms with it, to understand it. But first things first, reach that damned gas station. The light of the station is such a comfort, a return to the sanity of the world. He spots a Deerfest countdown nearby one of the pumps and pieces together that he has been missing for an entire week. And inside the garage of the gas station, it looks trashed, like there was a fight. A bright glow brings his attention to a TV in the corner where he sees himself. It was back during that lost week when he was devising a plan under the influence of the dark presence to bring Alice back. His ramblings sound like those of a madman, which, well, given the circumstances, isn't entirely inaccurate. Finally, inside the lobby, he's able to make a phone call to the Bright Falls police station, and Sheriff Sarah Breaker arrives in no time at all. And she's an interesting character, former FBI turned sheriff, and her father, Frank Breaker, was an agent with the Federal Bureau of Control. She doesn't seem to be neck deep in knowledge of the FBC, but she knows enough. When Alan Wake starts talking about he and Alice staying on a cabin on the lake, she very firmly corrects him. That island vanished after an earthquake there in the 1970s. She offers to drive him out there to show him, but before they go, she asks him where the landlord Carl Stuckey is, the guy that tried to take an axe to Wake. He decides to withhold that information, of the Taken coming after him. It would sound way too outlandish. Sheriff Breaker takes him to Cauldron Lake, where Diver's Isle once was, and he's terrified to discover that she was right. The cabin that he and Alice had been staying at, it's been gone for decades. Back at the station for a while, Alan rests and remembers something from 3 years ago, when he was still on top of the world, about to release the last Alex Casey book. He and Alice were settled in during a snowstorm and the lights went out. So he told her a story from his childhood, about his mother, about a gift that she gave him called the clicker. It helped him get over his fear of the dark when he was little, and he still had it to that day. It was a nice memory, but we can't stay in the past. When Alan regains his senses, he's sitting in the police station being seen by Dr. Nelson. Wake says that he feels fine, nothing strange is happening. He just wants to get the doctor to sign off on him being okay so that he can get back out there to look for Alice. In the station lobby, that weird woman that's obsessed with light bulbs is repeatedly testing the lights. Cynthia Weaver is her name, and after the night he just had, after seeing all the things that he had seen, maybe he should take Cynthia Weaver a bit more seriously. Before he can go, the sheriff wants to have a few words with him. She wants to know where his wife is, how he got to that gas station, where is the landlord, Carl Stuckey. A phone call interrupts their meeting, one that he steps out to take privately. He hears Alice's voice asking him for help, but it's an unnatural tone. A man begins speaking, claiming to have kidnapped Alice, and he starts giving Wake very specific instructions to get out the station, ditch the cops, go out back and look for a junked out truck, and then get to the Elderwood National Park. Alan just wants Alice back, so of course he'll comply. And thankfully these officers are very accommodating for his desire to go out back to get some fresh air. They even give him directions on how to get out back, how to get out of the station. In that backyard, he finds the decayed truck that the kidnapper told him to look at, and in it he finds Alice's driver's license. So he has to take this serious. During this panic, Barry Wheeler, his best friend and agent, decides to give him a call. Barry hasn't heard from the Wakes in a week now, and he is a neurotic as hell person. He tells Alan that he flew in after they had stopped responding. He's been worried sick and trying to track them down. Alan asks him to pick him up at the sheriff's station, and then kind of rudely hangs up on him. And you know what's just so convenient? Dr. Emil Hartman is in the lobby. He's the guy that was once Thomas Zane's assistant, that pushed him into writing using the power of the lake, the asshole who has a clinic where he studies the impact of the lake on vulnerable artists with mental health problems. He's a real slime bag. He steps right up and he invites Alan Wake to stay at his lodge, but Alan remembers his name. Alice had contacted Hartman about helping Alan, and the nerve of this guy going behind his back and the smarmy look on his face is just so punchable. Thankfully, Barry, the real hero of this story, arrives on the scene to get Alan out of the station. Hartman says it's fine, the sheriff isn't going to arrest Alan Wake. Barry very quickly gets him out of the station and back onto the road. Alan tells Barry everything, every single thing that has happened to him. And Barry thinks that he is a little bit nuts, but the manuscript catches his attention. Alan has finally been writing again. That's good news. Never mind all the paranatural events and that Alan might have shot somebody. The duo get out to the national park and they decide to rent a cabin. But their arguments over what's happened during the last week continue on into the lobby. And Barry isn't wrong. Everything Alan is telling him sounds absolutely bonkers. He has a head injury, his wife is missing, he's not wanting to cooperate with the cops, he's mixing reality and fiction, and those are all really, really bad. But Wake refuses to back down. The kidnapper wanted to meet him at midnight at a very specific spot, and he intends to be there. And he will not get the cops involved. They get their cabin and continue to argue all day, deep into the night. Before Alan leaves, Barry asks how can he help, since apparently he can't change his mind about all this. And Alan relents a little bit. He tells Barry that if he's not back by sunup, then he has his blessing to call the cops. The meeting spot, Lover's Peak, is a short walk up a trail. He heads out alone with a flashlight and a handgun for protection. Manuscript pages crop up around the path, and they're as cryptic as they are enlightening. He gets insights into Barry's thinking, Rose and the park ranger Rusty's feelings for each other, but a highly concerning page tells us something attacking the visitor center and killing Rusty. Alan runs to the visitor center to warn Rusty, and once the dark presence appears, Alan's head starts to ache and he sees flashes of his typewriter, of Alice, of Thomas Zane, and then the gunshots begin. When he finally arrives, Alan finds a bloodbath in the visitor center, but Rusty is still barely alive. He tells Wake what happened, and it was just like something that he had read on a piece of paper, that Alan needs to get the lights on immediately. When he finds the breaker box, well, there's an accident. He's too late. He cannot get the lights back on. And then the awful, sad screams of Rusty resume. The dark presence and the Taken have returned to finish the job. At the visitor center, a hole has been punched through the wall. Rusty is gone. But Alan can hear him nearby, speaking nonsense, gibberish. Rusty has become one of the Taken, and Alan must now put him down. Another victim in this terrible ordeal. His last thoughts were of Rose, of how she made him feel young again. He would never have the chance to tell her about his feelings now. It's about this time that Barry starts seeing things. He starts witnessing what Alan had described to him, and he calls to ask just what the hell is going on. He's having a mini breakdown over the phone, and imagine you're in his shoes. Your best friend is jabbering on about how the impossible is happening, and then you actually witness it. Well, Barry is completely on board now, an ally to Wake, who so desperately needs one. But Barry can't help him right now. With each step, Alan is more isolated and the Taken are starting to chase him down. He finds a manuscript page which mentions a new name, Agent Nightingale, a drunkard FBI agent with a bad attitude and a hair trigger. But there's been no Agent Nightingale seen thus far, so it can wait for now. He has other things to prioritize. Near the top of the peak, Wake takes a tumble and is saved by a man with flares. He recognizes him from the ferry ride into town, which means that this must be the kidnapper. He's up here actively fighting off the Taken with powerful flares, and he is a viciously unfriendly guy. But Alan lost his gun during his tumble, so they kind of need each other's help to get through this trail. So he keeps his mouth shut for now. And these flares, they're a good idea. They're far more dangerous to the Taken than just the flashlight. When they have some breathing room, the man has a lot to say. He's far more educated on what's taking place than anyone Wake has spoken to before. His name is Mott, and Mott knows what's happening here is because Alan wrote something. And there's a very real risk of something terrible being released at the end of this. He wants the entire manuscript, every page of it, or he says he'll make Alice suffer. They have a tussle which ends in a fall and Alan taking possession of the firearm. But though Mott has lost control of this situation, he still has Alice. Therefore, Alan has to comply with him, bring him the manuscript, or else. The problem being, Alan doesn't have the whole thing. He gave it to Thomas Zane. He decides that he needs Barry's help on this. He can't handle it alone. So he begins another long trek through the woods back to the cabin that they rented. The dark presence is starting to kick up debris around the mountain, even sending an old plane wreck careening down the hills. The Taken are growing in numbers and strength, and Barry calls him to let him know that now birds are swarming the cabin, like out of a Hitchcock film. Getting back to Barry quickly is going to require some wheels, so he starts commandeering any vehicles that he can find along the way. You know what's a powerful tool against the Taken? Headlights. Now we're playing with portals. At least until the roads become impassable from random debris and cars that the dark presence has been tossing around like volleyballs. The kidnapper Mott calls him again, reminding him that he wants the manuscript, but Alan has realized that there's no ending for it yet. He needs time to put everything together and to figure out how it should end. He asks for a week, but Mott says he can have 2 days. If he doesn't bring the finished manuscript to a nearby coal mine by noon 2 days from now, then Alice is presumably good as dead. Barry wasn't exaggerating about the whole bird thing. When Wake finally gets back, they're swarming around the cabin. But they're just creatures of darkness, just like the Taken, and they can be dispatched just like them. What makes them difficult is their mobility and their numbers, but handling them is just a matter of timing and patience. When the coast is clear, Barry opens the door for his friend and immediately apologizes for doubting him. He'll do whatever Alan needs to get this figured out, to get Alice back. In the morning, Barry goes into town to ask about the kidnapper to see if he can learn anything that will give them an edge. And while he does that, Alan tries to figure out an ending for the manuscript, but he just can't. He can't get a single word down. He doesn't fully understand what's happening. He's not near the lake, and there's so much of the story that he hasn't seen. If he messes anything up, the story will fall apart. Alice will die. Potentially, a lot of people will die. While in town, Barry gets a call from the diner waitress, Rose. In a weirdly dead voice, she tells Barry that she has found Wake's manuscript pages, and she asks if they can come to see her at the trailer park that she lives in outside of town. Barry doesn't suspect anything being amiss. He's too happy with Rose's news to bother asking any questions. But Rose is in dire straits. The woman in black has her under its control. Alan, however, is a bit perplexed on how she got the pages. He still goes along with it, goes with Barry to the trailer park, but he is skeptical. He's not so willing to buy that Rose is just a resourceful gal. Wake gets a call from the sheriff telling him that Agent Nightingale with the FBI would like to see him, and they're very intent on doing so. Based on the few pages that he's found mentioning that particular agent, well, this probably isn't a good development in the story, but Alan isn't going to dodge the police. He says that he'll go to the police station soon. As they walk towards Rose's trailer, Barry tells Alan about some of the things he's learned. This area is crazy. Disappearances, strange deaths, urban legends that all come true. It seems to be based around Cauldron Lake itself. And the park manager chimes in, telling them that local natives believe the lake held a doorway to the underworld, cough cough threshold. And Barry tells Wake about the poet Thomas Zane, that he once owned the island out on the lake. But none of Zane's writings seem to exist anymore, at least not that Barry could find. Alan had found a few of his books in a special shoebox, but that's really all that remained. They don't know it yet, but Zane wrote himself out of existence, save whatever was in that shoebox, so only traces of his life remain at the public archives. It was assumed that Zane died in 1970, when the earthquake took out the island on the lake. Nowadays, Zane's beloved Barbara Jagger was a boogeyman tale. She was called the Scratching Hag, and she'll steal away children in the dark, which is kind of a sad way to remember such a sweet soul. Turns out, Cynthia Weaver, that woman obsessed with light bulbs, has written a number of articles about the strange goings-ons in Bright Falls, about Zane, the lake itself, local mythos. After Zane and Barbara died, Cynthia had a bit of a breakdown. She would be a good interview to carry out. She has to know something about all of this. Rose lives in a cute little trailer and promptly shows up at the window once they arrive. She's very clearly acting strange. Rather than just get the pages and leave, they sit down for some coffee in her living room. Some drugged coffee. Barry and Alan are knocked out cold, and it barely even took a minute. In his dreams, Alan sees that huge light again and knows it to be Thomas Zane. It tells Wake that the dark presence is coming for him, and it's doing it wearing his beloved Barbara's skin. Zane cannot stop it. He's far too weak. Alan must stand against it by turning the lights on. But the darkness is even here now, interfering with Zane's message. The woman in black insists that he continue his writing, finish his story. When he wakes up, it's dark outside. At least he somehow made it into the bed, in Rose's creepy bedroom. Poor Barry is just slumped over face first in the living room. He sees another recording on the TV, and it's a huge information dump on how exactly the woman in black is using him. While he was writing for that week, she kept forcing revisions. She would force herself into the story, less of him, more of her. She was going to get out through Alan Wake, but she was using Alice's salvation as a bargaining chip. In the front room, Rose is lost in some sort of thought loop, not in control of herself. And Alan, he feels pity for her. None of this was her fault, he knows. She's a victim of it as well. Barry, meanwhile, is in his own sort of la-la land, so Alan departs to go get the car to find a way to get Barry into it as soon as possible. A manuscript page outside the trailer tips him off that the park manager was nervous about what was going on inside of Rose's home, so he called the police on them. A whole gaggle of them show up as soon as he hits the fence. And amongst them is a man who has seen Alan Wake before. He has seen him in his worst nightmares. He is a man who has lost everything, who is here to put down a monster. Now enter the madness of Agent Nightingale. Things were dangerous enough without the addition of mad men, but Alan Wake wrote a horror story. There's no plot armor allowed. There must be violence and intrigue at every turn. No one is safe, and no one is immune. At the trailer park entrance, the police have arrived. The park manager was worried about Rose, so he gave them a call. And it's an immediately tense situation because, it's completely normal human behavior to arrive someplace and draw your gun on some random dude. Introducing Agent Nightingale. And what's not immediately apparent is that Nightingale was fired. He's not actually with the FBI anymore. His former partner, a man named Finn, was as straight-laced as he once was. But once Finn became obsessed with darkness, Nightingale's life started to fall apart. His partner vanished somehow, and it ate Nightingale up inside. When Nightingale started having nightmares about the darkness, he started drinking. He became erratic and violent, thus he was fired from the FBI. Now that he's here in front of Alan Wake, a man that he has seen in his worst nightmares, possibly the source of the darkness in his mind, Nightingale is an unhinged, paranoid, unreasonable man, and he wants to kill him. Nightingale starts shooting, putting everyone around him at risk, and Alan takes off running, because to hell with that! He runs through the dark forest, evading the police. And during this pursuit, Sheriff Breaker contacts Agent Nightingale, asking him just what the actual hell he's doing. Firing on civilians, disregarding local authority, using her police force as a weapon for himself. But Nightingale is a righteous piece of work. He's unstable and will do whatever he pleases, even if that means unloading his weapon towards innocent people. Alan Wake is his target, and he will not give up his chase. So, Wake runs into the darkness of the forest, away from any other people who could help him. Wake still had an appointment to keep with Mott at the coal mine. In complete desperation, he spots a radio tower in the distance and decides that maybe a local popular talk radio DJ named Pat Main can help him. He had met Pat on the ferry ride in, so he knows that he's here. Wake knows that he's a fan, and in the very least, maybe Pat can give him directions to the coal mine. It is one hell of a run, dodging the Taken, dodging the police, trying to make his way to that radio station. It takes what feels like hours, but he makes it all on his own. And once inside, Pat Main spots Alan and is all too happy to take this chance to interview the writer. Live on the air, of course. As soon as he enters that studio, the police pull up, or more specifically, Agent Nightingale does, with a bullhorn. Now, Pat Main has no idea what this is all about. He's gotten some call-ins from locals telling him some juicy gossip from around town, but he's not expecting the entire local police force to just roll up and start making demands via a bullhorn. Nightingale has his gun out, pointed at Main and Wake. It's entirely inappropriate and very confrontational, to the point of not making any sense. Sheriff Breaker is on the scene to challenge Nightingale, but he still discharges his weapon. He shoots at Wake and Pat Main, with little warning, as though his intention was murder. So of course, Alan takes off again, and now local radio personality Pat Main has one hell of a story to tell on air. Well, now Alan needs to find his own way to the mine. His first stop would be the train depot, and what a hell of a trek this is going to be. There were manuscript pages, of course, giving insight into characters, their thoughts, their motivations, but very little helped with the complete aggression of the Dark Presence and the Taken. During his trek, Alan got a call, and on the other end he heard Alice's voice, but it was as though someone had recorded a conversation with her and then cut it up to sound foreboding. But for a terrified husband, it's the worst sort of call that he can get. It was just making matters so much worse. Alan hoped he could find a car at the train depot. He can see a warehouse nearby. Surely there was something in there that could help him. It was almost dawn by the time he found a truck that he could use, but with daylight comes safety. the dark presence couldn't pursue him in the light. As he drove, Alan came to terms with his new reality. His manuscript was actually coming to life. It's like he was just playing his part in a play. And the depths of its truth were deeper than he could realize. It was like he was insane, but it was all so tangible and true. It felt like the entire world had been overtaken by the dark presence, and he was next. Every manuscript page he finds tells of a tragedy, of something frightening happening to him. But peril is what good horror stories do, right? No one is safe. Not even the protagonist, especially not the protagonist. He made it to the coal mine on time, though, and he waited patiently for the kidnapper to appear. His mind went wild considering what they had done to Alice and the things that he would do to them to get her back. He waited there all day, but Mott never appeared. He finally called, though, well after sun went down, of course, when they would all be more vulnerable to the dark presence. Mott orders him to trek to a nearby mountain to a spot called Mirror Peak, as though walking around at night is a simple task. But Mott is just such an asshole and an abuser of any power that he has, and Wake has no choice. He has to go to Mirror Peak. And it's the longest stretch of combat yet. We've reached the waves part of the story. That Mott waited until dark to do this could not have been unintentional, and he's certainly somebody's goon. He's working for someone. What's the point in making Wake go through something so extremely dangerous? Within a cave system, head pain starts rushing onto him, and afterwards he hears Alice's screaming down the tunnel. That head pain, it usually is an indicator that the dark presence is near. Hearing her in such distress lights a fire underneath him, perhaps a bit of motivation to hurry the hell up, or an attempt to manipulate him. Although the dark presence also keeps throwing entire train cars at him from long distances, so maybe it just wants to make his death an emotionally painful one as well. Speaking of painful deaths, Mirror Peak is close to Cauldron Lake, and when Wake arrives, he hears, well, Mott, begging forgiveness from a lady that he and his boss didn't know they were messing with. Looks like they have been getting in the way of the dark presence's planning, and it's not too happy about it. Mott also doesn't have custody of Alice. They just assumed she drowned or something. They wanted to get Alan to write for them. Well, time to say goodbye, Mott. The dark presence pulls him into a vortex and tries to bring Alan with it. A flare repels it briefly enough to release him, but he falls straight into the lake below, and he sinks down into the darkness, where he sees himself riding, and then a man in a diving suit, and then the hand of somebody reaching into the water for him. Not this guy again. No, not her. This guy. Emil Hartman. Apparently, he had to give Wake a sedative. He's speaking to him as though they've gone through this before. Alan has experienced a supposedly rough period. Hartman tells Alan that he's been a patient at his clinic for quite a long time, since the death of his wife. Just, God, such a punchable face. Alan doesn't stay awake for long, but when he finally does reawaken, it's a bright, sunny day out, and he is groggy as hell. Hartman has backup now to force Wake into compliance, or at least keep him from throwing any more punches. He's a highly manipulative man, and he is so good at it. After all, he's been doing this since as early as the 1970s at this point. No telling how many troubled souls have gone through his clinic that he has used and harmed for the sake of his own supposed research. He takes Alan on a brief stroll through the clinic, a sort of tour. He tells Alan about his practice, his patients, why he's here, that Alice is dead, and he's so tactical about it that Wake really starts to question himself. He starts to wonder if Hartman isn't actually telling him the truth, that he's been experiencing a break from reality, if something didn't actually happen to Alice. Put the two options against one another. Either Alice drowned in a tragic accident and he's struggling to cope with the loss, or he's fighting supernatural forces of darkness in an attempt to save her from an alternate reality, and he's been writing in an effort to manipulate his own reality in order to bring her back to life. Which one is more likely? Yet still, Alan doesn't give in. He's been through too much to just believe that it was all a psychotic break. There are too many unexplainable variables, like Barry Wheeler. Where is Barry? There are a few other patients around, a video game designer, a painter, the Anderson brothers being their heavy metal selves. Dr. Hartman leaves Alan with them, encouraging him to eventually make it back to his room to resume writing. Tor and Odin have a lot to say about understanding the nature of the world. It takes crazy to know crazy. They call Alan by an interesting name, Tom Zane. They say that he should get out to their farm, Valhalla. They had written something about everything happening now, in case they forgot about it.
a crash course with everything that he would need to get his head right. And even if Alan is a little disconnected from reality, that's just far too interesting a prospect to ignore, right? Besides, they gave him permission to get into the moonshine. Holy hell yeah, brother! A storm outside is brewing, and the lights in the place are rather undependable, but he can't just walk out. There are faculty at the doors preventing anyone from leaving. The presence of light that he has known as Thomas Zane shows him another clip of himself, when he was in the cabin for that missing week. It's nearing the end of his time there when he was starting to realize that the dark presence was using him to escape, that he wasn't any closer to saving Alice, when he started taking matters into his own hands. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. With no way out now, he goes back to his room and he sits at the typewriter. But just looking at the page, it makes his eyes hurt. His hands shook uncontrollably before it. As he struggled against the feeling, the Anderson brothers started a bit of a prison riot in the foyer. This could be an opportunity to get the hell out of here. Wake sauntered down to see what was going on and found that they had clocked the hell out of the on-site nurse, and they had cornered the security guard Birch in a back room. He's locked himself in, and he sure as hell is not going to come out to tango with the Anderson brothers. So, all Alan needs to do is grab the keys from Hartman's office and trot his buns right on out of this place. En route, he finds a picture of Hartman with the kidnapper Mott. So, that's who Mott was working for. What an asshole. He also finds tapes of Hartman interviewing Alice. It's how they got voice samples to mess with him over the phone. And just down the hallway, Alan hears Barry, his best friend, really upset about something that Hartman has done. Seems that the cops found Barry at Rose's trailer, but didn't give him too much grief. Well, except for that Nightingale guy. He really wants to track down Wake, and the threat of a lawsuit apparently didn't really matter to him. But Barry knew where to find Alan because Dr. Hartman himself had called. The good doctor told Barry that he should come down to the clinic to pick Wake up, and once he was there, Hartman had his employees hit Barry and lock him up in this room. The two of them get into Hartman's office and find that he has taken all his collected manuscript pages and his belongings. And Emil he cannot let anything go. He creeps out of the shadow and starts in on his manipulative tactics again, and he only lets up on the facade when Alan points a gun at him. It's sort of a dark turn when Alan sends Barry out of the room to pull around the car, and Barry seems to realize it, but he still complies with Alan's orders. Once he's gone, though, the dark presence makes itself known. It's now in the room with them, and Alan bolts for the door, holding it closed behind him. Hartman tries to follow him, pulling on the door, but the dark presence takes Dr. Emil Hartman. While he does not die, his part in this tale has ended for now. When the door stops shaking, Alan walks away with a smile on his face. There is no more doubt. Not for Alan, not for Barry. They're fully invested in everything happening here. This is reality now. Getting out of the lodge into where Barry is waiting with the car is going to be difficult with the chaos of the dark presence now here. He has to deal with dark corridors, a hedge maze, the Taken, and ravens. When finally he reaches Barry, night has fully fallen and the lodge is in shambles. He tells Barry that they're not leaving Bright Falls. They are going to the Andersons' farm. And though his friend is none too happy about it, he doesn't really argue against it either. As they race up the roads, Alan tells him that, yeah, he's probably crazy, but he's not wrong. Mott and Hartman never had Alice. She's trapped in the lake. Maybe dealing with all of this does require a level of insanity just to make it through. The lake does something to works of art, things relative to the creator. In Alan's case, it enacts the will of his writings. But the dark presence, it twists things to serve itself, to fulfill whatever wants it may have. And Alan knows now that it's using him to take things over, possibly invade this reality. It happened to Zane and the Anderson brothers, but with Wake, it can fully break free, not just enact control through the body of a dead woman, it can take over everyone. And Barry is actually completely on board. He believes in Wake and everything that he is saying. He has gone true, ride or die, though he still questions the choice of driving into the storm rather than beside it or away from it. Alan tells him that the Andersons were too far gone with their dementia to say what they really meant, but they wrote down what happened to them or a lead on what to do about it, and it's at their farm. They need to find it. A well-placed rock slide punts their vehicle off the road, an extremely dangerous wreck that they're both very lucky to walk away from. Alan is thrown from the car but is able to just sort of walk it off, and Barry is able to get out a little ways down the road, but they're close enough to the farm that they can both make it on foot, just on different paths. Alan's path is going to be a lot more difficult than Barry's, though, and, well, he doesn't have his gun anymore. During his long journey down the hillside, Wake spots a blue pickup truck hauling ass up the road. He thinks that it might be Barry, but they'd agreed to meet down at the farm, so who the hell is this? He spots it again a bit further along the path and sees it stopping at a nearby cabin. Maybe he would find a friendly face that could give him a ride down to the farm, or maybe it actually is Barry coming up to retrieve him. Before he reaches the cabin, the light of Thomas Zane appears to him, telling him that he has been trying to deliver manuscript pages to him at the right time and right place to show him how the story goes. Alan knows who and what the light source is now. He understands how the manuscript pages fit into all of this, that he wrote of the Dark Presence's growing strength. Because if a story structure isn't natural, if it doesn't make sense, then it won't work. Contrivances, Hail Marys, Deus Ex Machinas, plot armor, they don't belong in this story. And he must still yet write an ending befitting that. But if he has to write his own death, his own vanishing, if it means saving Alice, saving the world, will he be able to do it? Nearby that cabin, Wake finds a gun and ammo stash, so now he can fight against the darkness. When he reaches the cabin, finally, he doesn't see any signs of the driver, but when he's inside, the screaming begins. It's a male voice crying out either in terror or pain or maybe both. Upstairs, Wake finds a man that he had seen at the jail the other day, Walt. He had been in the tank for hurting his friend Danny, and then going on a bit of a bender. Walt knew that something was wrong with Danny. He wasn't acting like himself. The darkness was in him. Walt came out here to get a couple jars of moonshine, but was attacked by the Taken, and poor Walt dies not too long after Wake arrives. In the next room, the light of Thomas Zane reveals another clip of Wake's week of writing. In this segment, Wake fully realizes what he needs to do to stop the Dark Presence. He needs to change his manuscript. He writes himself back into the story as the protagonist, and for this to work, he needs to enact the story in its entirety. He needs to be an organic protagonist. He cannot remember what he himself wrote. There must be victims, heroes, cliffhangers, tragedy, the whole gambit of peril, and the manuscript pages would be as his guide once he begins to play his part. Alan takes poor Walt's truck from the cabin and finally gets down to the Andersons' farm, where hopefully Barry is safely awaiting his arrival. He knew the Anderson brothers had been rock stars, but actually seeing the massive stage in their field really opens his eyes to just how hard they rocked. It's also the perfect spot to fight off hordes of the Taken, as perfectly exemplified by Barry Wheeler's ridiculously perfectly timed slide up the stage while being chased by them. They can use the pyrotechnics and fireworks rigged up on the stage to destroy any of the Taken that get too close to them. Over the course of the song, they take out dozens of them all over the farmstead. Not all of them, but enough to make the place traversable on foot. They make it through the Anderson brothers' barn, and they learn a bit more about their encounter with the Dark Presence back in 1976. They chance across their Wicked Moonshine production area, and eventually make it through to the main house. It's a pretty awesome area too, called Valhalla, and surprisingly sparse inside. It's not a place that's really been lived in for quite some time. It has an air of abandonment to it. Not that the Anderson brothers didn't try to come back out here often, they just weren't really able to be independent. They weren't trustworthy enough for that sort of thing. Alan gets the power back on in the house, and as soon as he does, a song starts playing. Lady of the Light, or rather, one line in particular keeps repeating. Find the Lady of the Light, gone mad with the night. Barry thinks that the lyrics are referring to that crazy light bulb lady, Cynthia Weaver. They sit down together and go through each line of the song. It almost seems prophetic to them in this situation, like somehow the Anderson brothers set out directions to help them in the future. Well, they can't really be going out in the dark right now, it's not safe. So they make camp in the Anderson brothers' living room, listen to some good music, and then get smashed on moonshine. They get hammered, but it's a special kind of hammered. This stuff was made from water, straight from Cauldron Lake. Guests to the Anderson farm said it was the stuff of legend, and once he's passed out, Wake starts having crazy vivid dreams. He remembers the night that he and Alice were at Diver's Isle, in that cabin on the lake. He follows his own footsteps within the dream, remembers diving in after Alice into the lake, but he goes beyond that as well to events that he had forgotten. He sees himself come up from the water onto the dock when the woman in black approached him. She manipulated the distraught writer back into the cabin to the upstairs where the typewriter was waiting. It had its hooks in him. It was already exerting control over him. It told him that Alice was upstairs waiting for him to go apologize. Once he's in the room, the woman in black flips her story. She tells Alan that Alice is dead and that it's his fault. She was only trying to help him right, and he killed her. But he could use the power of the lake to undo it. All he has to do is write and do what the woman in black tells him to do. He can still fix this. And in his grief, he complied. He remembers everything now. He remembers what he wrote, what the woman in black dictated to him, how he knew something here was terribly wrong, that he wrote Zane into the story, and that everything can come crashing down and his story can fail with a single misstep. He needs to finish the story, but that doesn't mean that the ending is near. When he wakes up, Agent Nightingale is pointing a gun at him. He tells him that something is Alan's fault and that he is going to pay for it. And to his mild credit, he doesn't shoot Alan, but when next he wakes up, it's dark again. He and Barry are in jail, and his pages are all gone. As soon as there's talking, the agent shows up, being just irrationally antagonizing. Apparently, to him, Wake's manuscript was proof that he was plotting to murder a federal agent. Sheriff Breaker isn't far behind, and she has had enough of this guy. He's an asshole, he's clearly drunk, refuses to state his business here, and has shot towards civilians a number of times now. The lights start to flicker and Wake's head begins to pound, which means that the dark presence is nearing. The sheriff sides with Wake, refusing to allow Nightingale to make any more calls on the writer's fate. As soon as Alan is on his feet again, the agent pulls his weapon. This guy is just absolutely off his rocker. But as he's yelling, his own words jog his memory. He has read all of this before in one of Wake's pages. He tries to take them out of his pocket to reread them, but as soon as they're out, the police station is assaulted by the dark presence. It pulls Nightingale out the back door, and his fate for now is left a mystery. And after seeing that, Sheriff Breaker is now fully on board with whatever Wake says too. Remember, her father was an agent with the Federal Bureau of Control, and she might not know what's actually going on here, but she potentially knows that there are unexplainable things out there in the world. Hell, maybe that's what drew her to Bright Falls in the first place. They are going to find Cynthia Weaver, and they're going to do it together. The sheriff knows where to find the old woman. She lives in a decommissioned power plant, and she'll get them there using a rescue chopper. Kind of a cool skill to have as a local sheriff, though she did once work for the FBI, and her father was with the FBC, so who knows what other secrets this sheriff holds. Sheriff Breaker gives Barry a job to make some phone calls, to tell the people on the other line the words Night Springs, and they'll know what to do. One of the people that Barry is going to call is her father, and that code is going to put him into action to alert the Federal Bureau of Control. At this point, the FBC is still under the control of Director Zachariah Trench, and they're about to be very aware that an AWE is taking place. Another person who will get the alert is Pat Main, the radio DJ. Wonder what Night Springs means to him. The sheriff says that they chose Night Springs as their code word because of an inside joke about the weirdness of the town. Though this is a level of weird that she's never experienced before. Together, they fight through the streets, killing swarms of the Taken and Dark Ravens. Barry is eventually forced out of the station, reuniting with them in a back parking lot. The now trio make their way up the mountain path to a proper road up to a fire station where the helicopter is stored. The dark presence has grown in power, and they can't hold out much longer against it. Cynthia Weaver is their last hope in stopping this thing. There are still people within Bright Falls, and if they fail, then everyone dies. The sheriff goes in for a drop nearby the power plant, but the chopper is attacked by a murder of crows when Alan tries to hop off. She's forced to leave him there and tells him that they'll just meet him at the power plant itself. And let commence another series of waves and obstacles, his goal being just across the river, though the dark presence has a way of turning a 1-mile hike into a 2-hour spectacle. We, however, have no such inconvenience. When Wake finally makes it to the very bright decommissioned power plant, Cynthia Weaver is waiting, and she is immediately hostile. It takes Alan mentioning Thomas Zane and the Lady of the Light for her to lower her guard. She's been waiting a very, very long time for him to arrive, as per Thomas Zane's request. She's been doing this since the 1970s, and she's tired. Though she never wavered. What he needs is within the well-lit room, she says. It will drive back the darkness. She built the well-lit room within the dam to keep it safe. And even better, Cynthia has a tunnel that will lead them straight there, a very well-lit tunnel. It seems that Cynthia Weaver is the one who has been putting signs and caches and supplies all around the town for Alan to find. She has spent the last 40 years preparing for these events. So even if she is a bit socially inept, she deserves a pass. But it is unfortunate that the whole reason she was so loyal to this cause was because she kinda had a thing for Thomas Zane. So once Zane was gone, Cynthia never moved on. She never made her own life. She stayed trapped in these emotions and obsessed over the mission that Zane gave her. She never got to create her own story. As they walk together through the tunnel, Cynthia tells Wake the story of what happened to Zane, all of it. Somehow, Cynthia Weaver knows of his writing, of his interaction with the lake, of him writing a story to bring Barbara back to life, and then writing himself out of existence. He had left a box in her care. She built the well-lit room, and she has stood guard over it ever since. Once they're within the pipe, Alan gives Barry a call to update him and the sheriff on where they're headed. Sounds like they're still in the helicopter for some reason. But then, Barry screams about something and a boom is felt within the tunnel. They have crashed. Wake has a straight shot to his finale, a safe way to reach an ending, but he refuses that path if it means abandoning Barry and the sheriff to the dark presence above. He has to go find them to see that they're okay if he can help them, much to Cynthia Weaver's disapproval. But she doesn't try to stop him. She continues down the tunnel towards the dam on her own to await his arrival from the ground level. The wreckage from the chopper is nearby. The flames are hard to miss against the dark night sky. But by the time he has arrived, maybe 10 minutes later, the flames have gone out and there's no sign of Barry or the sheriff. No bodies, no blood. So maybe they made it out before it crashed. Up the path, the blessed sight of a flare lights up the sky. The sheriff is angry and she's shooting, so they're okay. Barry is with her, and when Alan joins them, it evens the odds against the Taken encroaching on them. This is one of the best outcomes that he could have possibly hoped for. They still need to make the dangerous trek on foot to the dam, but at least they're okay. The dam is still a fair ways off, but there are stable and well-lit paths and stairs to mark the way, so at least they don't have to off-road it. They find an elevator to take them up the hillside to the top of the dam, where they'll find their entrance into the dam itself. It's a long ride up, and Wake tells them about Zane, who's more of a local cryptid than anything else. He left something behind for Alan, but what that could be, no one has any idea. At the door to the dam, Alan activates the door for the sheriff and Barry to go in, but as soon as they're separated, the dark presence blocks off the door. He has to make his way to another entrance all the way up at the top of the dam on foot. This is the most powerful that the dark presence has been thus far, and it puts the full weight of its indignant rage behind its attacks. As with any good story, the hero cannot be safe. The dangers must be real, tangible. There must be a real risk of death when he's fighting his foes. If the story isn't believable, if it isn't organic, isn't true to form, if it doesn't follow its own rules, then it doesn't work. By the time he's at the top, a full-on storm of darkness is swirling around the dam, throwing vehicles and infrastructure around like toys. But his friends are waiting for him. The elevator is ready to go, and once within, the darkness can't touch him. Within the well-lit room, within the box that Zane gave to Cynthia Weaver for safekeeping, were the writings of the old poet. As Alan read them, he recognized parts of his own childhood, things that Zane had written of. It's about his fear of the darkness when he was a child, and his mother's gift to him, the clicker. And then directions, to stand at the rim of Cauldron Lake, clicker in hand, and to jump. And at the bottom of the box is the clicker. Alan had given it to Alice a few years back, and here it is now. After Thomas Zane had returned to help save Alan Wake from that cabin, he had really taken care of everything. It's not known what gives the clicker its power to fight back against the darkness, or what that even means yet. It could be that whatever Alan writes gives it powers, it could be an altered item, it could be the collective thoughts of Zane, his mother, and Wake himself that make it powerful. But let's see what happens when Alan clicks the button, shall we? He knows that the story still needs an ending. The final page is still in the typewriter. He needs to see what it says, and he needs to do it alone. When Alan Wake leaves the dam, it's bright outside. Was it the clicker? If so, what a powerful item indeed. There are too many unknowns yet to be certain, so let us continue on and see what happens in this finale. As Alan drives, he takes time for introspection, to question his own sanity again and reevaluate what he's going to do. It's easier to do that now, when the sun is out and the chaos of the dark presence isn't looming. Things in the world seem to be right in the safety of the light. So what has he been doing all this time? But the first sign of trouble, to remind him of reality, comes within a tunnel where a blockade is set up, forcing him out of the car to travel on foot. His headache and flashing memories return, signaling that the dark presence is drawing near. It knows that Wake has knowledge and a weapon to use against it. No longer is it trying to regain control of him, it's going to do everything in its power to stop him from reaching the lake. In no time at all, darkness returns, as though it were night again, as though the reprieve of sunshine was purely temporary. He will need to find cars to steal and break into buildings to explore for supplies. He finds the motel where Agent Nightingale stayed at, and he takes a little break to explore his old dwellings and finger through all his things. I mean, wouldn't you? His room is a reflection of his poor mental state. Nightingale lost his mind after his partner vanished, when darkness entered his nightmares, and it showed him Alan Wake's face. When his life spiraled into fear and paranoia, he came here to find the source. He found Alan, he blamed him for everything, and lost it all in the end. There's not a lot of time that he can spend here, though. Alan needs to get moving. The longer he's on the road, the more jacked up things get. Cars clutter up bridges, fields are littered with burning debris, and shadows cast by the dark presence make the hills feel like they're moving, like the landscape is sickly or infected. He goes from highway to side roads, through old abandoned settlements, to a mining cart ride, up mountainsides, onto old trails, through a dark forest and a narrow gauntlet of almost certain death. But he finally reaches it, Cauldron Lake. Where Diver's Isle once lay is now a tornado, throwing boats and train cars and vehicles around like rag dolls. He has to dodge the debris, make harrowing jumps between platforms to reach the end of the dock. Once he's as close as he can possibly be, he unloads flares into the heart of the dark presence. And it works, it sends it away, but only briefly. It will gather its strength and return soon. He doesn't have much time left to act. He doesn't waste time monologuing or second-guessing anything that he is about to do. Alan Wake holds the clicker in his hand and he steps off the rocks, plunging down into the lake. When he awakens, it's in a panic. He's back home in New York and it's dark, just a strange, eerie green glow about everything. Alice is with him, but she speaks in a voice not completely human, and it's a far from convincing facade for a perfect evening. Alice is terrified of the dark, yet whatever this thing pretending to be her is, has no issue with it. It wants him to give up, to just go back to bed, stop looking for the clicker. It follows him around the apartment, getting in the way, being creepy and abrasive, using his wife's image. When he locates the clicker in the living room and turns it on, light floods into the room briefly, but with the light comes something else, what appears to be Thomas Zane in his diving suit. It tells him that he needs to get to the cabin. The dark presence will try to stop him. Its heart is made of darkness, and he must fill it with light, and then a double appears. And this is Mr. Scratch. Zane says that Wake's friends will meet him while he's gone. Mr. Scratch is Wake's evil counterpart. Every vile rumor or story that has ever been told or will be told of Alan, personified into a terrible being that will not be bound to the dark dimension. A killer, a sadist, a liar, a villain. But Alan doesn't know this. He thinks that Zane is helping him. Alan goes through to a strange place, tinted in green, swirling in darkness, covered in words that he lights up to reveal objects. He hears Alice's voice, saying words to him that she had never actually said. It's his deepest fears. She's leaving him. She loves someone else. He never loved her. He is a failure. Then he hears Barbara Jagger saying manipulative things to Thomas Zane. What the dark presence did to Zane, it's now doing to Wake, using someone else to control them, to hurt them, to bring them to heel. Wake hears the confrontation that took place between them when Zane cut out the heart of Barbara and found only darkness within her corpse. Then he finds the cabin, the place that Zane told him to find, and within the lady in black waits, the elderly Barbara Jagger, with a hole where her heart should be. It taunts Wake. It tells him of its age, of its power. It needs only find a new face to wear, someone else to dream them free of this place if he will not do it. Alan plunges his fist into the hole where her heart should be, and he turns on the clicker. It and the entire cabin is flooded with light. Barbara Jagger's form is cast away, nothing left behind. But this is not the end, oh no. Perhaps the ending of Volume 1, but there are far too many loose ends, too much story left to tell, too many adventures and torments for Alan Wake to experience in this dark universe. He can feel Alice's presence nearby. It's time to set her free. He knows how to finish departure. There needs to be balance. Everything has a price. Where Zane had tried to write himself a happy, self-serving ending, Alan must make compromises. There is a long journey still ahead of him. But for Alice, after all this time, she will simply swim to the surface of it all. She will emerge from Cauldron Lake the next morning, free from the darkness within it. Bright Falls itself will be okay. The townsfolk will have their Deerfest celebration. Soon the Federal Bureau of Control will arrive on site to carry out its secretive investigations. Things will be noted, archived, taken into possession, interviews carried out. The FBC will come to know well the dark presence, the shadow, as they call it. Within the investigation sector of the old house, a Bright Falls AWE section was created to house all their evidence and items of interest. Emil Hartman will be of particular interest. He wanted to join forces with the FBC to study the lake and its potential, but the FBC had no interest. In fact, they found him in violation of the Ash Act, which states that parties who engage in tactics to utilize paranatural forces for their own benefit are to be prosecuted. He was eventually released after being deemed a low-level threat, but he refused to give up. As it was to be written by Alan Wake himself, eventually Hartman took a diving trip of his own, down into Cauldron Lake, where he sort of died. Hartman came face to face with the dark presence and was taken by it to be a puppet. Thankfully, the FBC had been surveilling him and knew what he had done. They retrieved Hartman from the lake, and what came out was called Shadow Hartman. It was taken to the oldest house, to the Bright Falls AWE section of the investigation sector, and locked away. Alice Wake was taken to the oldest house as well for interview, but she had very little to offer the FBC. She had been touched by the darkness of that place. She was a conduit for it, but she was quite innocent of the whole thing. But the thing that had been Hartman, it sensed Alice Wake, and it sensed Alan Wake through her. And the author wrote that she would be long gone before the consequences of that took place. Eventually, the thing that had been Hartman broke out of its containment, and the Bright Falls AWE section of the investigation sector had to be evacuated and locked down just to keep Hartman there. No one ever found Alan, though. Mr. Scratch appeared a few times, had some run-ins with Wake in the dark universe that he found himself in. But for the waking world of Earth, for Alan's family and friends, it was just sort of passed off that he had died. Alan Wake was no more, drowned in the lake. But in that dark place, Alan continued to plot, to write. He knew that he had to stop the dark presence. To save himself, to be free of this place, he would need a hero. He could not create people, he could not create events, create paranatural entities, but he could write events which would bring them together, perhaps sooner than otherwise would have happened. The invaders. They would be paranatural, beings of hostile resonance. They would speak in random nonsensical sentences, words cut together. Just plastic. You want to dream. Repeat the word. Baby, 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 yeah. Orange peel. You are home. Their invasion would bring a crisis. Staff missing, life lost, a director gone. And with that would rise a hero, a call, reaching to them from a dark place. In the year 2019, the writings of Alan Wake came to pass when a young woman named Jessie Faden, a para-utilitarian, felt a calling to be at a very certain spot in New York City at a very specific time. After a very long silence, suddenly the resonance being Polaris would return to give her visions, to give her directions, her guiding star. At this place she was meant to be, she would become powerful. She would become the hero that Alan Wake would need in the future. Say hello to your new director of the Federal Bureau of Control. Really, this story is just beginning. For years, Jessie Faden was alone. Polaris was quiet. Doctors had tried to convince her that what had happened at her hometown, ordinary, it was just an industrial accident. Her parents and her brother were dead, but she never believed it. She knew that they were wrong. She never doubted herself, what she saw, and what she felt. So she ran. She kept moving. The Federal Bureau of Control always kept tabs on her, was always watching from the shadows, a gaze that Jessie felt but she couldn't quite pinpoint. But they let her live her own life. Director Zachariah Trench never ordered her brought in. Dr. Casper Darling was content with her brother, Dylan Faden, as a research subject, a participant in the Prime Candidate program. But as the author Alan Wake wrote it to be, Polaris would return to give Jessie Faden guidance when the time was right. Jessie knew that she needed to be in New York City at a very certain location at a very specific time. She didn't know precisely why. She knew it had something to do with her brother and her past, but the specifics didn't matter. Her guiding star was always true. But we must know and understand what happened at the FBC just before her arrival, what Wake did and did not influence, so that all of this makes sense. Using the slide projector altered item taken from the town of Ordinary, expeditions had been carried out into the only remaining slide, the one labeled Hand, the homeworld of Polaris. The FBC called it Slidescape 36. It was a desert world, one so completely infused with resonance that sound didn't exist there. A number of agents died during those expeditions from exposure to that immense resonance. From that slide, they brought something back, another paranatural entity that Dr. Darling called Hedron. The easiest way to look at Hedron is that it's like the broadcasting antenna of Polaris. It's its own entity, its own physical being, and it's not where Polaris came from, but Polaris can transmit from Hedron. Hedron was the original conduit that passed Polaris on to Jessie. Polaris was strongest when close to Hedron, yet the two were not codependent. A very special holding area was created to house Hedron within the oldest house, and Dr. Darling became absolutely fixated on it. He thought it was the greatest discovery ever made by the FBC. Darling exposed himself to more and more of Hedron's resonance, and while it didn't harm him, he began to see things, and it frightened him. He believed Hedron was trying to tell him something, to warn him of something. Darling became aware of another source of resonance, something that would doom all of them if it reached them. He became paranoid and obsessed with stopping it. Darling created HRAs, Hedron Resonance Amplifiers, personal shields against this insidious resonance that he so feared was coming. So long as someone was wearing their HRA, they would be as safe as possible. But many within the FBC thought it was ridiculous. They refused to wear it, and were combative with Dr. Darling and his secrets. Darling was many things, and poor communicator was certainly one of them. His erratic behavior and insistence on withholding information made him a hard man to trust. But the beginning of the end came when director Zachariah Trench, Dr. Darling's best friend, was exposed to the hostile resonance. They didn't realize that this hostile resonance was within Slidescape 36, the homeworld of Hedron and Polaris. The paranatural entities had stopped it from leaving that place, but it still impacted Zachariah Trench. As a result, Trench and Darling came to conflict with one another, each under very different sources of stress, impacted by very different types of resonance, and each experiencing very different paranoias. Darling was under the effect of Hedron's resonance, and he wanted to protect the FBC from the hostile resonance. Meanwhile, Trench, under the effects of the hostile resonance, wanted to protect the FBC from Hedron's resonance. It was Director Trench that drew blood first. Under the maddening effects of the hostile resonance, he went to where the slide projector was being stored, and he took it. No one knew where he took it, but he took with him a very specific burnt slide, and he put it into the slide projector. It opened a doorway to the homeworld of what would eventually become known as the Hiss. Remember, Alan Wake knew that to stop the dark presence, to save himself, to possibly save the world, to be free from the dark place, he would need a hero. He could not create people, he could not create events, create paranatural entities, but he could write the events that would bring them together, perhaps sooner than otherwise would have happened. The invaders would be paranatural, beings of hostile resonance. They would speak in random, nonsensical sentences, words cut together. Just plastic. You want to dream. Repeat the word. Baby, 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 yeah. Orange peel. You are home. Trench believed that releasing the Hiss would save the Bureau, that it would save them all. Control points around the oldest house were taken over by the Hiss. Shifts began to occur. Employees without HRAs were infected by them and taken over. Most would just chant Alan Wake's Dadaist poem, suspended in the air like puppets. Other employees would change, turn dangerous and hostile to all around them. Dr. Darling himself was already gone. He knew that he would be before the terrible events began. He never shared what Hedron told him. He didn't seem to know what would happen, but Dr. Darling, he vanished completely. And Trench, after he released the hiss, returned to his office and shot himself with this service weapon, the object of power. The oldest house went into complete lockdown, no one in or out. Everything quarantined, everything isolated. Some survivors managed to get to safe areas awaiting something, anything. When Jessie Faden arrived at that spot in New York City, what she found before her was a building quite out of place. Jessie Faden saw the oldest house, a proverbial blind spot for all who passed it by. No one just sees the oldest house unless they know to see the oldest house. It's a place out of existence that's in plain sight, and she sees it. Jessie Faden enters the oldest house completely on her own. The lockdown does not apply to her, and inside, there's not a soul to be seen. No one responds to her calls, and the first clue of something amiss are words on a really retro old monitor. Internal lockdown in effect. Building lockdown in effect. Multiple containment breaches detected. Multiple building shifts detected. Head of research override. HRA protocol activated. Exploring around, she recognizes the seal of the FBC. She saw it a long time ago, and she has seen it in her dreams. She feels that she's been looking for this place for years, never knowing that it was hiding in plain sight until now. Then an interesting character appears, Audie, the janitor. But there's something unusual about him, isn't there? Why is the janitor completely unbothered and continuing his cleaning duties while this building is on emergency lockdown? Well, Audie is a paranatural entity that plays by his own rules. He just sort of appeared within the oldest house a very long time ago, and he takes care of it. For a while, the FBC tried to figure Audie out, but after a few, incidents, it was ordered that the faculty leave Audie alone. So his true nature, his power, his wants, all that are a bit of a mystery. But he greets Jessie as his assistant. She's here about the new job, right? She needs to go to the interview. Take the elevator. Tell them that he sent her. And while she thinks about him being a friendly face, Audie comments aloud on her own internal monologue. There is something very special about this fellow. But there's apparently an interview that needs to take place, so there's no time to waste. Jessie speaks to Polaris as though they're old friends. Polaris is a comfort, a helper, a confidant. Jessie only wants to find her brother Dylan. She'll walk into hell if it means finding him, and this is where she needs to be. The elevator has taken her to the corridors outside the office of the director, and inside she finds a dead man, a gun beside him. Polaris tells her to pick up the weapon, which Jessie is really uncertain of. That's probably the murder weapon. Is it really wise to handle it? After a great deal of hesitation, she does it. She picks up the object of power, not knowing what she's doing. This is her first test. The board is aware of her presence and begins processing her application. While they compute, she holds the gun to her own head, awaiting their judgment. They allow her into the astral plane to see if she can walk it, to see if she can utilize paranatural energies. There, the gun is waiting for her, and an order from the board to control it. She puts her hand on it once again, and for a moment they struggle, but it's ever so brief. The service weapon binds to her, and she shoots down the obstacles that are placed before her by the board. She has passed their test. Jessie Faden will be the new director of the Federal Bureau of Control. The board congratulates her on her appointment, and then she sees Zachariah Trench. He has a message about a coming threat and the duty of the director to keep the Bureau safe. Though she has been chosen, this doesn't mean that she understands. This is a strange new world that she's entering, but she's happy. Happy to be here. Beyond the doors of her new office, she sees her foe, wearing the skin of its victims. The hiss, the reason for the lockdowns. It immediately attacks her and tries to overtake her, infect her, another victim. And it hurts Jessie, it terrifies her, it's all-consuming. But Polaris steps in. Polaris stops it. Like Hedron's resonance via the HRA's kept its wearer safe, Polaris will keep Jessie safe from hostile resonance of the hiss. She got a taste of it though, and to her, it was horror. The service weapon will also keep her safe for now, to cut through the hiss in the oldest house. Occasionally the dead man, Zachariah Trench, he speaks to her, giving her directions. He says to find the hotline, whatever that is. This whole place is weird on a new level. For example, her photo is already framed as the director of the FBC. Some things can be explained. Dr. Darling's special little videos, his introductions to paranatural topics, they help fill in some of the blanks. They explain words, terminology, the rules that this place plays by, but for the most part, she'll have to figure out things as she goes. In Central Executive, an inverted triangle hangs over something that seems to be emitting hiss resonance, and from it emerges a hiss-infected ranger, a once agent with the FBC trained to handle thresholds and to go on expeditions, a dangerous foe protecting the area. Once it's dead, the dead man Zachariah Trench appears again, ordering her to cleanse control points, which must be what this is, a control point. She has no idea what cleansing it means, but with Polaris' help, Jessie is able to send away the hiss infestation here. With the control point under her control, the walls stop moving, the halls will remain stationary, and while those infected by the hiss still remain, the hostile resonance cannot claim any new victims. From a nearby shelter comes a voice, calling Jessie over, asking who she is, if she's sane, if she's with the Bureau. And Jessie is all too happy to make the acquaintance of someone who's not off their rocker. And this is Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant. Jessie gives her name after a brief deliberation on whether or not she should lie about it. Pope already knows that she is the new director, and this is wonderful news. She wastes no time in getting her up to speed. They decide on officially calling the hostile resonance the hiss, like the sound of poison gas leaking in. They share as much as they can. Emily explains the lockdown, the importance of the HRAs for protection. Jessie explains that the old director is dead. She has a service weapon now, and that Trench keeps appearing to her with directions. Pope asks her to try cleansing the people, to see if she can push the hiss out of the living, like a paranatural resonance exorcism of some sort. And Jessie gives it a try, but no good. It won't work. It kills the person. So those who have been infected by the hiss, they really are lost. The two women chat for a while, exchange as much information as they can. Jessie doesn't really know Emily Pope yet, but she likes her, so she talks to her about where she's from, Ordinary. The FBC was involved in the incident, and she's been searching for this place for a very long time. But she holds back on talking about Dylan. Pope has spent a lot of her time here in the dark. Remember, Dr. Darling was a poor sharer of knowledge, a terrible communicator, and she couldn't get classified information. But she can start digging since there's no one around to object to that anymore. They need to know more about all of this, and she is just the intrepid mind that they need to find that information. Pope urges her to go find the hotline, the director's line to the board. If the old director has been telling Jessie to do that, then they need to listen. Right now, the hotline is in the communications department through the mailroom, but she warns Jessie that the head of communications, Tomasi, he probably didn't have an HRA on, so there will probably be trouble when she arrives. Emily Pope will be an open book, a researcher, a full support character, and a confidant for Jessie. When things seem murky or unclear, she can return to Pope for clarification and insights. Topics like the origins of the hiss, information about the oldest house, who Trench was, what objects of power are, what the HRAs do. But for now, time to go find that hotline. There's no small number of bodies strewn along the hallways to the communications department. And there's loads of hiss. Their nonsense sentences and babbling is grating, and that you can't make sense of it adds to the frustration. It's just noise, there's no real message being sent. This will be her new norm, but retaking control points and pushing the hiss out will bring a bit of safety and quiet to each area that she can reclaim. En route, she finds her first object of power being controlled by the hiss, and based on Pope's guidance and notes that she's found, she knows that she needs to cleanse it, just like the control points. It's an old floppy disk, and since she is the director and objects of power gain their power from the board in the astral plane, she is able to touch it once it is cleansed. Broderick Northmore, the director before Zachariah Trench, he did this a lot. He took abilities from objects of power, and although he was a powerful para-utilitarian, he didn't have the defenses that Polaris provides to Jessie, and he was intrinsically a little greedy. Northmore took it to such an extreme that he had to take an early retirement. From the floppy, Jessie learned how to pull in and launch things. She can use them like projectiles, and Jessie will find many objects of power as she goes that she can take abilities from. This is just one of many. Before she leaves the astral plane, her training ground, the board warns her that the hiss are seeking the astral plane. She does find the head of communications, Tomasi, in the mailroom, and he is a new type of hiss. He can fly, he's fast, he's hyper-aggressive. Once Jessie whittles his health down, he has the sense to leave the area. She's proving herself to be an extremely capable director. Past the mailroom is the chamber holding the hotline, and it's ringing. But there's no path to the chamber itself. The ghost man, Zachariah Trench. He appears to tell her about the Ocean View Motel, a place of dream logic. He tells her light switch cord, then door with black pyramid. That's all the guidance that she needs from him. She finds a light switch cord and she follows the directions posted for how to use it. The law of 3 applies, and on the 3rd pull, she is taken to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. This place is like a hub, connecting different places, dimensions, realities. It's dream logic. Where the doors lead to can change, but the motel itself is the same. It's a place of power. The motel and the light switch cord are somehow linked, connected. But much like the oldest house, this place of power plays by its own rules, and they're nigh impossible to really pin down. But the door with the black pyramid, the symbol of the board, that is her goal. It will lead her to where she needs to go, in this case, the hotline. If in the future she has a different need, then it will lead her to that other place. She finds the key to the door in one of the back rooms and gets on her way. And while she's not in any danger walking around the motel, it's not a place to be snooping around, not a place to try forcing doors open. In the room that she has been allowed access, there's another cord. 3 pulls and it takes her to the hotline chamber walkway. This is for the FBC director only. And that hotline, it's still ringing. On the other end is the board, and they have another challenge for her. In this astral plane arena, the hotline is ringing on the other side. She needs to reach it. She needs to get through a miniature obstacle course patrolled by some really nasty paranatural energies. Picking up the ringing phone once again grants her a reward. First, a crash course on objects of power and the hotline from Dr. Darling himself, and then a fully realized message from former director Zachariah Trench, an echo of him in life. This time, telling her that the director needs a team. She cannot function as a lone entity. She needs trusted staff, capable of handling the many secrets of the FBC alongside her. He tells her who he trusted, people that she should find if they're still alive. The hotline will be accessible to her at all times now. She can listen to messages from Trench, and she will have direct contact with the board and the astral plane. Trench gave her some names, people that she needs to track down. Her best course of action will be returning to Emily Pope. Pope is all too happy to hear about Jesse's adventures. They share information about Trench's old management team, what they know so far about their fates. Their best bet for help in getting to the bottom of this is Trench's head of operations, Helen Marshall. She is a tough woman, former CIA, leader of the Rangers. She went to the research sector to secure HRA production and she never came back. That will be Jesse's next target. Because of the lockdown, she can't just waltz around the oldest house though. Directorial override can be done in the maintenance sector. If she can get that done, then she will be able to go to other parts of the oldest house. Walking down the hallway towards the elevator, a familiar melodic voice suddenly chimes in. It's Audie, the supposed janitor. He tells his assistant that he would like for her to meet him in maintenance, and no one would dare ignore a request from Audie, so of course she will. And Jesse is well aware that Audie is not human, he is a part of this place. She's not sure anymore if it was Polaris or Audie that got her in the front door through the lockdown. It sort of feels like Audie made the elevator that took her to executive just appear. But he's a friendly face in her book. She has no fear of Audie. She reclaims some control points, kills a number of Hiss infected on her way, cleanses an object of power, watches an episode of The Threshold Kids, and finds Audie in his office. He's as happy as Audie can be to have a new assistant. Jesse asks him if he can help her with the override, and of course he can. Easy peasy, it's just around the corner, actually. But first he wants her to do some work. You see, there's a vermin problem that he needs her to handle. Whatever it is has already mucked up the cooling pumps and power generators of the power plant. Remember, the power plant is the NSC, the Northmore sarcophagus container. It is literally where Broderick Northmore has taken his retirement. The man was an unstable, ticking time bomb of paranatural powers. If the NSC is destabilized or if it blows up, they can all kiss their asses goodbye. Audie is going on vacation soon, he says. There are side jobs on the task board that she can take to help out around the oldest house if she wants. He gives her a key to the power plant and off she goes to find this vermin problem that Audie once handled. The NSC power plant is massive. There is still faculty here defending it from the Hiss. Thankfully they all had HRAs on. Jesse cleanses a nearby control point and makes the acquaintance of Chief Simon Arish, FBC Security. He's been the lead here since this whole Hiss invasion thing began. The head of security, Salvador, he vanished when things went to hell. All the folks down here really know about the NSC is to keep it under a certain temperature, it's the power source for the Bureau, and to never open it. His crews have been trying to do repairs on the pumps and the generators, but they keep getting shot at by the Hiss. They can't get anything done. They need help. He said that Dr. Darling seemed to know that this place would be a target for the Hiss, but he never really explained himself. They were as prepared as they could be with the information that they had. Jesse goes all around the sector, repairing coolant pumps and energy converters, killing Hiss, cleansing control points, unclogging pipes of paranatural turds, and doing odd jobs for Audie. It is a hell of a series of tasks, and she ticks them off one by one. Once the power plant is safe and secured, she goes to the NCS control room where the directorial override is. The service weapon itself is the key, ensuring that only the director can perform this task. And just like that, easy peasy, the lockdown is lifted. And she herself is well equipped to handle whatever may come. Time to finally get back to Emily Pope and scheme another plan. Back in the executive sector, Jesse opens up to Pope a bit more about why she's actually here. She didn't come here to be the director. She came here looking for her brother, Dylan Faden. She talks about Ordinary, the slide projector, how the slides open doorways, and she takes her chances telling Pope about Polaris. Jesse tells her that after the slide projector incident, the FBC arrived and tried to take both her and her brother away. She escaped. Dylan didn't. It's a leap of faith trusting Pope like this, but she is attentive, inquisitive, and supportive. She doesn't know about what happened at Ordinary, about the slide projector, about Dylan. It was all far too classified for her position. After Jesse first mentioned it, she tried to find information, but there wasn't much about it. She knows that both Trench and Darling were directly involved, and, well, both of them are gone now. There's something in the containment sector reserved for the Ordinary AWE, but she doesn't know what's actually left in there. While Pope wasn't able to access classified files regarding Ordinary, she was able to monitor Jesse and run some tests on her para-utilitarian abilities, and she found it closely matched a case file coded P6, which she recognized as a prime candidate mark. It was alongside a file marked Hedron, which relates to the HRAs, which Helen Marshall went to secure after the Hiss attacked. So, again, Marshall is their best lead. And with the lockdown now lifted, Jesse can finally reach her in the research sector. And now it's just an elevator ride away. The oldest house truly is a wonder. Like, how do the trees grow here? Who planted them? How long has it been here? It's a strangely lovely place and lots of vegetation to enjoy alongside the raging Hiss infected. She needs to find parapsychology, and it's quite a venture roaming the halls to try to locate it. This place is absolutely massive. There were a number of questionable choices made by higher-ups that are made very clear in research, namely stingy budgets and carelessness with human lives. It was the Wild West of study and development, but a lot of people got hurt or killed in the process of studying paranatural energies and things from the astral plane. What's happened with the Hiss? Well, it was only a matter of time. When you play with fire, eventually you're gonna get burned. Jesse makes contact with Marshall first via an intercom, and hearing the name Faden sparks interest in Marshall. She sends Jesse an elevator, and finally the two of them meet. Marshall knows that a new director means that Trench is dead, and she's very no-nonsense, to the point about it. She tells the new director that they need to secure the HRA production area if they're going to make it out of this, but they haven't been able to break through the Hiss forces. Jesse volunteers to clear it out, not that she really has a choice. She sort of feels like Marshall is testing her on this, but Marshall promises that once the Hiss are gone, they will talk more. Specifically, they'll talk more about Dylan. The director is meant to be the last line of defense for the Bureau. That Jesse is having to do all of this means that things are beyond dire, but as is her duty as the director, she must do everything within her power to safeguard the Bureau and the people in it, even if it means breaking her own bones and bleeding out. It's one hell of a fight to retake the sector, but the director manages to clear out most of the Hiss and reclaim its control points. The walls stop moving, no more Hiss can move in, and Marshall's team can get to work, further securing the oldest house. Jesse moves her way down to Dr. Darling's old HRA lab, gets it open, and waits for Marshall to meet her down there. It takes a beat to get the HRA machine back online. Nothing here is easy. A special material called black rock is used to make the HRAs. And unfortunately, Darling's machines aren't the most dependable. Once they get it on, it breaks the black rock prism. They'll need more of them from the processing site down in maintenance to get the machine working again. A job only suited for the new director. Before she goes, Jesse mentions her brother, that she's been looking for him here. But Marshall says that right now there are more important things to worry about, namely the lives of her employees. And Jesse is willing to concede that for now she's right. Dylan will have to wait until this task is taken care of. So, she tells Marshall of Emily Pope's base and executive, and off she goes. Thankfully, she's been through maintenance before. She knows exactly how to get there. It's a quick run back, and then there are clear signs directing her toward the Black Rock processing area. Of course, there are plenty of other side missions to pursue and objects of power to find, but it always leads back to that main objective. And getting there is surprisingly dangerous. It requires going around some really heavy machinery, and then a trip through the Ocean View Motel. Getting the key requires some tidying up, making the rooms all look the same. It's gotta look nice and professional after all. She gets her key, goes back to the door with the black pyramid on it, pulls the cord 3 times, and continues on her long, convoluted way. Nothing here is ever easy. She comes across a friendly face, Chief Arish and some of his crew. She talks to her a bit about what she's up to, and he says that Dr. Darling's lab is just past processing. And that's just down the hall, except some hiss monster has decided to set up residence there, so, yeah, that's a problem. But he's honest and says that they've just been treading water here. Hiss just keeps showing up around the sectors that haven't had their control points reclaimed. He's losing men, he can't help her in this. It's only a matter of time before they lose ground, so Jesse tells him to gather up his men and get back up to Executive where Emily Pope is, and soon where Helen Marshall will be. They'll be safe there. They can regroup and re-strategize. She will continue on to deal with that monster and then find the prisms. When she gets into the processing area, there's no monster about. There are corpses, but it's quiet. She does manage to find some of the Black Rock prism, but they've all been shattered. Something broke them quite intentionally. And what that is finally appears. It's a monster, a hiss quite unlike anything that she has seen before. It's hard to see and even harder to hit. It's no wonder it took out so many of Arish's men. Jesse manages to handle it, but now the issue of finding more Black Rock prisms. She goes through Dr. Darling's lab, learns that the rocks came from a quarry beyond a threshold, and from the sounds of it, it's a pretty stable threshold. She should be able to just walk right through it, so that dig site will be her next stop. As she rides the elevator down to the threshold site and runs through the halls, she admits to herself that, for as dangerous as this is, she's having the time of her life. Even with all the death and the horror and the unexplained, she doesn't want to leave. She's happy doing this. She feels like she was meant to do this. For the first time in her life, she feels like she belongs someplace. The threshold to the Black Rock Quarry is really just like a hallway. There's nothing unusual about it other than one step you're on normal concrete and the next you're on Black Rock. It's like this place belongs here. The hiss are, as always, a bit of an issue. Traversal is a bit dangerous, but the dig site makes it all worth it. It's like looking into an alien galaxy. It defies explanation and reason, and yet here it is. And of course the FBC is digging around through it like a bunch of excited toddlers with Tonka trucks. Jesse clears the excavation area of Hiss. She sets off some charges, blows up some of the Black Rock, and claims a new prism for the FBC. She can only carry one with her for now. Faculty will need to come collect the rest later, but for now it's back to Executive to speak with Helen Marshall. With the prism in their possession, HRA production can finally begin. And Marshall is straight to the point about her brother. A deal is a deal, after all. She tells Jesse that her brother is here and confirms what Emily Pope suspected. He was P6, a prime candidate. He was being groomed to be the next director, and he was damn talented. They had high hopes for him. But as he got older, he changed. He became violent. He wasn't cut out to be the director. And this makes Jesse question Polaris. Did the entity know about this? Did she intentionally withhold this information? Did she keep Jesse away on purpose? Marshall informs Jesse that Dylan is in the containment sector, in a cell of the Panopticon. Marshall says that she needs to leave to go check on something, to make sure that Hiss don't find it and touch it. She doesn't disclose to the director where she's going. Great communicator, just like Darling apparently. The Bureau is in Jesse's care while she's away. And she issues a final warning to Jesse. Dylan is dangerous. Do not let him out. The duality of how she has been treated versus Dylan's treatment leaves her confused. She doesn't know if she's a friend or a foe to these people who have so easily accepted her, yet they imprisoned her brother. And aren't they the same? Before she goes, Jesse checks in with Pope, learns more about the faculty and side missions, namely more about an extremely demanding and difficult woman named Dr. Rhea Underhill. She was researching an extra-dimensional mold before the Hiss invasion started. She hasn't been heard from, and Pope would like for Jesse to drop in and check on her sometime, if time allows. And she will, eventually. She'll learn all about the absolute maddening narcissism of Rhea Underhill. Pope also explains the practical use for Black Rock. It's useful for containing altered items. It's used a lot in building projects. They could use it for so much more though, like armor and weapons, if they experimented with it. She's got a lot of good ideas, but most of them were hindered by her boss, Dr. Darling. She does have some sort of mad scientist ideas about using Hiss resonance for genetic alterations, so she might need to be wrangled. They talk for a while, and then the director takes her leave. It's time to move on to the Panopticon. Director Trench sort of chimes in via the hotline to give her a rundown on the importance of the Panopticon and the dangers that it holds. Altered items are not to be taken lightly. They're to be respected and contained. As director, this is a vital task for her to oversee. She must understand the importance of it. They're contained, but they're not controlled, and they don't want to be controlled. The containment sector is not doing well. There aren't many survivors or holdouts in the shelters. There are a few sorry souls that she can aid, but she needs to be quick. There's plenty else to be done. On a monitor outside the Panopticon, she sees a surveillance feed. The P6 cell has been breached, but by what isn't clear on the feed. Once at the entrance of the prison itself, Jessie makes the acquaintance of a very strange fellow, Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. He initially assumes that the new director is here for a tour, even though it is a very bad time for a tour. He's kind of oblivious, but he knows the altered items here well. He's a good warden, just really poor people skills. Langston knows who Dylan is. His cell is on the upper level in maximum security. There's currently an object of power on the loose, the Benikoff TV. The head of security, Lynn Salvador, took a team in to try to contain it, but chances are they're long dead or hiss-infected. Langston can tell her more about his job, the rituals that keep the altered items happy, about objects of power, and his thoughts on Zachariah Trench. But at the end of the day, the only way she's really going to know what's waiting for her is to just go in and see. There are plenty of hiss to be dealt with in here. Tough bastards, too. But there are also several altered items that she can sort of sightsee and learn about. Very mundane-looking things, like a mail deposit box and a simple picnic basket, and a refrigerator that, God, a poor guy has to stare at non-stop since this whole debacle began because Langston forgot to send his replacement, and if he looks away it might kill him or break loose or God knows what. But that object of power is on the 4th floor. Stay on track. There are non-hostile, hiss-infected personnel floating around it, chanting that nonsense babble that they love so much. Objects of power are directly tied to the astral plane, specifically to the board. But this particular one has been infected by the hiss. And as was expected, the same thing happened to Lynn Salvador and his team. They were infected. They tried to contain the TV, but they lost their lives to the hiss in the process. To cleanse the TV, she will need to get through them, and it is a rough fight. Salvador was no slouch. Thankfully, this is a fight that she wins, but just barely. Once she gets her hands on the object of power and she cleanses it of the hiss, she's taken into another test in the astral plane. She's done a number of these now, but this time she gets the power of levitation, which just makes Jessie Faden that much cooler. She can glide and float now, like a real-life superhero. That will make getting around so much faster too. And now she can finally get to that P6 holding cell to search for her brother. She knew his cell had been breached, but she was still hopeful that Dylan would be here. What she finds is a destroyed holding cell and plenty of corpses. Dylan is gone. In a panic, she calls Emily Pope to tell her what's happened, and Pope says that Dylan just walked in. He's in the executive sector with her. He claims that he's been affected by the hiss, but he's different. He's giving himself up. He peacefully submits to a new holding cell, to isolation, and he's waiting for his sister to arrive. Jessie has waited 17 years for this. She gives the P6 holding cell a once-over and then starts running back through the Panopticon. En route, she passes an altered item holding room that catches her attention. It's just a blank sheet of paper, but then she sees a man, similar to how she saw the echo of Zachariah Trench when she first arrived. He's typing, talking about where fiction ends and reality begins. Where he is, it's all the same. From a nearby containment procedure outline, she learns that the mystery writer might be linked to another AWE from 2010 that took place in Bright Falls, some guy named Alan Wake. She does stop to check on the refrigerator guy, lets Langston know that he messed up just forgetting about the poor dude like that. Jessie goes to help him to give him some relief, but before she can get in the room, his concentration breaks and he gets cleft in twain. Poor guy was just doing his job. But now Jessie is looking at it and she can't just leave. It might try to get her or break loose or something. So she gets hands-on and she cleanses the altered item, but inside of it is a stowaway, a paranatural entity, the former. When it speaks, it sounds like the board, but she can't quite understand it. And he is a spicy meatball that picks a big old fight with the new director. She puts him in his place, as is her job, but it leaves a lot of questions. Was the former once part of the board and he got kicked out? Sounds like there may have been some real prima donnas in the mix. Not even the astral plane is free of drama, apparently. The board chimes in itself, saying that they realize the former is back, but they're not with the board anymore. Sorry, we know nothing. Also, it's competition, so sabotage the former any chance you get. Don't believe his lies. We're cooler. If you ever help the former, we'll make sure you never work in this industry again. Well, anyways, back to executive to finally see Dylan. First, she sits with Pope, and the researcher immediately begins informing her of what she's observed within Dylan. He has clearly been affected by the hiss, but he's different from anything else that she's seen. Something else is at play here, be it Polaris or maybe genetics. He's clearly been impacted, but he's controlling himself. Pope warns her to be careful, and then Jessie is finally off to speak with her little brother. When she enters the room that he's being held in, he doesn't immediately respond to her. At first, she seems happy to have found him after all these years, but then reality sinks in. He's trapped in his hiss babble and floating like a non-hostile infected. When she calls to him, asks if he knows her, his feet touch the ground and he makes eye contact, something that no other hiss infected has done before, and then he speaks. But he doesn't acknowledge her as though they're siblings. He speaks of Dylan Faden as though he were another person, as though this is someone or something entirely different. He says that because of Trench and Darling, he is simply P6, not Dylan. The hiss made him better. And then the babble begins, just an outburst, a show of presence. But he says that he likes to say those words. He wants to say them, and doesn't she want to say them too? When Jessie retreats to Polaris to ask her for help, Dylan senses that Polaris is here. Long ago, he rejected her. He began to see her as an enemy, and feeling Polaris here now enrages him. After another outburst, he recounts his memory of how Jessie and her brother found Polaris and of what happened within Ordinary. He holds one hell of a grudge against Polaris for not giving him powers and protection like Jessie, for not getting him out of here. When he reverts back to his hiss babble, it's like he's doing it for comfort, to calm his rage, and then he returns to speak. He informs the director that the Bureau itself opened up the door to the hiss, using the slide projector. This was all their own doing. Though he doesn't say who specifically did it, somewhere within the oldest house, the slide projector is still going. It's an open door and the hiss are coming through it. She needs to find it and shut it off. He tells her that the hiss freed him from Polaris, freed him from the Bureau. The FBC is just using her, she's like a puppet. It would be better if she just let the hiss in too, but she needs to see the sins of the Bureau within the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. He gives her the credentials to get through, and she agrees just to appease him, but she smells just a load of horse crap coming from him. She'll go look for the slide projector, but that's it. Jessie speaks with Pope briefly to inform her of what she knows and what she intends to do. Regardless of the consequences, she's going to turn off the slide projector, stop the corruption at its source, and then deal with the fallout. And while Pope doesn't really like her doing something that they can't prepare for, she agrees to help in any way that she can. It is the director's call, regardless of her own feelings. She does go to the Prime Candidate program area to see what Dylan wanted her to see, because maybe it will help her find the slide projector. And it turns out that there's a lot of creepy information about her here. The FBC had been tracking her since Ordinary, planting people into her life, obtaining private information, monitoring her movements, evaluating her from afar as a Prime Candidate. Along with it are notes from Casper Darling himself talking about Ordinary and Dylan's growth. It's hard to hear him speak about Dylan and not just hate Darling. They raised a monster and they took very little responsibility. It was in the pursuit of knowledge and a better future, sure, but it cost lives. It ruined lives. And when Dylan was deemed a failed experiment, he was put into a holding cell. But even knowing all of this, it doesn't really faze Jessie. She's a tough one. None of this changes that the slide projector still needs to be shut off. None of this is the fault of the current FBC personnel. The ones who caused all this are the good old boys, the monsters of the past, and she can do better. Someone has to be better than these people. She confirms what Pope had told her earlier, that within the containment sector is an entire closed-off section dedicated to the Ordinary AWE. The slide projector must be in there, which means that the end is finally within reach. There are a few different AWE sites stored within the containment sector. Spicy morsels for another time. Thankfully, the Ordinary AWE site is very clearly marked, if a little complicated to actually reach. And the place is a big mess, not nearly as well put together as other parts of the oldest house. This place might have had minimal staffing at best. It wasn't a high-traffic area, at least not by the looks of it. At the heart of the site, she finds a miniature recreation of her hometown, of Ordinary. It's a very strange thing to have been built and then just left. And then down a few hallways, she finds the literal Ordinary garbage dump. The entire thing was relocated here 17 years ago, after the AWE. Researching, studying, to recreate the environment that the slide projector ran in, they pulled this off in complete secrecy, moved an entire town's dump into some building in the middle of New York City, which is pretty impressive. While there are plenty of his to deal with, there's no slide projector here. It doesn't seem to be anywhere around here, actually. It's not until she finally tracks down an old video log from Dr. Darling that she knows where to go. He had set up a brand new department after Hedron had been discovered, but before it actually had been brought over into Earth, dimensional research in the research sector. The slide projector was transferred there. The Ordinary site was left as is once that decision was made, thus why there wasn't really a lot going on in this place. Now, the thing about dimensional research, to reach it, you have to go through the ashtray maze. Now, if you're not equipped to go through the ashtray maze, then you're not getting through it. And Jesse is not equipped, but good old Audie has left a message for anybody who needs to go through. Contact him if you do, because after all, the janitor always has the keys. His office was in maintenance, and hopefully he's still there because he had mentioned going on vacation soon, and it would be a shame to miss him before he took off. Well, sadly, he's not in his office when she arrives, but he left another message, or rather a message painting thing, himself in a towel at a lakeside. Touching it plays that message that he's off on vacation, but his assistant will take care of the oldest house while he's away. He left behind little visions and humming for her to follow. It leads her through maintenance, to a light switch cord, back to the Ocean View Motel, which is looking a little gross around the edges. This time she goes into the janitor's room rather than the Black Pyramid door, and she finds another cord, which takes her to the Black Rock Quarry. It's like she's on a wild goose chase with a slightly bored middle-aged European man, but a restricted area has been opened up for her. It leads down deep into presumably the Black Rock depths, and everything here is weirdly symmetrical. It's not natural or wild. It's kind of uncomfortable to look at all the pillars stretched out neatly into nothing. But this is where Audie has been leading her, and a good assistant doesn't question their boss. She winds up at what looks like an old base camp. Images of Audie's vacation start appearing alongside his grunting and self-talk. He certainly is a strange one. He eventually appears, though, playfully asking if she had missed him, or if she got piss in her sock. Well, he's well-meaning, and he tells her that it's all right if she interrupts his vacation. He knows that she needs help. He gives to her a cassette player and tells her that the song in it will get her through the maze so that she can go do her job, and then back to vacation time. But as for the director, now is a good time to wrap up loose ends. Claim objects of power, contain altered items, fight dangerous fiends and foes, help faculty as much as possible, secure control points around the oldest house, beat up the former again, talk to some plants. It's not only her job to do so, but she will need all the power that she can get for what's to come. When she's ready, Jessie returns to the ashtray maze, and it's a bit of rock and roll from the old gods of Asgard, the band of Tor and Odin Anderson, that allows her to run through the maze. So long as that song is playing, she can move freely around. Lots of shooty bang bang, psychedelic, hallway shifting, perspective changes, walking on the ceiling, just another typical mission within the oldest house. Once through, she has to walk the harrowing hallway of the fire break to reach a new side of the house. And here, Trench appears again, talking a bit about the past. He refused to be a passive director, yet he was not power-hungry either, not like Northmore was. He was involved, he expected results and excellence. Trench says that what they brought back from that Slidescape 36, the desert homeworld of Polaris, it changed things. And something else there he knows changed him. He found his meaning there, and no one realized that what had impacted him even existed within that place. But now they know it as the Hiss. It infected the director. It changed him. It made him paranoid. It's how they got him to turn on the projector. How all of this happened. But Trench believed that he was saving the Bureau, not dooming it. The Hiss had used him. But Jessie will see that stopped here. Dimensional research is not a large, sprawling place like other sectors of the oldest house. At the end of the main hallway are stairs leading up, covered in red sand. Atop it, she can sense that there was once a doorway here. The slide projector was turned on, and there was a doorway to Polaris' home world right here. It's closed now, but she can still feel the resonance of it. She can see the pillars of the desert like an imprint. In a room overlooking the red sands, Jessie finds the slide projector was moved one last time. She thinks that maybe Dr. Darling did it, but why would he do that? Why move it again? The departed doctor left his notes and tapes all over the place, explaining the desert world, what they found there, that Trench's medical exam showed nothing amiss when he came back, of the creation of HRAs and of Hedron itself. The discovery of Hedron changed everything for Darling, and then Jessie sees it. Hedron itself. While Hedron and Polaris are not the same entities, they feel the same. Polaris is strongest when near Hedron. It's like a father's resonance. And feeling Polaris so strongly is a shock to the director. She has seen this before in that other world when she was a child. To her, this is Polaris. It's like Hedron has brought her to life. Dr. Darling knew that he would be gone before the hiss arrived. Hedron had told him something, told him of what was going to happen to him, and it terrified the man. He started acting strangely, taking his clothes off and speaking in nonsense. So now Jessie knows that Darling is gone, but to where? Not even he knew. It's possible that they'll never really know. In his place, and in the place of all of Trench's former leading staff members, she will need to appoint replacements eventually. The door to Hedron's holding area is protected by a massive HRA to keep it safe from the hiss. Jessie questions if she even should remove the HRA to get into the chamber, but Polaris assures her that it's okay, because they need to get into that chamber. And as soon as she's in, the hiss attack. Accompanied by Dylan's smiling face, the insidious red of the hostile resonance enters the room, and Jessie begins a fight to save Hedron itself. She must go around the room to the many siphons around the entity and cleanse them of his corruption, all while fighting the hiss itself at its strongest. And as she goes from point to point, she can't help but yell profanity and frustration at what is going on here. The hiss consume everything they can find, even this, even the good things, even the helpful things. It just ruins them. It is a long fight, a huge process that wraps around the entirety of the room. The safety structures holding Hedron down are broken in the process, and the siphons are constant. When she finally cuts off the last one, sends the hiss away from this place, it's just too late. Hedron cracks open and falls to the ground. And Jessie, she truly despairs. She weeps that she's sorry, asking if Polaris is still there. She can't hear her anymore. The hiss start creeping into her mind, driving her to the edge of sanity with the feeling of losing control. And for a brief moment, she begins to speak in the Dadaist poetry of Alan Wake. When she snaps to, she's in a boring nightmare. She's worked janitorial jobs before. She feels more at home with Audie in the cleaning rooms than she does in the director's office. But this is the worst sort of day-to-day, the mundane kind. Deliver mail, clean up other people's coffee cups, scan some forms, be nice, professional, welcoming. All the while, the more important people laugh and carry on, enjoying their work, lauding it over others. The only one that really seems to pay her any mind is Audie. He asks her if she's sure that she's not lost. Maybe she can find herself in the director's office, eh? In there, the old director, Zachariah Trench, is sitting, and he too acknowledges her presence. He welcomes her, tells her that she should be proud, and to not worry about her current position. He started out as a lowly agent too, after all. When she picks up the outgoing mail, she flashes to another vision of herself in her director's chair, wondering what's happening. She's not being herself. She knows that this is not herself. She can't feel Polaris anymore. And then Dylan shoots her in the head with the service weapon. Then she's back in front of the task board, and she knows that she has forgotten something. She can't feel anything, and she knows that something is supposed to be in there. She needs to snap out of it or wake up. This isn't real. She ditches the task board and runs back up to Audie. He tells her that she needs to keep trying. She's getting closer. She tries to go into Trench's office, but he won't let her in, so she goes back to her tasks. Keps, mail, scanning, images of her brother haunt her as she goes about. Agents wearing HRAs, spasming in the bathroom, or being non-responsive in meeting rooms. It's bits of the real world, her memory leaking in. When she gets the order to take the director his mail, she finds him at the desk being very paranoid over something, talking to himself about a plan to save the Bureau. He confesses to everything he did. Jessie hears his plan in detail. How he turned on the slide projector and opened a door for the hiss. He moved the slide projector out of the dimensional research area, not Dr. Darling. He took it to the nostalgia department, and he let the hiss in. In his mind, they had already been invaded. His peers, his friends, his coworkers, they were all plotting against him. This was all because of Hedron and his resonance. He just knew it. It had taken control of everything. But the hiss would save them all. It would save the Bureau. When he notices Jessie in the room with him, he regains his senses for a moment and he tells her about his progression with the hiss. On that expedition to the desert world of Polaris and Hedron, something had gotten into his ear. It hurt, and then it didn't. It was a whisper, like in a dream, and it only made sense to him, but in the waking world, it was nonsense. He lost himself, he grieved it. But whatever was within him now, it felt like he had found something. Then came paranoia and fear, the drive to do something about it. The irrational became perfectly rational to him. It all led to a disaster that nobody really saw coming, the hiss. And when it was all done, the hiss made Trench kill himself in his office. A sad end to a man that did his best to serve with dignity. And the same fate awaits her if she doesn't wake up. She's back in front of the task board again, and she knows that this is all in her head. She ignores her tasks and gets the director's mail. She needs to see what's inside the office. Audie warmly cheers her as she approaches. He knows that he has picked a good assistant. Things will be okay. Within the director's office, Trench is captured in his babble speech, now unresponsive to her approach. She picks up the service weapon, and she ends Trench's madness. She knows what it all means. This is her mess to clean up now. It's her fight. She's the director, after all. The hotline rings, and this time, it's Casper Darling on the other end. With a classified message for the director of the FBC, he has sad news. Hedron is gone now. But Hedron was not the source of this world's resonance. It was a catalyst, yes, but Jessie needs to go to his office. The end game will be waiting for her there. She walks through muted colors, barely in control of herself. Colors and easy thinking return to her when she passes through the Ocean View Motel. The hiss aren't here. She can breathe and think for a moment. She has pieced it all together, understands terminologies and meanings. She can speak with full comfort on the nature of the Ocean View Motel itself. And she realizes that she is in control of where this place takes her. It's dream logic that she has the power to shape. On one of the doors is a picture of herself, and within it is, well, herself. But it's actually Polaris, taking a familiar form to speak with her. Without Hedron, they lost connection for a while. It's how the hiss got into Jessie's head. But like this, with direct contact, Polaris can rejoin her, stay with her, without Hedron acting as Polaris's catalyst. And with this beautiful reunion, the two will never be separated again, and Jessie can return to the oldest house to perform her duties as the director of the FBC. She emerges at the doorway to the hiss world, their source, what's been leaking out into the oldest house. Her brother Dylan floats beneath an inverted black triangle. She knows that he is still here, locked inside just like she was, and she's going to get him out. Jessie Faden fights her way up the alien architecture of this plane, taking on waves of hiss infected intent on stopping her ascent. It feels like hours of fighting in crimson red, hearing the nonsense of the hiss shooting at beings that were once humans. This is a place where all her accumulated power is needed, this final push into the unknown. The moment that she gets the chance, she runs for the top of the structure where Dylan floats, and as she's done so many times to objects of power and altered items, she begins to cleanse him of his corruption. The first time she tried to do this, it killed the infected, it killed the victim, but this time she is stronger, Polaris is stronger, and Dylan is powerful in his own right. She succeeds in pushing the hiss out of her brother's mind. And finally, she turns off the slide projector, she cuts off the hiss, and she saves the Federal Bureau of Control. Dylan doesn't awaken, though. The process leaves him in a coma, and after the fact, Jessie isn't sure of what's left in there, if he'll ever wake up. And while she has succeeded in stopping the source of the hiss, this is far from the end of her work. The hiss that remain within the oldest house are still alive, and so long as even one of them remains, the oldest house cannot resume functioning. It is her job to handle this, to see the oldest house and the FBC made whole again. Jessie Faden would go on to select new heads of staff, Emily Pope as head of research, Simon Arish as head of security, and more would come to follow. Further immediate issues would arise, however. Trench's old head of operations, Helen Marshall, would vanish for some secret mission. Well, she decided to go into the Foundation. She got it in her head to blow up the nail. See, Marshall trusted Jessie Faden as director, but she did not trust the board. She thought the FBC would be better off without them around, so she wanted to destroy this world's link to the astral plane. Besides, if the nail was gone, the hiss couldn't infect that too. In her mind, it was a win-win situation, except she didn't blow the nail all the way up. Helen Marshall was infected by the hiss, and Jesse Faden had to venture down there to repair the nail and then put Marshall down. And then, not long after, while Jessie was just minding her own business, taking care of the oldest house, that man appeared, the one that she saw briefly in the Panopticon. He's writing about a distress call being sent to her, investigation sector, he says, and it's just too interesting to not go check out, right? Well, now officially enter Alan Wake. He's been stuck in the dark place for about 9 years at this point. She doesn't realize the impact that this man has had on all the events that have taken place here, how he kind of brought it all together. He wrote the part of the villains and then the hero, the role that she rose to fill. And now he's beginning to transmit his own SOS. Alan Wake wrote of her para-utilitarian abilities, of Polaris, of her very nature as the director. And gosh, it's just so spicy to see it in action, knowing what all of it means, right? Isn't it? Breathe it in, friends. We've made it to the payoff. 63 pages later, firm handshakes all around. Where Alan Wake is now is very far away, so his signal to her is weak, and he has very little influence now. But even as weak as he might be in this case, Alan Wake's writing still holds power. He writes of a dark presence within the FBC, a dark presence that was cut off from its source. And while it's weak, it's still very, very dangerous, and it's inside the oldest house. And it was all the more dangerous because, well, the hiss had found it. And this being that was just infected by the dark presence now had the hiss within it as well. The elevator would take her to where she needed to go, to the investigation sector. There, she would find out more about the Bright Falls AWE. This place was abandoned long ago. Something got out of containment and it was too dangerous to remain here, so staff abandoned the sector to keep it locked away. There are plenty of old notes about staff, past and present, old reports full of redactions, new altered items to read about. But this place is kind of a ghost town. She does, however, find a light switch cord, and that takes her to the Ocean View Motel. That man's voice is coming from one of the rooms. A new door is open, one with a swirl on it. And inside, a scene is playing out between the writer Alan Wake and a slightly different Alan Wake. Jessie doesn't intrude upon this, she just observes it from afar. And the confused man, Alan Wake, asks who the other man is. He says that his name is Tom Zane, the poet from the stories, though nowadays the only Thomas Zane that folks know about is a European filmmaker. Jessie could have sworn that he was a poet, but her psychiatrist insisted that she was wrong. Anyways, this supposed Tom Zane, who definitely is not actually Mr. Scratch, just playing his games, right? Well, Tom Zane tells Wake that his old appearance was just a role that he was playing. Zane says that they've been working together on a project, but Wake is consumed with confusion. There's darkness all around him that won't hold still, but the man claiming to be Zane says that they're close to being done. Wake's been doing a lot of writing. He's found a way to escape, and it will work in time. But Wake knows that his double, Mr. Scratch, is somewhere out there causing harm, but Zane says that he's got it all under control. Well, that's the end, and it was kind of weird, right? What was in that room kind of became Alan Wake's new reality, his life. Jessie knows his name, knows of the Bright Falls case, but what the hell is he doing here? In his next transmission, Wake writes to Jessie about Dr. Emil Hartman. The FBC was really unhappy with his practices in his clinic. They took all his work and they shut him down. He was lucky that he didn't get locked away for what he had been doing. And after all of it was gone, Alan Wake wrote that Emil Hartman needed to take an expedition all his own down into Cauldron Lake. He dove to the bottom and came face to face with the dark presence. He was taken by it, turned into a puppet. The FBC had been surveilling him. They got him out of the lake, brought him back to the oldest house, and locked up the thing that had been Hartman. But eventually, he got loose. He was why the sector had been abandoned, which means Hartman is still walking around unchecked. And though he became weaker once he was cut off from the source of the dark presence, he was infected by his resonance. That is the terrible foe that she must track and kill. Hartman's existence is a threat to all. She makes it back to investigations and pretty quickly figures out how to handle the globs of darkness that block off some of the areas, hit him with light. Alan Wake's transmissions clue her into the fact that he wrote the events that brought her here. He wrote about the hiss and the FBC all together. They were things that all existed independently of one another, and they were written into a story that created a new hero within her and within the FBC. What notes and logs she finds about this Dr. Emil Hartman make him sound immensely unlikable. He's the sort of person that just can't understand why he's not the most interesting thing in the room. And when Jesse finds the thing that had been Hartman, well, time to take it a bit more serious. The dark presence made him shadowy, a frightening being, but the hiss stretched him, remade him into this. And thus begins her rounds of combat with this beast. The only thing Hartman is weak to is light. Light him up and then knock him down. Each time she bests him, he retreats into a different area of the sector. Eventually, he'll run out of places to hide, but she has to keep up in her pursuit. And it's actually Fred Langston who helps to guide her on this, that strange warden of the Panopticon. He acts as an intermittent guide for her as she goes through the sector hunting down Hartman. She learns more about the group called the Blessed, the enigmatic group of paranatural criminals intending to create altered items for their own personal gain. There's a reason that it is so harshly prosecuted. As the director, Jesse will need to be well aware of groups like this that exist that could harm innocent life if it means creating altered items. No tragedy was too big for some of these people if it meant that they got something paranatural out of it. Jesse Faden, with the help of her fateful sidekick, Langston, manages to destroy Emil Hartman. Good riddance. But then there's still the issue of Alan Wake himself. It's troubling that he is trapped within that dark place. And if he does manage to write a way for him to escape it, will he bring the dark presence with him? If he gets out, will it just release some great evil upon the world? And if his writings had set the stonework for all the events to take place here in the oldest house, what was he capable of writing? But until the Hiss are completely cleansed from the oldest house, the final lockdown, it can't be lifted. They cannot resume normal function as an agency. They may not have time for that, though. Langston starts to get a transmission on his terminal. An altered world event is beginning. But there's something really weird about it, because the date on it is a few years in the future, and it's happening in Bright Falls. It shouldn't be possible for them to be receiving this signal, and yet, here it is. And there have been no on-site agents reporting unusual activities. This is a warning of what is to come, and it was kind enough to give them time to prepare. Because sooner than you would think, the Dark Presence will return. An altered world event will begin, and at the heart of it will be the return of the writer, Alan Wake.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit. My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never. Always. Never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack. Quack, quack, quack.
Tor Anderson hated the father of his granddaughter. His daughter, Freya, had taken up company with a man that Tor despised, and he was unwilling to set aside his contempt. He wasn't shy about showing it either. Tor Anderson really was a terrible father. He knew it. You see, the Andersons had once fought the dark presence within the lake. In 1976, about 6 years after Tom Zane had vanished into the lake, it sought them out as they were practicing their music in a field. They fought the dark presence, they won, but it fractured their minds. But let's talk more about the Andersons as a family. You see, there was something very special about their bloodline. In a world of para-utilitarians and altered world events and paranatural energies, the Andersons were simply called seers. They could find the truth, see through people's lies, essentially creep into their minds to see what they were holding back. It made it possible for them to know the unknowable, to reach out into the secrets of other people. And as a family bound with that same power, they could commune with one another in their minds, like a form of telepathy. Tor and Odin both used this power to meddle with things that they really shouldn't have, they admit. They were troublemakers through and through, but Tor was definitely the more difficult of the two. And his daughter, Freya, viewed this power of theirs as something dangerous, not something to be taken lightly. She was raised in a turbulent home with a raging drunkard of a rock and roll father, but she went on to become a strong-willed woman, graced with common sense. In 1988, Freya had a baby, a girl that she named Saga. And the father was a man who would eventually become known as Warlin Dor. And Warlin Dor, as Tor put it, was a complicated bastard. Maybe paranatural entity, maybe powerful para-utilitarian, maybe interdimensional being, maybe just a goddamn alien, who knows with Mr. Dor. But Tor hated him, and he wasn't shy about expressing it. Sometime in 1988, it's not known if Saga was born yet, the Anderson brothers and Warlin Dor were at Cauldron Lake, having a bit of a heated discussion. An unknown pact was made between the two parties. If the Anderson brothers helped Dor with something, then he would leave. Warlin Dor would leave this world and cease all contact with the Anderson family, abandon Freya, abandon his daughter, and return to where he probably belonged, the place between realities. Dor agreed, but with one stipulation. He would stay away until they all came to him. Dor took Odin's right eyeball to forever serve as a reminder of their deal. Lightning struck Warlin Dor, and he vanished into the unknowable place in between worlds and realities. It was most likely Freya who filed a missing persons report on Warlin Dor. She raised baby Saga on her own, but it was the following year, 1989, that Tor told her the truth of what actually happened with Dor, and she could not forgive her father for it. She took Saga and left Bright Falls. She too vanished. She would not allow her daughter to be raised in the shadow of a drunkard grandfather with anger problems and a disrespect for his own powers. It broke Odin's heart to see her and Saga go, but he understood why they left, and Tor would eventually understand too. Her absence and his own guilt over the life that he had forced upon her ate Tor up. Saga grew up believing that her father had died when she was a baby, and that it was just her and Freya. When Saga got a bit older, she started to experience her strange Anderson seer powers. But Freya did not want her daughter to develop those abilities or know the truth of her family's bloodline. So she told Saga that it was just her imagination. She discouraged her from indulging in it or exploring it. Saga grew up to live a pretty normal life. She believed that her amazing ability to sniff out the truth and put together impossible clues was just her intuition. Freya passed away. It's not known when or how. Saga went on to become an agent with the FBI. She married a man named David and had a daughter of her own named Logan. Now we get to jump a little bit ahead. It's 2010. Alan Wake has vanished into Cauldron Lake, presumably dead. The Federal Bureau of Control has arrived, and they do what you would expect of any government agency. They put up fences. They started watching and studying the lake. The general public was kept away. Animals started avoiding going near it. Even birds wouldn't fly over it. 3 more people went missing that year alone: a dentist, a teacher, and a store owner. None of them were connected to one another. None of them were connected to Alan Wake. There were no signs of where they could have gone to. And that same year, the cousin of Sheriff Sarah Breaker, a fellow named Tim Breaker, started having exquisitely vivid dreams about a man that Tor Anderson would recognize as Warlin Dor. But he had no idea who this person could have been. Tim worked in law enforcement as well, and he had a sketch made up of the guy. He circulated the picture, tried to see if anyone had any leads about it, but it wasn't until he contacted his cousin Sarah in Bright Falls that he got an answer. She identified the sketch as Warlin Dor, a man missing from the area since 1988. Tim Breaker moved to Bright Falls, and in 2012 he took over as sheriff after his cousin Sarah went back to work for the government in another agency. Tim was all in on anything supernatural. It was one of his favorite topics. The strange events that surrounded Bright Falls fascinated him, and he never gave up trying to find out more about Warland Door. That same year, in 2012, the body of the dentist was found. But the state of the body was really odd. For spending 2 years in supposedly a body of water, it was mostly intact. Cause of death wasn't drowning either, it was chest trauma. And they were found in a shallow grave. Someone had put them in there, but their bodies showed signs of being waterlogged. Like they were bloated to hell, but again, they hadn't died of drowning. You see, Cauldron Lake had long been watched by locals who knew that there was something dangerous within its unending depths. They were known internally as the Torchbearers, and after the 2010 incident with the writer Alan Wake, their watch became tireless. They would not allow anything from the lake to compromise the safety of their home. Their methods at first were clumsy, like they were feeling around for answers in a pitch-black room. When the dentist came out of the waters in 2012, he was a taken, and the locals did what they had to do. They killed it. Twin brothers Ilmo and Jaakko Koskela rose to leadership positions. They were highly involved in their community, and they were constantly plotting endeavors to bring tourists into the area. They wanted to keep their small towns alive and well, and that meant hunting anything that came out of the lake. The older population wasn't able to contribute as much. The economy was struggling, the young folks weren't sticking around, so the Koskela brothers patched up as many holes as they could. In 2013, the Koskela brothers created the Cult of the Tree, and the point of the cult was to be a local boogeyman, something to be feared by outsiders, to keep them away from the lake and the surrounding forests, away from where they searched out and hunted the taken. After all, what real cult calls themselves a cult? It's silly. But it was effective. Especially at night, people stayed away from the lake and the forests. That same year, the Koskela brothers found a Federal Bureau of Control facility called the Lake House. See, government fences didn't really mean a lot to them. Fences were just a small problem that bolt cutters could fix. They infiltrated the lake house and made off with some FBC files related to the lake. They found out about Rose Marigold, the waitress from the diner. They found a file related to the Cult of the Tree, which called them disorganized and a low threat. They found files that told them exactly what the Taken were, what the clicker was, how they could use it to ritualistically kill the Taken. They learned who Alan Wake was, and they believed that he was the source of the evil within the lake. The cult decided that should Wake ever appear outside that lake, they would kill him, stop the darkness at its source. The cult began tapping and commandeering FBC equipment to monitor the lake themselves and track anything that came out of it. They found manuscript pages, Taken, and one fateful day, they found the goddamn clicker. They recognized it as an object of power, one that they could use. They learned of a ritual process using the clicker which would kill anyone who came out of the lake infected with the darkness. Over the years, they would become effective protectors of Bright Falls and its surrounding communities. One terrible night, Ilmo Koskela had a vicious nightmare. He saw himself covered in blood, murdering all around him, killing his twin brother in cold blood. But upon waking, Ilmo rejected the evil he felt trying to enter him. The dark presence had targeted him and he resisted. His mother had raised her sons to have honor, backbone. The dark presence passed over the Koskela brothers, seeking weaker targets. Ilmo and Jaakko knew that something terrible was approaching, and they did everything in their power to ready their community for the coming war with the darkness. Over the next decade, things grew complicated. Things were nudged along, so to speak. The Federal Bureau of Control continued to study the lake, trying a number of odd experiments to recreate reality-impacting events through art, at one point even using nursery rhymes in tandem with rituals. Rose Marigold kept vigil over the lake, ever obsessed with the idea of Alan Wake and being his muse. She would receive directions from Alan from the lake, though, effectively becoming his Lady of the Light, what Cynthia Weaver was once to Thomas Zane. She would have a role to play in the coming story, but until then, she ran her Alan Wake fan site, wrote very strange fan fictions, worked at the Oh Dear Diner, and used a rifle on any Taken she found out in the forest. By 2014, Odin and Tor were ready to be retired, and it was Barry Wheeler himself who saw to their care. After Alan vanished, he'd served as their band manager, getting them out into the world for one more big tour, but after a few years, it was time for them to rest. He established the Old Gods Foundation in Bright Falls and purchased the old home of Thomas Zane, who is widely known as a filmmaker, but more on that later. Zane's old home was converted into a nursing home called Valhalla. It became the home of Odin and Tor, and then eventually Cynthia Weaver, Pat Maine, and many other aged folk around Bright Falls. Rose Marigold took a part-time job there as a caretaker and protector. Barry didn't stay, though. He went back to New York for a while. There, he paid regular visits to Alice Wake. Her life was in ruins after Alan was gone. There was so much pain and confusion, and functioning for her was nigh impossible, and understandably so. She went through a traumatic experience, and she felt so much guilt over Alan's supposed death. And it's here where we begin to dip our toe into what's happening in the dark place. You ready, friend? It was about 2017 when Alice began to be haunted by Alan. She couldn't remember what had happened at Cauldron Lake, her time in the dark place, but when it was dark, she could hear the clacking of a typewriter and Alan's voice. But those hauntings, they turned violent. It was Alan, yet it was a monster. Alice turned to the FBC. They were still investigating Bright Falls, and she needed help. At this time, Zachariah Trench was still the acting director of the FBC. Dr. Casper Darling was still the head of research. This was all well before Jesse Faden arrived on the scene, well before the Hiss invasion. She doesn't know how, but when Alice left their offices, she remembered everything about the dark place. She remembered seeing Alan descend into the lake as she came up from it. Alice Wake understood that her husband was still alive, that these hauntings were him reaching out, and she could see him because she too had been touched by the dark place. And Alice Wake immediately began planning. She observed the hauntings, discovered what Alan was experiencing, and she took action. Alan was failing to write himself out of the dark place. His story was never right. It was never complete. He kept changing it. He kept doing edits and sometimes just whole entire rewrites of the story. The effects of these writings were nudging people's lives towards Bright Falls. It couldn't go on like this forever. So Alice began assembling videos and images for a fake art exhibit. In these videos, which would be delivered to Alan eventually, she spelled out her suffering, her outlet in her artwork, her desire to show the world the darkness of his world, and why she took photos of the hauntings. And she did it goddamn masterfully. She understood that the nature of Alan Wake's writings couldn't continue in a loop. It had to become a spiral. Just overlapping his works, changing minor details, repeating the same things over and over with minor variations. But the horror story was missing something. It was missing her. He couldn't finish it because there was no end to the spiral. The story could only end in darkness or light, destruction or ascension. And he'd written darkness and destruction so many times. So she would intervene and guide him into ascension. What Alice pulls off is best explained during Alan's final trip around the spiral so that everything makes sense. So we'll hold off on that for now. Timelines and, all that. But Alice Wake turned into a true badass through and through. She assembled her videos and photographs for Alan, everything that would be needed to push him forward. And she returned to Bright Falls. And she plunged from a bluff overlooking Cauldron Lake. She chose to return to the dark place to get Alan out. In 2018, another body came out of Cauldron Lake. Who knows how many unknowns the cult of the tree had quietly taken care of. This was the body of the teacher. Much like the first victim, the dentist, she didn't die of drowning, yet her body was bloated like she had been in the water. She died of a chest wound. Her body had signs of being tied down, but she was found floating in the lake. So she was bloated with long-term water exposure, yet she died of a chest wound, and her body was returned to the water after she had died. Tim Breaker had also been collecting those strange manuscript pages that he found around the lake, but none of them were relevant to these bodies coming out of it. So he just kept collecting them, and he kept them at the station in evidence. There was one in particular that related to Warland Door, though, and that kept his intrigue quite focused upon the strange man that still haunted his dreams. In 2019, the Hiss invasion within the oldest house began. FBC field agents were widely cut off from their headquarters. Important head figures within the Bureau just vanished. Things were really just a mess. Agents and researchers at Bright Falls were widely unsupported for a long time. Even after the Hiss were cut off, things were far from stable. The new director would need new heads of staff, the oldest house needed completely cleared before the final lockdown could be lifted, and there was a lot of rebuilding that needed done. However, not long after the Hiss were handled, an alert was sent to the FBC in 2019. It shouldn't have been possible for it to have come through the lockdown because the oldest house was still cut off from the outside world, but still, there it was. An altered world event alert in Bright Falls, sent 4 years early. No doubt the work of Alan Wake himself from within the dark place. Tech was developed to contain paranatural entities, and lights developed to potentially fight off the dark presence were sent to the area for backup. But in reality, they had no idea the power behind the dark presence. They really had no idea what it was capable of. The status quo was maintained until 2023. The Cult of the Tree protected Bright Falls, the forests near the lake, and all the small towns in the area. The FBC kept up their experiments and their studies even after Casper Darling vanished. Alice Wake had vanished into the lake to begin her intervention in Alan's story. Tim Breaker kept searching for answers about who the enigmatic Warland Door was. Rose Marigold kept up her many jobs. She had dreams of Alan and occasionally collected manuscript pages with directions for her. She would one day aid a hero and help Alan return. Barry Wheeler went to Hollywood to work as a producer and to protect Alan's estate. He ended up getting charmed into joining a paracriminal group called the Blessed, not really realizing what the group actually was. Whoops. Saga Anderson became well known within the FBI as an agent that could solve the unsolvable. She often worked with FBI agent Alex Casey, a hardened FBI agent that hated the fact that he shared a name with one of Alan Wake's characters. In fact, Alex Casey has quite a few issues with this Wake character. Alan's best-selling Alex Casey books were sort of lifted from the real-life Alex Casey. What Alan may have once upon a time called his inspiration were actually visions, for lack of a better word, of Alex Casey's real life that he took creative liberties with and put into book form. Alan didn't know that he was doing this, though. He believed his imagination brought forth the Alex Casey universe, not, clairvoyant visions of a real person's career that he dramatized. After the famous writer vanished in 2010, Casey took an interest in it from a distance. He kept tabs on what was going on in Bright Falls. So, when Tim Breaker contacted the FBI for help in 2023, Alex Casey swooped in on the case. You see, another body had come out of the lake, that of the store owner. He had bruising that showed that he had been tied down. There were odd tattoos on his body. The corpse was incredibly bloated from pre-death water exposure, just like the other bodies, but his heart had been cut out. Sheriff Breaker knew that his department couldn't handle something this strange, this ritualistic and mysterious, so he called the FBI. Alex Casey took the case and he brought the well-respected Saga Anderson as his partner. But he did it with the intention of giving her the lead on the case. She was far better suited to solve this than himself. He would just act as support. He was a pretty stand-up guy. Now, given the foundation of the coming story, look back at it, look at all these things that we've discussed, and decide for yourself what you think was nudged in this direction by Alan Wake himself. Because remember, at least when it comes to our reality, he can't create something from nothing. His writings, his influence, they can sometimes create probable circumstances over time, bring things together. And while there is a lot to talk about when it comes to Alan and the Dark Place, for a little while longer, let's stick to our reality and our characters. Let's progress the storyline a bit more before we really dive into that madness. Someone else emerged from the lake right before FBI agent Saga Anderson and Alex Casey arrived in Bright Falls. Former FBI agent Robert Nightingale. Last seen 13 years prior. After his partner had vanished, Nightingale was tormented. He kept seeing the writer's face in his nightmares. He started drinking constantly. He was fired from the FBI. He was convinced that the man he was seeing in his dreams, the man that would become known as Alan Wake, he was convinced that Alan was the reason for his partner's disappearance. And he wanted to find this man so that the terrible nightmares would stop. After he had arrived in Bright Falls, he became a complete terror, shooting wildly at Alan, putting civilians in danger, refusing to answer to local authorities, never disclosing that he was actually no longer an FBI agent. In the end, the darkness claimed him and he was pulled into the lake. This is a glimpse of what victims of the Dark Place look like when they come out of the lake. Nightingale's body is severely bloated like a corpse that has been in water for several days, but it's been 13 years, and that he's still alive defies explanation. He's confused and he asks for help when he sees a light, but the people looking down on him just see a naked man stumbling around the shore. They leave the area rather than risk a confrontation with him. But there are others here, watching. The Cult of the Tree. Remember, they'd commandeered FBC equipment. They knew when things came out of the lake. They were waiting for him with a prepared ritual site. As he stumbles about, Nightingale is tormented by flashes of Scratch, now a rabid, wild thing of rage. Nightingale will never be free of the Dark Place because it's within him now. and in time, he too will turn into a feral taken. As he runs, he hears snarling and snapping. The swirling, dizzying sounds of the dark place are all around him even here. He sees a shadowy man on the path who proclaims, "Oh fuck, he's here," and then vanishes. What Nightingale sees is not pure vision of the world. It's not what other people see. He sees a nightmare come to life. He has only one path ahead to follow, one way forward. He will be easy prey for the cult of the tree, who waits for him at the top of the trail. The figures that walk towards him seem evil, shrouded in darkness. Nightingale has no defense. He doesn't even have the dignity of clothing. He tries to run away, only to be shot like he's an animal being hunted. He doesn't get much farther before another masked person jumps at him from a campsite and stabs Robert Nightingale repeatedly. But this won't be the end of his suffering. Nightingale may not realize it, but when he came out of the lake, he was already a dead man walking. There's very little goodness in the story that he's a part of now. This is a horror story. Bloodied and dying, he is restrained to a picnic table by the cult of the tree. Presumably, it is Ilmo Koskela himself that leads the proceedings. He proclaims their reason for being, they watch in the night. Then he plunges the knife into the chest of Robert Nightingale. This is how the Taken are killed. He reaches into the cavity and he rips out Nightingale's heart, killing his physical body, but the darkness must be killed too. They need to put the clicker into Nightingale's chest and flick the switch, just like Alan Wake had done to Barbara Jagger 13 years prior. But here is a complication. Outsiders intrude upon the ritual. The two people who saw Nightingale stumbling around earlier, they found the ritual site at the height of the bloody violence. The cultists flee the area, their anonymity must be maintained, and the site is compromised. They flee without finishing their ritual on the body of former FBI agent Robert Nightingale. That another body washed up right as the FBI was arriving in town almost feels planned. Agents Saga Anderson and Alex Casey are en route to Cauldron Lake, to the newest murder site. Casey in particular knows a bit about Alan Wake, but neither of them actually know what happened here 13 years ago. They're FBI, not FBC. Publicly, Alan Wake disappeared while on vacation with his wife, presumed drowned. The two agents are colleagues, but they're familiar and friendly with one another as well. Saga's daughter, Logan, is talking to her mother over the phone, telling her about the newest episode of Night Springs, and asks her mother to tell Casey not to brood so much. Saga's husband and daughter are across the country in the state of Virginia, far away from the weirdness of Bright Falls. Casey makes his gratitude known to Saga, that she's here with him. He knows that he doesn't have the chops to solve this alone, and Saga Anderson has a talent for finding the truth. So, during the drive to the murder scene, he informs her that she will be taking the lead on this case. The first of the local police that they meet is Officer Mulligan. His partner Thornton is up at the murder site, and these two are deeply ingrained in the cult of the tree. They know what happened to Nightingale, of the Dark Presence, the Taken, the FBC stations around the lake. They were both around back in 2010 when the Alan Wake AWE took place. They're also responsible for a very serious murder that took place quite recently. They shot a woman named Monica Thompson. They thought that she was a Taken. Mulligan was the one who pulled the trigger. They dumped her body in the Huatari well at the nearby hamlet of Watery, intent on just covering up the killing. A certain writer knows, or nudged this tragedy. Their guilt over this would make them part of the story to come. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just stay in this reality for a while. Before trekking down to the site, Saga enters her Mind Palace, as she calls it. She believes this to be her version of the Mind Palace technique. The form that her mind place takes is their makeshift office back at Bright Falls, at the lodge that they're staying at. It takes this form so that she can be more connected with her present environment. She internally reviews the 3 known murder victims who have emerged from the lake, ponders over the similarities and the differences, and reflects on the profile of the killer. She will come here often to put things together, clues from her case, connect people and events, think through challenging ideas, review manuscript pages, rewatch TV spots that she finds, and very importantly, profile people involved. The two agents poke at one another as they go down the broken steps of the path. Once upon a time, this place was freely traveled by visitors and locals. But after 2010, the FBC showed up and put up the fences. Now it's just kind of sad. It's a dead place. The only people who go through are officials or people who break in. Campsites, rental cabins, even the general store have slowly been overtaken by nature. Officer Thornton greets them on the path and takes them up to the murder site. He seems nice enough when face to face, easy to talk to, interested in their jobs, quick to make a joke with them, but there's not much light conversation to be made once they reach the murder site. Nightingale is still on the table, untouched since his murder, not even a tarp to protect his body from the rain. For as big of an asshole as Robert Nightingale was, and he was a big asshole, he didn't deserve this. No one deserves this. Who knows what he experienced in the dark place in the lake? And as soon as he was out, he was murdered on a picnic table. Saga does her inspection of the corpse, immediately finding that this was a ritualistic killing, yet the devil is in the details. He was alive when he came out of the lake, regardless of the bloated state of his body. His wrists and ankles are bruised from the straps, his chest was cut open, his heart removed, much like the other three that came before him. Around the site are beer bottles, a camera, leftover trash, like multiple people were setting up here to wait, multiple killers. This wasn't a party or anything like that, but it was a coordinated murder site. Thornton tells them of the dead man's identity and all that they officially know about Robert Nightingale. He came here 13 years prior, was completely off the deep end in paranoia chasing a boogeyman, and then he vanished. It's kind of a surprise, especially to Alex Casey. The FBI never really knew what happened to Nightingale, and a disgraced FBI agent's body showing up as soon as the modern FBI agents are in the area is just a very weird coincidence. And though there's a lot unknown, Saga settles on why here, why now as the guiding questions moving forward. Then she begins her mind-placed profiling, a truly spectacular gift from her bloodline. It sets Saga apart as an agent, though she doesn't really understand just how unique and powerful it really is. It allows her to get into the mind of a subject, even a dead person apparently. She's able to pull answers from them within her mind place. She pieces things together, her clues, finds questions that she needs answered, and poses those unknowns to whoever she is mentally profiling. Sometimes the answers aren't really clear. Sometimes they're echoes of past conversations. Sometimes they are direct answers. It's heavily influenced by the subject's mental state, their fortitude, and their own true knowledge on the topic, and their memories. She profiles Nightingale, asking how he got here and why he was chosen as a victim. And she's told that he came up from the lake that is not a lake. Nightingale riddles her bits about the clicker, the ritual, the process, and she pieces together that he was a component of something. Well, if he came out of the lake, then they need to get down there and take a look. There are signs of FBC presence all over the place. They're really not trying to hide themselves. They're really just hiding what they're doing here. Nearby is a road leading to the lake house. There's an intercom over the gate, and an unnamed FBC agent answers her ring. But no one is allowed through, not even the FBI, because something has happened at the lake house. The station leads aren't available, and there will be no further questions on the matter. That's sadly a mystery that will need to wait for another time. Saga shares her thoughts on Nightingale to Casey as they go down the trail together, down to a spot called the Witch's Ladle. And there's a strange obstacle in their way. A large tree stands over the path, but it's like a boulder is wedged in the base of the tree, blocking the path down to the shoreline. But this is the path that Nightingale had to have taken to come up from the lake, and his footprints are still visible in the mud. How did he get past or through the boulder? Furthermore, there's a page on the ground, written with a typewriter, with some handwritten edits scratched into it. Casey immediately identifies it specifically as a manuscript page, like a draft of a story. But this page, it's about them, about Nightingale, his murder, their arrival, and what she was doing at this very moment, reading this page. But neither Saga nor Alex Casey are mentioned by name. They're referred to as them and they. Undoubtedly, somebody was playing a game with them specifically. Nearby is an old sign that relays the fable of the Witch's Ladle. It's a wild tale, local folklore, yet the woman resembles who we would know as Barbara Jagger. The dark presence once wore her face and used her body to try breaking free of the dark place. After she and Tom Zane the poet vanished back in 1970, she became a bit of a local cryptid. To stop the dark presence back then, Tom disappeared into the lake, writing himself out of existence. Yet there were still bits of him that existed in the collective consciousness. Over the following decades, Tom the poet was instead remembered as Thomas Zane, the eccentric filmmaker. That could be because of his own final writings, or perhaps the influences of Alan Wake himself writing in the dark place, though there are a few that remember Tom as a poet, not a filmmaker. People like Cynthia Weaver, Alan Wake, the FBC director Jesse Faden. But anyways, staying on topic. Barbara Jagger, or the Witch, has a hole in her chest where her heart should be. Saga and Casey need to get back to Bright Falls to properly inspect Nightingale's body in the morgue. But that sign will be a good spot to remember. It's more than it seems. The entire area is freakishly flooded, so she can't proceed down the path anymore anyways. It's time to get back to Bright Falls so they can see what the corpse of Robert Nightingale can teach them. The sheriff is waiting for them at the Oh Dear Diner, as are the folks who interrupted the ritual murder of Nightingale. Bright Falls is still a cute, picturesque town, but there's a sad emptiness about it too. It's a common fate for most small towns, isn't it? If they don't expand and keep up with the world, then businesses and young folks, they just leave. There's still enough life here to keep the town going, but this place hasn't exactly thrived over the last decade. And there's some weirdness about it, like amidst those just living their lives are background actors filling in empty spots. It lends a bit of uncanny valley to the town. Sheriff Tim Breaker is certainly not out of place, though. He's glad that these two are here. He recognizes that his department needs help. While Casey steps aside to compare notes with the sheriff, Saga goes inside to question the witnesses, the Bookers. They're a bit combative with Saga's questions. Apparently, officers Mulligan and Thornton were treating them like suspects, so things were rocky between the Bookers and the local cops. Tammy Booker says that they were at the lake doing research on the writer Alan Wake, who vanished there some 13 years ago. Tammy is a true crime writer and wanted on-site details for her next book. Ed Booker seems a bit more disturbed by the whole thing. He describes a nude man coming out of the lake, acting strange, and then they heard shooting and ran across people in deer masks cutting into the naked man with knives. They called themselves the Cult of the Tree. Tammy is a bit more calm about the whole thing, but Ed is clearly still freaked out by it. She cuts him off when he's about to explain that they found something, but Saga picks up on it. Via her mind place, she pieces together their story with Nightingales. They really were there just studying the location for a book, and through profiling, pries out of Tammy that she has something related to the cult, specifically a necklace. And it really catches Tammy off guard when Saga knows that. How could she have possibly known that it was a necklace that one of them dropped? It's a symbol of the cult. Two triangles overlapping, pointing up. It's a bit of a play on the FBC emblem on the files that the Koskela brothers stole. The FBC logo features one triangle pointed down, reminiscent of the board in the astral plane. But they have two triangles pointing up, so eat shit, FBC. And now comes the undeniably strange and inexplicable. Everything Saga and Casey have encountered up to this point could possibly be explained by some sort of logic, but not Rose Marigold. She recognizes Saga Anderson, who, remember, hasn't been here since she was practically a newborn and has no knowledge that she was actually born around here. Her mother Freya didn't tell Saga about her family. And now, Saga lives in Virginia, but Rose talks to Saga like she knows her. She seems surprised that Saga is back after what had happened to her daughter. Rose insists that they know each other, and Saga insists that no, they don't. But she still asks Rose what she meant, what happened to her daughter, and Rose claims that Logan drowned. She must not remember because she's blocking out her traumatic memories like on a TV show. Rose is really not socially attuned. She's easily excited and doesn't really have a filter, but she is genuine. She has memories of Saga, of her daughter. So, she's not the weird one here. Saga clearly is. And even if Saga knows that Rose is wrong, for a parent to hear someone talk about their kid that way, that has to be rattling. Saga was only in the diner to talk to the Bookers, so she gets a move on, away from Rose Marigold. Sheriff Breaker walks with them to the police station, which is only like a block away. It takes all of about 90 seconds for them to reach it from the diner. The morgue is in the basement of the station, connected to a funeral home, and the only coroner available to them rotates between towns, so they're on their own for now. Luckily, Saga has training on post-mortem examinations, so she can lead the process. Not a lot gets cleared up, though. The questions that they started with at the murder site just kind of deepen. Like, they saw that he had tattoos under his skin, but there are also words tattooed onto his heart. But they can't make out any of the words. It's like they're smudged and backwards. There's also something in his chest, another manuscript page. This time, the page actually names her, but it only does it in the handwritten edits, like she was added to the story after the fact. Wink. The edits on the page say that light hurts them, the taken, Nightingale. They couldn't see her in the light. It made them vulnerable. The unedited typewritten parts say that Nightingale didn't have a heart, and yet he was killing. Tim Breaker speaks up because he's collected weird pages like this around the lake over the years. He searched for the man in his dreams, which led him to Warland Door, which led him to moving to Bright Falls, which led to him taking over his cousin Sarah's job eventually as sheriff of the town. A stunning series of coincidences that reek of the influence of a certain writer over the years, and those nudges were noticed. Tim Breaker was noticed because the Anderson family, they aren't the only ones that Wake's writings won't influence. Others exist outside of it. Before Tim can give Saga those pages, Warland Door intervenes and takes him. Tim Breaker is just gone. Only one manuscript page is allowed to remain. Nightingale sits up. The manuscript page from within his chest cavity is coming true. Nightingale turns violent and begins killing officers. Saga and Casey get the hell knocked out of them, and Nightingale begins hunting down the dark halls. The lights in the room kept her out of his vision. She remembers the writing on that page, and she takes it as directions. Light makes you invisible. Light makes them vulnerable. Something is inside Nightingale, and he will continue to kill. She spends a very tense minute standing in the solitary light of the morgue while the deranged, bloated man searches for her. Her only shield also leaves her incredibly vulnerable. She needs to hold onto her flashlight and get the gun in the hallway after he passes. As soon as she is out of the safe haven of the light, Nightingale begins to pursue. Thankfully, the edits on that page were truthful. A few shots end the encounter, but not because Saga killed him. He was already dead. Someone wasn't done with Nightingale. He just vanishes. Seems that she and Casey were somehow the only ones who survived, and they both buy into this being supernatural instantly, with surprising calmness about it. They have no idea what forces are at play, no idea what happened to Tim Breaker, and their best theory right now is that the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters. That page that Tim Breaker left behind, it's more foreshadowing, more guiding in a very direct way. The edits once again name her specifically, going back to Cauldron Lake, where Nightingale was at, and yet he was beyond her reach past something called an overlap. The edits at the bottom detailed Saga learning and performing a ritual to get through that overlap, and then she could pursue Nightingale and stop the monster, this thing known as a Taken. Mulligan and Thornton arrive as they're leaving. The cult of the tree will all be made well aware of what's happened here because of them. And upstairs, everything seems fine. No one is aware that there are dead officers downstairs and that the sheriff is just gone. Alex Casey calls headquarters to inform them of the situation and to request backup, but, well, it won't be the FBI that's arriving to help. As they travel back to the lake, Casey comes clean with Saga about Nightingale. Seems that he didn't want to talk about it in front of Thornton, and after what they just went through, well, rumors of the supernatural happening here might not be so wild. Or it could be that he just didn't remember. Casey tells her about the writer Alan Wake, that Nightingale was hunting him down. Alan Wake wrote books starring a detective named Alex Casey. What Alan thought was inspiration was a clairvoyance of sorts, peering into the life of the real Alex Casey, taking creative liberties to make his crime thriller series. And here is where something truly strange happens, and yet neither of them are aware of it. Casey starts talking about a series of murders that took place 10 years ago in New York City. But the details that Casey gives aren't really what happened. They're what he suddenly remembers them being. He says that it was a cult that did it. A cult that started in 2013. A cult that, in this version of the story, worshipped Alan Wake and wanted to bring him back. Not a cult that, hunted and killed anything that came out of the lake and was the absolute enemy of Alan Wake. Not a version of the cult of the tree with creative liberties taken with it. I say that with complete sarcasm, by the way. According to the agent, this cult, they taunted the real FBI agent Alex Casey with fragments of Alan Wake's books, sections that described murders that this cult was now trying to recreate. He says those 2013 cult murders were what led him into looking into Alan Wake's story. While the Anderson family exists outside the influence of what is happening within the dark place, Alex Casey does not, and Saga has no reason to believe that Casey is stating anything other than fact. At the lake are a couple extra vehicles, a motorcycle and a nondescript white van, so there may be other folks out on the trail. While they walk, Casey asks Saga for toy ideas for Logan's upcoming birthday. So he knows and remembers that Logan is alive and home with her father in Virginia. And Saga wonders aloud, what sort of a cult calls themselves a cult? And remember what Casey had said to her in the car about the murder cult in New York? Well, he says that cults don't call themselves cults, so it would be strange if a cult in New York actually did call themselves a cult, like the cult of the word, right? At an FBC monitoring station, they come across a new face, Ilmo Koskela, twin brother of Jaakko Koskela, local entrepreneur, troublemaker, tour guide, and unbeknownst to the FBC and the FBI, local leader of the Cult of the Tree, alongside his brother. Ilmo has guided an FBC technician here. Now, of note, when Ilmo greets Saga, he does so as though they're strangers. He gives his name and he says, "Nice to meet you." The FBC technician, Steven, he's making repairs to the station. The wires behind the incredibly thick metal panel have been frayed and damaged. What Ilmo says is the work of raccoons, which, yeah, sure bud, very charismatic and delightful, but raccoons, my dude? Steven says that there's something in the wiring that isn't supposed to be there, and Ilmo seems to be in damage control mode, trying to downplay anything suspicious that Steven may find. Inside the station is documentation from Steven. He is on to the tampering. He knows that someone has been rerouting transmissions, but he can't say for sure what's going on. It sounds like the Cult of the Tree has been getting kinda sloppy as of late, and the feds are onto their activity. Water has been continuing to rise within the Witch's Ladle. The original crime scene is almost flooded. According to that manuscript page that Tim Breaker left behind, there should be something around here to teach her a ritual to get through something called an overlap, where Nightingale is now. She finds his tracks, and the two FBI agents decide to split up, and Saga treks down into the flooded ladle alone. From there, she loses Nightingale's trail, but she can feel him nearby. She can reach out to him here, profile him, draw out answers. Nightingale reveals that the tree was a threshold, a spot in this world that connects to the dark place, where they meet, where they overlap. Saga finds his footprints there again, this time going into the tree, and a dark orb is covering something. Like the edits in the manuscript page taught her, she burns it away with light and is rewarded with yet another page. And this one has no edits, no scratches, no changes, and it mentions her by name. Before, the only time that she was ever mentioned was in the handwritten edits, which helped her to figure things out. But this page is different. It's like somebody else wrote it in its entirety. It directs her to find a fuse near the witch's hut up the trail to get the lights on, and that there she will find another manuscript page. And sure enough, up the trail is a dark little cabin, and once she's inside, it proves to be a safe haven where she can take a breather. And there is a new page to be read. And just like the last one that she found, there are no edits on this one, no handwritten inserts, and she is again mentioned by name in the typing. It's more directions, how to perform the ritual to open the Cauldron Lake overlap. She would need Nightingale's literal heart to read the words upon it and then push the heart through the hole in the witch's chest, that sign that she saw earlier, the hole in her chest where her heart should be. Saga seeks answers directly from Nightingale via profiling to find his missing heart. It too had vanished from the morgue. She has to demand the answer from him, and he reveals that his heart is in the general store in an old freezer, or at least now it is. This place hasn't been used for 13 years now. Campers and visitors would come here regularly to buy things that they needed for their trips, and now it's just molding, empty, falling apart. And she's not alone here. In the back room is one of the Cult of the Tree, who's been overtaken by the Dark Presence. They are now a Taken. It's hard to say if it's a true human being or a copy of a victim, someone taken before by the lake, but it dishes out very real damage. They were probably one of the cultists present at the Nightingale ritual murder. He seems to very much loathe whoever was playing cards here that night. Saga will have to contend with these Taken as she goes. There's no longer a facade of safety around the lake or the town. Make them vulnerable with light, shoot them until they stay down, and just try not to think too much about it. The heart really is in the gross old freezer, protected by another of those dark orbs she has to burn away. And she can read the writing on it now too. They're words that she'll need to complete the ritual at the witch's sign near the overlap. She heads back on her own. Casey is still trying to find his way to her location. She shoots her way up to the sign and recites the ritual words that she's learned. The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. She places the heart into the witch's chest, and the overlap opens up to her. She had expressed excitement at being a part of this case. All the weirdness drew her in, intrigued and challenged her. Once she's through the overlap, she's completely alone, no way to radio out, and she didn't wait for Casey to arrive before going in. The darkness, Scratch, and by extension Nightingale are very aware of her presence. She hears her daughter Logan calling out for her, calling for help, but she can't find her. The dark presence overtakes, dominates, and controls by using a victim's fear against them. Saga is experiencing just a drop that is the ocean of that darkness, and the clearest way to break her is to use her daughter against her. She has to pass through the overlap again. It's like she's looping through it, yet it's a vision of a man that she sees this time. He too is asking for help. Another manuscript page is in this loop, detailing how Nightingale went into the lake. After the Altered World event ended in 2010, all who had been touched by the darkness of the lake were called back to it, and they all went in to suffer through the looping, changing, fading echoes of the writer's dream. When the writer woke and began to write again, their story would change. It was a sad fate for those who couldn't escape the dark presence. The next pass through the overlap is darker, highlighted in that horrible red, and it's a different path. Nightingale is nearer now, speaking broken thoughts, pushed on by what seems to be rage, but they're not in the same place together yet. She must go on to the next loop and see if he's there. At the overlap, another vision of that man. He's trying to tell her something, but only escape and danger make it through, followed by flashes of what looks like perhaps a city street or a train station. This place is different again. There's a small waterfall and Nightingale's FBI badge on the bank. He's getting closer now, but he doesn't attack. She's not quite in the right place yet. Nightingale is growling about something called the clicker. He wants to be shown the clicker. Before the next overlap pass-through, Saga clearly sees a vision of train tracks, perhaps a subway system. When next she exits, Nightingale is there. This is where they will meet, where they will haunt one another. Nightingale's speed defies explanation, and he's highly aggressive, but the same rule applies to him as all other Taken. Make him vulnerable with light, and then keep shooting until he doesn't get back up. But Robert Nightingale continues fighting, pursuing, and speaking even as his body is starting to fall apart, even as his intestines are starting to pour out. He tries to cleave Saga down. It takes several shots from high-power weaponry to stop him. With the hopefully final death of Nightingale, darkness begins to recede, and Saga sees that man again, this time more clearly, yet their attempts to speak are disjointed and faded. She tells him her name and that she's at Cauldron Lake right now. He says something about danger and the dark presence, and then it's gone. The overlap is closed. Saga is standing on the shoreline of the lake. The waters have receded with the decline of the dark presence's power. We've only told one side of this story so far. We've barely touched on the writer himself. It's time we put these stories together, but that will require us going into Cauldron Lake. We must see a loop in motion, know why it's called a spiral, and how the ever-bending timeline and rules within the Dark Place fits together with the reality of those in Bright Falls. When next we meet, we need to talk about Mr. Door, the being called Zane, and Alan. But don't worry, there will be helpers along the way. Alan Wake went into Cauldron Lake to save his wife, and 13 years later, she would do the same for him because he was never able to escape the dark place. He was trying to write himself out of it, but he never got it right. Wake knew that for a story to work, it had to follow rules. It had to be organic, it had to make sense. No hero armor, no contrivances, no cheat codes, so to speak. He believed that he had to create a story that allowed him to escape without bringing the dark presence with him. The Dark Presence was a brutal adversary to the writer, a foe that countered and matched his creative endeavors at every step. It could break and control a person by exploiting their fears and their weaknesses, and while many were claimed as victims of the Dark Presence, Alan wasn't. At least, he wasn't killed. The Shadow needed Wake to write it out into the world, and it enacted this desire via a being called Mr. Scratch. Think of Mr. Scratch as the representative of the Dark Place, a creation of the Dark Place, and the literal Dark Place. Mr. Scratch is every negative story, rumor, belief, and emotion about Alan Wake put into one being. And it's not just the negativity of those who knew Alan, the negativity of every person who knew his name. Truth didn't matter, intention didn't matter. Mr. Scratch was everything wrong or evil about the writer, put into a form that the Dark Place was all too happy to create. When you think about the charisma or the rage of Mr. Scratch, remember where those things come from. Because the Dark Place itself doesn't have emotion. They're the emotion and thoughts of the collective unconscious. Mr. Scratch is our fault. Mr. Scratch is your fault. Over the years, the Dark Place, or rather the fiction that Wake's writings created within it, changed it greatly. What Alan Wake wrote within the Dark Place couldn't change the world outside of it. He could only influence it, nudge it, imply to change things. But within the Dark Place itself, that was very much not the case. Where Alan was trapped was a product of himself. He was a powerful para-utilitarian, and he could absolutely alter the reality of the Dark Place. When Alan first entered back in 2010 after he had saved Alice, it was a swirling vortex of nothing. Just Alan in his writer's room, where he would create his drafts, put together storyboards, do his edits, perform rewrites. Time and time again, Alan created his stories, enacted them, failed to succeed and escape, and went back for rewrites. In one such story, one that became very important, written in 2012, Alan wrote himself into a strange Night Springs story in Arizona. When he was younger, Alan had been a writer for the show Night Springs, so the plot of the Champion of Light combating the Herald of Darkness was one familiar to him. He integrated it into his story writing, with him being the Champion of Light and Mr. Scratch being the Herald of Darkness. In this strange Night Springs story, Mr. Scratch tormented and taunted him. In such early stories, Alan's writing seemed a bit tropey, with lifeless characters, an over-the-top villain, vapid and stereotyped damsels in distress, and small-world settings that were very easy to keep track of. What made this particular series of drafts so important is Mr. Scratch got a little bit too involved, and Alan destroyed his physical body, so to speak, just like he'd done to Barbara Jagger. But that didn't destroy Scratch himself. The rumors and stories about the evil Alan Wake in the real world persisted on, therefore, Scratch did as well. It would just need a new body in order to escape. The Dark Presence, Scratch, could still take form within the Dark Place to interact with and manipulate Alan, but to actually leave, it would need another vehicle, and it would need Alan Wake to create that possibility. It seemed that as the years dragged on, in the real world at least, Alan's mental state deteriorated. The Dark Place fed off of his ego, his anger, his destructive tendencies, and eventually Alan started forgetting things, forgetting what he'd written, how he'd gotten wherever he was, what he was doing. His emotions started going wild, extreme, and constant fluctuations between anger, fear, mania, confusion, panic. It was torture and there was no escaping it. There was no reprieve to be had in the Dark Place. Imagine being trapped someplace with no concept of time, where a moment might feel like 100 years, yet you can't remember any of it. That Alan Wake was able to hold on to any semblance of sanity was remarkable. Because time loops and bends in on itself in the Dark Place, we can treat all plot points in Alan Wake's work as a beginning, a middle, and an end. Looking at the greater picture, it all works out, but the details muddy the fiction. For 13 years, Alan wrote and edited and rewrote and scrapped ideas, threw out entire plots and characters, created new ones. Hell, it was possible for two of the same Alan to exist in the same place from different points in the story. It was an ongoing, constant process. So we are going to choose a plot point within his current project, but that's just because it will give us a clean beginning, and then we'll go from there. That doesn't mean that it's what Alan Wake wrote first as an opener, it's just a spot for us to start. Now, we're not going to rehash the events that took place in 2019 with the Federal Bureau of Control and the Hiss invasion. Instead, we're going to stay in the Dark Place and set up our last character before our story starts. Let's chat a little bit about a strange character within the Dark Place, Tom Zane. Now, here's the thing. We know that when Alan went into the lake in 2010, the man called Tom the Poet was a saving grace and a guide to Alan. Alan wrote him into the story to be that, and what remained of Tom Zane the Poet was able to appear to help Alan. He safeguarded the clicker, spread around Wake's manuscript pages, guided him as a bright presence amid the darkness. But Zane was not a god, and Wake is not a god. After the 2010 AWE, Tom Zane the Poet just kind of ceased. Hopefully he was able to find a happy ending, to finish his own story, go find Barbara, go away with her someplace to exist beyond our world. But the Tom Zane that was appearing within the Dark Place wasn't Tom Zane the Poet, it was Tom Zane the filmmaker. It's impossible to know what Zane really is, but I'm going to treat Tom Zane the filmmaker as a creation of the Dark Place, like Mr. Scratch was to Wake. Two sides of the same coin, but very different beings. Rather than distinguish between Tom the Poet and Tom the filmmaker, I'm going to just call him Tom Zane from here on out. This being also desires to get out of the Dark Place, just like Mr. Scratch did. And he knows that his only way out, or rather, currently his only way out, is through Wake writing him into the story. But let's tell a little story about Zane and Scratch. For some time, Alan had stopped trying to get out. He stopped writing. He realized that he was hurting people, and he wanted to just stop.
A loop. I have to stop. Stop running. Stop writing. I won't write another word. It's too dangerous. Only horror comes out of it. People get hurt. I will let the currents of this ocean wash me away. But what if I forget why I stopped? What if I forget I stopped it all? That is fucked up. If that happens, I'll start writing again.
So when Scratch went to Zane to scheme a plot for both of them to get out, Zane jumped at the opportunity. He would create a movie, and please excuse my attempt at saying this, You and You, to accompany the writings of Scratch/Alan. It would be two artists working in collaboration to create a masterpiece. Scratch wrote a complete manuscript called Return, but the thing about that piece of writing is that it was piggybacking off of a piece of work that Alan Wake had already started. And Alan Wake followed very strict rules in regards to his writings. Return was the finale of a trilogy, and the second book didn't exist yet. Alan Wake himself would need to write it. The book Return ended with the Dark Presence escaping out into Bright Falls, and Alan Wake himself had no memory of Scratch doing this. Now, we can't really say one fateful day when it comes to the Dark Place, so one fateful point in time in a place where time and concepts of reality don't really exist and dream logic is king, Wake observed a strange being walking through his Dark Place universe. He didn't know his name, didn't know what he was, but it was Mr. Warland Dorr. And Dorr allowed Alan to observe him. Dorr allowed Alan to write him into his fiction. Dorr existed outside the control of Alan Wake's writings, and perhaps knowing what was to come and who was soon going to be a part of this cycle, Dorr humored Alan. A small part of Alan's writings, just a few sentences in fact, would be written about something that Dorr does, and that would serve as directions that Saga Anderson would need in the future, during the final draft of this tale. And through it, a link to connect with Warland Dorr himself when the time was right via her mind place. But that's a connection and a payoff that will come much, much later. Time means nothing. Order of operations has been muddied and broken, so let's start here. Alan Wake wakes up on a couch. We are now in the spiral, and at some point in this spiral, Alan Wake was shot in the head, and he instinctively puts his fingers up to the bullet wound. But while it's already happened, it also hasn't yet happened, and he doesn't really remember it happening. Take my hand, it's gonna get weird, but this is a solid spot to begin the storytelling. Currently, he is backstage on a TV set, in between with Mr. Dorr, a creation of Alan Wake's mind to keep him anchored to something familiar. But remember, Warland Dorr is not influenced by his writings. He's here because he chooses to be. He's playing a part because he chooses to. Alan gets to the stage via a television, with no clue as to where he is or why he's here. But Mr. Dorr greets him at the curtain and thus begins their interview. Warland asks Wake about his new book, the sequel to Departure. Departure was what Alan wrote 13 years prior, when Alice was taken by the Dark Presence. Dorr pulls out a book. It's called Initiation. It's the second in a trilogy, but Alan has no idea what this is. He never wrote a book called Initiation, and he would remember if he wrote a book, right? To which Dorr very coyly jokes, maybe it was written by your evil double. Dorr plays his part in this ever-agitating loop that Alan is in and tells him what Initiation is. It's the story of a writer, trapped in a nightmare, trying to find the manuscript of a novel that he's forgotten he's written. It's sort of the exact situation that he's in now, isn't it? He will be tormented by his dark doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective, Alex Casey. Not the real-world Alex Casey, but what Alan created in his books. So, as laid out by this late-night host, here's what Alan must do. Find his writer's room, project himself out into the dark version of New York City that he's created, and write until he finds a complete story that will work. It will take a few drafts, and each draft will retain pieces of the overall story. It will all matter, and in fact, in another part of the spiral, Alan is already in the writer's room, writing all of what they're doing right now as they speak. Remember, time doesn't follow any rules here, and it doesn't play fair. This is just one plot point that's a convenient starting place, and this loop has potentially been repeating dozens, hundreds, thousands of times over at this point. So this is Alan's first memory of being here, but he's also been here before, and he knows that he needs to start writing his book, but at the same time, he's already been writing in another part of the spiral. Dorr isn't exactly happy to be here. The only reason he is because Wake is going to write somebody into the story that he cares about, Saga Anderson. For now, he will help. But his next to godly patience is wearing thin with Alan. He alludes to a third book already being created, a book called Return. And wouldn't it just be so meta if he vanished right after this interview ended? Well, a few moments later, Alan wakes up on the set alone in the dark with only a vague idea of what to do. Trekking through the backstage, he finds a video of himself in the writer's room at another point in the spiral. Impossible to say if it's in the past or the future because that's a vague concept here. He'll find these tapes often, and they're never fun to view. He's often distressed, talking nonsense. but there are hints and clues about what's going on hidden amongst the panic. Before Alan is able to get out of the building, Scratch attacks. The writer doesn't know that Scratch is able to use him at opportune times, enter his body, take over the driver's seat, so to speak. It will only occur during moments of extreme weakness, but when it does happen, it's just a blackout for him. When he comes back to his senses, he's in the writer's room, where he's actually physically been the whole time. What had happened with that interview and him walking around the backstage, it was Alan projecting himself into his writings, projecting himself into a draft. Think of it like Alan Wake being on a holodeck in Star Trek. He's seeing if his story works. But being back in the writer's room already, his memory is full of holes. Much like Saga's Mind Place, Alan's writer's room will hold on to notes and collected items throughout his current loop. But it's also in inverse to Saga's Mind Place. Saga goes into her Mind Place mentally and carries out her adventure physically in the real world, whereas Alan stays in his writer's room physically and carries out his adventures mentally, or astrally, within the reality that he creates within the Dark Place. You know what I mean. Dorr had mentioned Alex Casey guiding him in the book Initiation. Alan Wake is very familiar with the Alex Casey series. After all, he wrote them, so why not make it a detective noir? Why not create an Alex Casey book and then usurp his role in it? His story would begin back on that stage, back with that interview, but this time it would be a little bit different. Initiation, Draft 1. He's a bit more aware this time, more involved with the interview than before. Beside him is an actor that will play Alex Casey in an apparent film adaptation being developed. While Alan is thrilled with the actor's choice because he looks just like Casey, he's not happy with the creative liberties taken with the source material. He wasn't involved in the project, so he didn't have much of a say. The character Alex Casey is supposed to be a guide of sorts for Alan. They play a clip from the upcoming film, and the character says something about a table lamp shaped like an angel being the only thing that will shed light on a mystery. He caught the important parts, something about a writer, something about a lamp. Then, scene change again, back in the dark on the TV set. He walks around the backstage much the same as his first time through, but this time Scratch does not impede his progress. In the lounging room, the sweet humming of a familiar voice flows from the janitor's closet, someone quite familiar with Alan. Let's take a second to talk about the janitor Audie. Audie showed up at the oldest house a long time ago. In fact, his designation is Entity A001. Early 1960s is the most likely time frame. Once upon a time, some researchers tried to study Audie. They filmed him and inadvertently made a pretty scary altered item in the process. And the order came from then on to just leave Audie alone, for God's sake. Audie is and always has served specifically as a janitor. He cleans, he keeps things working, he tends to imbalance. He's a helper. But at the end of the day, Audie is a paranatural entity, one whose motivations aren't really understood. Audie enjoyed vacationing at Watery, a little tiny hamlet near Bright Falls, very close to Cauldron Lake. It could be because of a combination of Finnish culture there, feeling at home and welcome, enjoying the scenery and the people. But it's more likely that he vacations there to keep an eye on the lake. Sometime after the 2019 Hiss invasion ended, Audie went to Watery on vacation and didn't come back. Most likely, Audie did what Audie does. He cleaned, he kept balance, he started helping, kept being a janitor, kept stealing some guy's jumpsuit to look the part, integrated into Watery, and kept an eye on the black stuff. Alan asks Audie if he can help him find the exit, and of course he can. Audie is here to help. He keeps calling him Tom, and Alan corrects him, to which Audie replies yes, of course, but also, Tom is part of Alan, somehow. Alan is a man with tools, and a man with tools can build his own exit. The tools that he'll need are in a shoebox, yes, that shoebox, in the basement where Alan himself left it. Audie has comforting words for Alan should he wish to hear them, and as confusing as they are, they're also illuminating. Audie wants him to succeed, to get the lights back on, and when Alan needs help, there are helpers who will aid him on the way. In the basement is indeed a shoebox with a lamp, just like Audie said. This is the very lamp that the clicker itself was cut from. The lamp will allow Alan to bring light to dark places, to carry it with him, to transfer it, to solve puzzles by changing the world around him, letting him make a way forward. As he wrote, the light carved out something new from the darkness. But the lamp being here is kind of a big bummer for later in the story. Cynthia Weaver had kept that lamp for all these years. It was one of the last things that she had left of the real Tom Zane, whom she had a big crush on when she was younger. She was Tom Zane's Lady of the Light, and she relied on that lamp to keep her safe from the dark presence in her old age. And it's here now because, well, Rose Marigold stole it from Cynthia and threw it into an overlap for Alan because she was directed to do so, which causes all kinds of sad problems for poor Cynthia Weaver later. Before leaving, Alan has to change the light in the exit area, which forces him to confront a video of himself during his writings. He's talking about the clicker. He lost it. It was sent back to the real world, now in the possession of the Koskela brothers and the Cult of the Tree. He doesn't know that it's there now, though. He writes about the clicker being cut from this very lamp. It will be his weapon against the darkness now. It sounds like he's rambling, but in truth, it's almost lucid. Outside the studio, a payphone is ringing. It's what draws his attention once he's in the streets. This dark version of a warped New York City is covered in pieces of himself. Graffiti about Scratch and Alice, streets and even buildings named after people and places familiar to him, billboards all about his IPs and himself. Even the license plates on the cars are giving him messages. The person on the phone is Zane, the filmmaker, but Alan has no idea who they are. He doesn't remember or know what he's written or is writing, yet it gives him a sense of déjà vu. Zane directs him to the subway at the Caldera Street station. He promises that he's there to help Alan, and that they've been working together on something, but the call is cut short before more plot can be revealed. Ooh, such tension. Conveniently, there's a subway pass on the ground right in front of him, and I'd be curious to know how many times he had to go looking for it in past stories before he just wrote it to be in front of him there. But his way into the station isn't very straightforward. He needs light. He needs to obtain charges for the lamp. A bright light down an alley guides him towards just such a thing. But as Warlandor had said during the interview, someone else will help Alan along the way. A character from his work of fiction, Detective Alex Casey. The man Alan had met during the interview was the actor who played Casey in an upcoming film, but this is the real, fictional character. It confuses Alan, though, meeting one of his own characters face to face. He doesn't remember that he wrote all of this, so it feels surreal. Imagine writing a story all your own, and then the main character just walks up to you in real life, talking about the plot of a book that you have no idea that you're currently writing. Alan hears Casey's words in a way very similar to how Saga interrogates via her mind place. Though what he gets is more like a story being told via Alex Casey's insights. It's far less hands-on than Saga's technique. Casey tells Alan of manuscript pages detailing a murder carried out by a cult, and he had suspicions that Alan Wake was the leader. Ooh, so very interesting. Casey is not here to be a friend or an ally to Wake, but neither is he a foe. When the lights go out down the alley and a presence is felt, Casey tells Alan to stay back while he investigates. He bravely confronts some unseen entity in the darkness, shooting into something that screams and howls in the night, and then quiet. Wake finds Alex Casey dying, with only a flashlight illuminating the scene. The fading man's thoughts echo around, like an internal dialogue for other characters to hear. He remembers dying here before, like he's experienced this on a loop. Wake kept killing him, writing it to be, over and over and over again. His final words are those of anger towards the writer, and a promise that he's going to get what's coming to him. Alan takes Casey's flashlight and gun. He is now assuming the detective's role in the story. He's taken the place of Alex Casey in this mystery horror novel. And now that he's equipped, it's a fitting time in the story for the dark presence to become more aggressive. The hero must fight against the forces of evil to reach his next objective. At the train station entrance, he finds that he needs another charge in his lamp, so he takes another route to search for more to take up with him. Up the fire escapes and walkways of surrounding buildings, Alan finds echoes of Alex Casey's stories. The thoughts and feelings of this fictional man will help define the places that Alan will walk. It's a rough and tumble city, made up of sins and trauma befitting people who thrive on danger. A modern noir made real all around him. But there's someone outside the noir that's been, well, placed here. Alan hears humming at first, which guides him to a safe room where Sheriff Tim Breaker is hanging out. And he recognizes Alan. They've met before in previous loops. Tim remembers things far better than Alan does because he's not really a part of the story. He is a real person, not a work of fiction, here because of Warlandor's intervention in Saga's journey. He's been taking notes on the place, trying to piece together a way out, putting together a map of the ever-changing reality, just whatever he can do to stay active. Who knows how long he's felt like he's been here or how many times he's met Alan. He has supplies if Alan needs them, little bits of insights and info, and he's just a pleasant person to talk to. That Wake calls Warlandor a talk show host is almost funny to Tim. He says that the guy has a lot of disguises, but a talk show host? Nah. Al finds the lights that he needs to get through the subway, and then the fun begins. According to the story of Alex Casey, somewhere down here is an FBI agent that was ritualistically murdered by the cult that he had been hunting. And that's good. That's a good spicy story. One that Alan could use for initiation. Remember, Alan is projecting himself here into the story. His physical body is in the writer's room, crafting the tale that he is also experiencing. It has to be organic, make sense, follow rules. If he comes across something that doesn't quite fit, or if he feels inspired by the echoes of Alex Casey, he'll need to go back to his storyboard in the writer's room and make changes. The missing FBI agent story is a good one. It makes sense, and it has narrative validity for him to be down here. So he goes to his storyboard, changes the plot element to match the missing FBI narrative, and the world around him changes to match it. The next block that he has comes at a collapsed tunnel. He's been going down empty tunnels and broken cars for a while. It's time to change it up. The next echo is of two NYPD officers, reminiscent of the real-life deputies Mulligan and Thornton in Bright Falls. The NYPD officers are talking about the dangers of the cult, how anyone who tries to find them ends up dead. And then another echo, Alex Casey talking to a professor who tells him about the cult of the word. The professor is in the image of Tammy Booker, the woman who went to Bright Falls to write a true crime novel about Alan Wake. In this fictional version, she's telling Casey about how the tunnels were used for ritual sacrifices taken straight from Alan Wake's own writings. In the story, Alan was involved, but under a false identity. He was called Mr. Scratch. Even Alan admits that involving himself in the story like this was a bit disturbing, but it felt correct, and he was desperate. It's a new plot element that he can use to change the scene, to move deeper into the tunnels. It takes him to a derailed train, and something here had to have happened. Something terrible. What could it be? He places one of the plot elements into the scene, that of the murder cult, and devises that this is where the cult of the word tracked down their foes, the torchbearers. The evil cult cornered the torchbearers, put them into an abandoned train car, and set it on fire. It gives him a new plot element that will perfectly allow him to move through the train cars blocking the path. Alan finds an area that would be a perfect setting for the next part of the draft. It's an open hall that could tell a story. He loads in different plot elements to change the area, finding little bits of reality imprinted into it, like a recording of Robert Nightingale's panicked voice hidden in a booth. Add another plot element, chairs circle a spot where something violent happened. It's starting to look more like a ritual site than a subway hall. There are shackles on the barriers and blood spatter all over the floors. At the next plot element, the hall is a full-fledged cult hideout, decorated with an altar and pews. An echo of Alex Casey even has the hardened detective admitting that this cult was tampering with things that it shouldn't be tampering with, as though this was something supernatural. It inspires one more plot element, a summoning ritual. In this scene, the cultists chant a terrible poem to bring forth their deity. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you're gone. Those lines will be used in Alan's story many times. They will and have appeared in the manuscript pages sent to Saga Anderson. With this final, integral plot element, Alan goes back to that collapsed tunnel earlier in the journey, and he loads it in. The tunnel opens up, it's his way out, and now is the perfect time for the enemy to attack. The dark presence comes after him. Something is beyond this tunnel that Scratch, does not want him to interact with. But the rules of the story stand. The dark presence cannot reach him in the light. He takes shelter in a bright room for a moment, and when the screams of Scratch fades, he runs back for the tunnel with Scratch hot on his heels. The destructive forces of Scratch bring down parts of the ceiling, putting some space between the two, just in time. What is beyond the tunnel is an overlap. In his fiction, it's the cult murder site of an FBI agent, but in the real world, it's overlapping with the forests where Saga wandered while hunting Nightingale alone. Nightingale's corpse is here, as is his heart. When Wake gets close, it vanishes. It's needed in the real world, put into that fridge where Saga will find it. It's her key to opening the overlap. Remember, the flow of time here is different from reality. What takes a great deal of time in the real world might just be a few moments for Alan, and vice versa. Just a few seconds later, he turns and he meets Saga Anderson. In the time that it took for him to turn around, she found the heart, opened the overlap, went through the loops, and put down Nightingale. They learn each other's names, share their disjointed information of danger and warning, and for Saga Anderson, at the conclusion of this conversation, she exits the overlap and stands on the shores of Cauldron Lake. She's there for only a few moments before an anomaly occurs and a man appears on the beach. It's Alan himself, returned to the world via a ritual that has not yet been carried out by Saga herself. This meeting in this overlap is how he learns of Saga. The manuscript pages for the book Return that she's found with her name edited into them are going to be written within the Dark Place by Alan. but the bending and broken timeline of Alan's world dictate that it's both going to happen and it already has happened. He's going to write her into the story, but she's already been written into the story. And if that doesn't make sense, it's okay. How we perceive time and reality is a luxury and a sanity that Alan Wake doesn't have. If we were to jump back and forth between Alan and Saga's stories, it would be like trying to fit a square block into a triangle hole. It doesn't really work that way. There's no way to gracefully overlap them. It gets very, very messy. So what we're going to do is, for the time being, we're going to stay with Alan Wake, we're going to explain the adventure he goes through, and then we're going to apply it to Saga's A to B timeline. So, we'll see you soon, Saga. Let's go back to the Dark Place. The completion of this part of the draft changes something outside the tunnel. Where he once lived with Alice, a huge building called Parliament Tower appears within the story. This is where the finale of the story will take place. It's where it will always take place. He needs to get there to see how the story should end. Exiting the station, it's hard to ignore the looming structure that was once his home. It feels strange to him to feel so close to being home in this place. That payphone is ringing again, taking his focus away from the goal. It's the same voice as before, who we know to be Zane. He asks Wake if he's been to the overlap, and he's thrilled to learn that Alan did make it there. This is progress for them. Zane uses Alice to motivate him to the tower, asking if he's sure that she really got out of the Dark Place. The call ends with a vague warning from Zane. The Dark Place can manifest as his evil double, Scratch. An echo of Alex Casey is in the lobby of the building. According to him, Alice Wake went on to create art that alluded to her late husband. She knew things. She was crying for help. She was in danger. And nothing would get Alan moving or motivated faster than Alice's well-being. As soon as the elevator door opens, camera flashes go off, and Scratch starts to hound him. He recognizes this as Alice's equipment, and trouble presents as soon as he enters the home. There's a crash of silverware and glass, then Alice's voice ordering somebody to get out and leave her alone, but she is nowhere to be seen. Alice Wake, the real Alice Wake, the woman who plunged back into the Dark Place to save her husband, she controls this place. This was all set up by her to guide and nudge Alan along, down what will ultimately prove to be a painful and dangerous path. Her photos are scattered all around, taken in the real world and brought here as tools. She had been touched by the Dark Place back in 2010. She was a conduit for it. When the terrible hauntings began in about 2017, she sought aid with the Federal Bureau of Control, and somehow she went on to remember everything. When she regained her memories of her time in the Dark Place, she began planning for a way to help Alan escape the loop that he was in. She was here to guide him on to ascension, but doing that would require heartache. Alan had to understand her torment for this to work. He needed to see her. There's a memory card and a video camera in the living area. It's Alice, talking about her younger years, her love of photography, her relationship with Alan, understanding that her passion wasn't the source of their success, then Alan's writer's block, and their trip to Bright Falls. She didn't tell him the truth behind it. They fought, things somehow went wrong, and then he was just gone. She blames herself sometimes. 6 years prior to this, she began hearing Alan's voice in their home at night, hearing typewriter clacking. She knew that it was him haunting her, and it became violent. He was a monster. He always did have anger in him. She's curating her story to fit what Alan needs to hear. She says that she set up cameras to capture these hauntings so that she could turn this art into a new exhibition, which she was going to call The Dark Place. Like he did with the television set back at the TV studio, Alan uses the film projector to teleport himself to another place in the story, a different part of the story's spiral. He returns to the writer's room to find himself with a bullet hole in his head. On the desk is the complete manuscript for a book called Return, with scribbles and handwritten edits. He has no memory of writing this manuscript because he didn't write it. Scratch did while controlling his body, and he has no memory of making the edits because he hasn't done it yet. He doesn't belong here. The story didn't work. Initiation isn't complete. Once again, he has failed. He has to go back and try again. Scratch, the dark presence, takes him over in this time of confusion and weakness, and he blacks out. When Alan snaps back awake, he's alone in the writer's room, sitting in front of his typewriter, aware that he failed to make his escape. The dark presence stopped him. So, time to start writing for draft 2. It has to maintain some story elements from before, the ones that really worked well as a foundation, but the details need to change. He would need to get back to Parliament Tower in the end to save Alice from Scratch, but he would use a different murder site this time. He begins drafting, remembering bits and pieces of previous spirals, his constant rewriting, Scratch taking over, times where he lost his mind, being shot in the head, a strange light hole in his forehead, and then he projects himself into the writing. He'll start back at that TV station again, but this time it won't be an interview, at least not in the same way. He wakes up, touches his forehead to feel for that bullet wound that he's not yet experienced, and then begins taking in the scene around him. Warland Dorr is speaking over the television, introducing the segment that Wake is about to be a part of. It won't just be any interview. What is to come is called The Story of the Journey of Alan Wake the Musical, or simply We Sing. And what's to follow is 20 minutes of the greatest content ever created, but alas, we can't spend that long savoring it. However, the song played here, Herald of Darkness, it does serve a purpose in Alan's journey. Every line from Dorr, Alan himself, and the old gods of Asgard is a reminder to Alan of the life that he's lived, the road that he's walked that brought him here, and what his ultimate goal is. It touches on the power of the clicker, that the Herald of Darkness is within the Champion of Light, him and Scratch intertwined. He must search out a manuscript that holds the key to ending the vicious cycle that he's within, a loop that will repeat again and again until he finds a way out. Not a line of the song is wasted. And if there's anyone in these stories that can be trusted to tell the truth, it's the old gods of Asgard. By the time Alan is through this gauntlet of rock and roll and combat, he's fully re-equipped to handle the dark place and all the forces within it. And all too soon, it's over. Alan wakes up back in that dark station with the humming of Audie not far away. He's, mopping the floor, it looks like, but Audie does what Audie needs to do, so who are we to question it? Exiting the studio, he has no idea what he's supposed to do next. But as with the previous draft, a payphone starts ringing just up the street. Of course, it's Tom Zane again. This time, this loop, Alan remembers the previous one. He remembers talking to this man before going into the subways, and that's startling for Zane. Alan actually remembers talking to him before. Alan tells this mystery man about what he found at Parliament Tower, that he believes Alice is in danger, and that there's another manuscript somewhere called Return that he saw the title page of, but he doesn't remember writing it. He's writing a book called Initiation, not Return. Zane knows who really wrote Return, and Zane wants Alan to go get that manuscript. He believes that they can use it to get out of the dark place, and Zane really wants out. I wouldn't trust this guy as far as I could dropkick him. He's cut from the same cloth as Mr. Scratch he is, and once upon a time, Mr. Scratch was a very charismatic being, though in an entirely different way. But Alan doesn't have much of a choice when it comes to guidance. The voice tells Alan to find him at the Ocean View Hotel, yes, named after that Ocean View motel and casino, the place of power connected to the oldest house. Zane left him a key right there on the counter next to the phone. How convenient. It's not as easy as just walking through, though. Dream logic and all that. He has to follow neon lights down a dark alley where Alex Casey once again appears. This time he's not nearly as calm. He tells Alan that he is the killer, the cult leader, the one responsible for all of this. Alan claims that it's Scratch, it's not him, and their struggle ends in Wake shooting Casey. In his dying thoughts, Alex Casey laments the dark place that has been within him for so long. It was all he knew at this point, so much part of himself that he couldn't remember what it was like to not be in pain. He knew that he wasn't in the dark place, he was the dark place, a vessel for it. And this line in the story will have very real repercussions in the real world, where the FBI agent Alex Casey lives on. The way into the Ocean View Hotel is up a nearby building and across a sky bridge. Alan enters on one of the top floors, which takes him directly to room 665. Within is a film projector, and through it, Alan is taken to another place within the hotel. Dream logic, The hotel is different now. He's outside of room 665, and inside isn't just a projector, it's fully furnished to the point of being cluttered. And standing on the bed, being a bit of a drama lord, is the one called Zane. After a bit of poetry, he introduces himself properly to Wake. Alan knows Thomas Zane as a poet, the diver. This isn't really what he had imagined Tom to be. Why does Zane look like him? But Zane pushes back. Maybe Wake looks like him. Then the odd man corrects Alan, telling the writer that he is a filmmaker and that the poet was just a character that he created for his movie. Tom is a sharp contrast to Alan's all-business attitude. He easily smiles and expresses joy, even if it is a little bit off-putting. There's something beneath the surface of this being that isn't quite right. Zane claims that they had been collaborating to create a way out for both of them, Wake writing Return, Zane making an accompanying film. Tom knows that Alan didn't write Return. Tom knows that Scratch did it through Alan. Scratch didn't play nice in the end, and he excluded Zane's escape from the manuscript. But if Zane can manipulate Wake into getting the manuscript, then maybe he can still get out. Either way, the Dark Presence, the Shadow, it wins. Via Scratch, via Zane, either of them getting out into the real world could potentially be a disaster. Alan remembers a bit of their collaboration time, which is more like a long bender of drugs and alcohol. Doesn't really seem like much fun. The smartest thing that comes out of them is, it's return. Because we return. Wow, how amazing and insightful. And there's an overlay of an Alma beer advertisement during the montage that's been bothering the hell out of me, so is someone smarter than me? Do you know what the deal with that is? Back to their conversation though. Wake is already tired of Zane's caginess. His focus is Alice's safety, but Zane says it's fine. Alice is back in New York, she's safe, which is an absolute bold-faced lie. But the evil Scratch is searching for her via an overlap, so they need to get returned so that they can get out and Alan can go save her. There's another murder site here in the hotel. Surely whatever is within the hotel will inspire Alan to create a better draft of initiation. The intrusion of FBC director Jesse Faden on the TV interrupts their meeting. Zane seems to be a bit familiar with whoever they are, and he doesn't want them to find him. A lot has been going on outside of the lake recently, so of course the FBC and its director are going to be zoning in on the area. This ends their talk, and Alan is sent back to the projector in the empty room 665. There is a murder site that he needs to find and a story that needs crafted. The words of Alex Casey guide him through the start of the tale. This place was used by a theater troupe as a site for a play featuring a murder cult. Alan admits that this place is the perfect setting for an Alex Casey novel. In the lobby, he finds an echo of Casey talking to the troupe leader, a fictional version of Ed Booker. This play is supposed to be an immersive experience for all within the hotel. Different events in varying rooms, the audience gets to participate, telling the story of a cult. It's an older play, but the manuscript for it has been long lost. It's a play that has been passed down between different theater companies as an oral tradition, and every company that performs it only does so once, as the play itself is said to have powers. Alan is inspired by this exchange, a new plot element that he'll introduce into the locations, just like he did at the subway. The pre-show ritual will take place in the ballroom. Alan plots out that the play troupe will carry out this play not realizing that it's a summoning ritual, and they will become sacrifices for it. The ballroom is a fair ways into the hotel, but when he gets there, it's clear that this will be a key scene in the play. Here, in the proper setting, he decides that the cult will be called the Cult of the Tree, mirroring the real-life Cult of the Tree in Bright Falls led by the Koskela brothers, and an alternate version of his fictional Cult of the Word. But he needs more of the story. He needs more locations and plots. He finds the rehearsal area, where inspiration strikes him again. The Ocean View Hotel itself will have a dark history full of murder, death, and suicide, where a real cult carried out a ritual to summon the devil himself. The origins of this oral tradition given roots in this haunted place. It's a new plot element to apply to other areas of the hotel. Changing the rehearsal area to the plot element reveals that things either got very serious very quick, or the set designers for this play needed a raise because whatever they were being paid wasn't nearly enough. Applying the haunted plot element to the ballroom itself sets one hell of a mood as well. A version of his writer's room is on the stage. This is where the devil himself was supposed to appear, to rewrite reality while God slept. Precisely what Scratch did with the manuscript for Return after he took over Alan. In the play, the devil was played by some celebrity who never took off his cult mask. He never broke character. Casey assumes that it means Alan Wake, but Ed doesn't actually know who they were, and their name was scratched out in all the posters. Casey pins Mr. Scratch as the actor, a being born to play the role of the devil. It's the last plot element that he needs, the antagonist, Scratch himself, the devil. Applying that plot element to the ballroom shows the aftermath of the play. Bodies and blood. They summoned the devil, and the devil did what the devil does. Alan follows the trail of blood through the hotel, finding corpses all along the way. It takes him back to the entrance hall, where a new plot element reveals a bloody staircase up the hotel that wasn't accessible before. An echo of Alex Casey reveals that Scratch stayed at the hotel during production, in room 666 of course. He wasn't much of a social butterfly and only left his room to act in the play. Outside room 666 are several bodies. It's hard to deny where Scratch called home for a while. Within, Alan can still feel Scratch's presence, an undeniable force of evil. Another idea comes to him. An echo of Alex Casey speaks of something new, a murder victim. A particular woman was killed during the climax of the play, the leading lady, the Grand Dame. She played the part of the writer's muse, claiming to have seen the original manuscript of this play from long ago. At the finale of the play, the devil would crash through the hotel all the way to her room in 108, where he would meet his muse. But it turns out, Scratch knew who this muse was. He had joined the play just to get to her specifically. Before Alan can learn more, Scratch attacks from the darkness in a terrifying display of rage and power, just like he did in the subway system. As is dictated in the play, the devil rampages through the hotel, chasing Alan and destroying everything in its path to get to him. This is a proper horror story, no hero armor. If Scratch does get his hands on Alan, he will experience a violent death. But his salvation comes at the end of the hall, in a brightly lit room that Scratch cannot follow him into. Room 108 is the finale of the play. Alan needs to go there, find out who this muse was, and why Scratch wanted her dead. At the room, an overlap starts to present. This will have implications for Saga Anderson in the real world. He needs to do something here to help her. But the muse is much more than just a fictional character in a play. In a tragedy that will later be told in Return, the real-life counterpart to the muse is old Cynthia Weaver. She sacrificed so much in her life to act as the Lady of the Light for Tom Zane, to help Alan wake. She had very little left for herself in the end, and in her old age, the lamp that Alan now holds as a tool against the darkness was all she had left of Tom. It was taken from her. She was defenseless against the dark presence, and it got her, claimed her as another victim, a take-in. In this fiction, the muse was drowned in a bathtub, and beneath her body was a music record. Alan has completed this part of the draft, reached the finale of the play, and with that completion, the muse and the record vanish. They will be of importance to Saga Anderson when the time is right. For a brief time, Alan sees Saga again. She says something about the clicker, and he tells her that she has to find it. It can help them. Saga is trying to ask questions, but Alan is on a different wavelength. He's focused on Alice and stopping Scratch. Saga has very different interests in what he's doing. He tries to tell her about finding a manuscript called Return, about writing Initiation, but Saga seems angry about something. Their brief exchange isn't fruitful, but at least the possibility of Saga Anderson getting the clicker exists. For now, Alan needs to focus on getting back to his apartment at Parliament Tower. With the murder story complete, it appears outside the hotel. Always, it will be the finale of each draft. Scratch's presence is more oppressive this time, though. Alan believes that Alice was tormented by him. The apartment now has far more from Alice's art exhibit laying around. The bathroom has been converted into a red room. There are poster boards ready to advertise it. On the kitchen counter is an old computer with emails from Barry Wheeler to Alice. After Alan vanished, he and Alice became friends and they stayed in touch. He looked in on her, helped her as best as he could, even though they were very different people. Their mutual care for Alan brought them together as friends. He went west some years after the incident and unknowingly got involved with the Blessed Organization, a secret paracriminal group that the FBC has been trying to hunt down. At least he seemed happy though. The VHS tapes from Alice chronicle her journey while she created the art exhibition. Remember, these tapes were created to push Alan along. The art exhibit wasn't real. It was a concept manufactured to motivate and guide Alan. In the tapes, it becomes clear that she was no longer afraid of the dark. She wasn't afraid of the hauntings or Alan. She says that the more she photographed, the more she felt on the verge of a breakthrough. But for all her work and searching, she didn't know what she was looking for. But she was hell-bent on proving that these things that she saw in the darkness were real. Draft 2 of Initiation is now complete. Alan returns to his writer's room to see what happens next. Last time he was here, he found himself dead in the chair with a bullet wound in his forehead, a copy of the manuscript Return on the table with scribbles on the title page. This time, though, the room is empty. The full manuscript of the novel Return is next to the typewriter, with no edits on it. He reads through it, and he slowly comes to understand that it was written by Scratch, not him. It ends with the dark presence escaping from the dark place. He has to do something. He has to stop this story from coming true. If he completes Initiation, then Return will come true, and Scratch will be unleashed onto the world. He had to edit Return. He had to change the main character, Alex Casey, into the FBI agent Saga Anderson. He had to work within the constraints of the story. It would remain a horror story. There had to be death, sacrifices, pain, and terror. Alan worked through his edits, but before he reached the end, he walked into the room. It's him from another point in the spiral. His hair is soaking wet. He's holding a gun with a look of rage on his face. It is not Scratch, but the entity is near. This enraged Alan walks up to himself and he shoots the writing Alan in the head. But what would push Alan to that point, to be so irrationally violent, so angered? Well, let's find out. Alan awakens again in his writer's room. Initiation Draft 2 was a failure. The story needs to be changed again. He believes it was Scratch that shot him to stop him from finishing his edits on return. His memory of the edits was already fading though. He may have lost his chance to complete the edits. Alan knows that Zane lied to him. Scratch wrote Return, and he knew it. He needs to go have a talk with the filmmaker. Initiation always started in the TV studio, included a murder site, and ended at Parliament Tower. Zane would answer his questions and tell him where the next murder site was. When he comes to, he's of course back in the TV studio, but it's flooding now, and his hair is soaking wet. There's no happy segment intros playing on the TV from Moreland Door. It's a very somber mood. The set itself is dark. In previous drafts, there were boisterous interviews or musical numbers, but Moreland Door is waiting for him in the dark, and he is none too pleased. He's done indulging Wake in this TV show nonsense. Alan has written Saga Anderson into the story, his daughter, and he's pissed. We know why. We know what Alan has been doing. We know more than the writer himself does at this point. So let's just let Door himself express his displeasure and just take it all in.
I don't have time for this, so let's get it over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask, but you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors. Peeking in. Reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our night springs. It was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. And you would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wake.
Well, I sure as hell wouldn't want to be on his bad side. When the conversation ends, Alan is alone on the stage once again. The building is still flooded, and there are shadows backstage that he has to contend with. It's dark as hell, but there too is a helper here, Audie. He provides his words of comfort and wisdom, a grounding presence amidst the chaos that Alan has surrounded himself with. Audie tells Alan that while Door is displeased with him, Door will allow the master of this reality, Alan Wake, to continue on, and he will play his role as needed. Then he drops little clues for Alan. Seems that Tom put Audie into his films. He's excited to know if Ute You, his most famous film, is maybe coming back to the cinemas. Hint hint, nudge nudge. Apparently, in a different part of the spiral, Alan entrusted Audie with photos that Alice had taken, to be delivered to him at a proper time. They're in that shoebox down in the basement. The photos Audie has been safekeeping are of the clicker, sinking into the darkness with a hand outstretched to grab it, and a bullet of light. He senses that they'll be important, but he doesn't know what to do with them yet. Outside the studio, the payphone does not ring, and Alan doesn't need directions. He knows exactly where Zane is, at the Ocean View Hotel. He goes straight there and up to room 665. He takes control of the scene upon arrival, tying Zane to a chair and holding him at gunpoint. And this is important because it indicates that Alan can actively control his environment on a whim. Though he's not very good at it yet, that control is weak. He confronts Zane with the truth. Scratch wrote return, and he helped him. But Zane pleads that he didn't have a choice. Alan had given up writing, and when Scratch showed up offering to help Zane escape, he had no other options. He wants to get the hell out of this place so badly, and Scratch's work was absolutely magnificent. But when he finished his writing, he left Zane behind. He begs Alan to get return before Scratch does, and uses Alice to conjure up a sense of urgency with the request. Zane tells Alan that when he finds Scratch, to not hesitate in killing him. The next murder site is at Zane's cinema nearby, where Yutenyu is playing. And while Wake's guard is down, Zane starts enacting his own dramatic art. He starts exerting his own presence against Alan, trying to take back control of the situation. They switch spots, they change roles, they fight for control over the scene, and Alan shoots Zane in the head. From the dead man's pocket, Wake takes a theater ticket, which will get him into the cinema, and then he departs from the projector. But Tom Zane, that dark doppelganger of the long-lost poet, ever the schemer, will use this dramatic scene of violence and betrayal for himself. After all, he's trying to escape too, and what played out was a very suspenseful scene befitting his own art. He'll have to seek out other avenues of escape beyond Alan Wake himself. The cinema isn't far off. Bright searchlights guide his way there. It's a bit of a hassle reaching it, but once he makes it to the front booth, that ticket he took from Zane's pocket gets him inside. An echo of Alex Casey recounts how he feels like he's been searching for this cult of the word for an entire lifetime at this point. Countless incidents of violence that lead nowhere, but this theater, it felt different. The same rules of progression apply here as in the other drafts. Find locations, unlock plot elements through inspiration, and change the scenes to progress the story. In a back room of the lobby, an echo reveals more of the story. Ilmo Koskela plays a part in this story as a fictional cultist. He tells Alex Casey that what was to happen here was a ceremony involving two of NYPD's finest who were working for the cult, the same two officers who'd appeared in the other drafts. But he won't say who their leader is or what they were planning. This inspires Alan to use another plot element involving the two cops, New York's finest. This scene changes to open up the theater, where Yutenyu is soon to begin. But where is the film itself? Another echo reveals Casey and the cultist exchanging taunts over it. Somewhere within the theater is a clip of the film, something integral to the overall plot of this story. According to the cultist, Alex Casey is a part of a ritual taking place here, playing a part like a puppet blindly performing. The answers that Casey seeks are within the film, so Alan needs to find it. He can change the theater scene and segments of it will play out on the scene, but not the entire clip. That won't come until the very end. The character on the screen, Zane, he freezes at a key point in the plot, holding up his unlit lamp, and there's no other paths that Alan can take, so he sends one of his lights into Zane's lamp, revealing a previously non-existent door. Remember, dream logic. It takes him out into an alley and up the side of a building where, in fiction, Alex Casey chases down the cultist played by Ilmo Koskela. When the two characters had their final confrontation at the ledge of a fire escape, Alex Casey asked, how? How did they get him into the film Yutenyu without him remembering? The cultist says that now that he's seen it, he is ready to meet their Grand Master in the projection booth, where he will project a new reality into this one. And then the cultist throws himself from the side of the building to his death. Back on the ground, he finds another echo, the two officers. They were convinced that they were going to be initiated into the cult, unaware that the Grand Master had far darker plans for the two stooges. Back in the main theater room, Alan changes the plot element to the final part, the Grand Master, and a door on the screen is revealed. It's the only way to reach the projection booth, and once he's in, there's no going back. It's a maze of film equipment, devoid of color save grayscale and red, and Alan can feel right away that he's not alone in the maze. He can hear the angry yells of Alex Casey as he goes, taunting the Grand Master he was searching for in the original work of fiction that Alan has usurped his place in. Past a few doors, Alan discovers that he's in a loop of this film maze. It's a loop within a loop. But there are slight changes. Alex Casey calls out in anger again, but another version of Casey hears the yelling and he responds to it. It's Casey yelling at Casey. Then the loop begins again, but this time it's Casey yelling at Casey, who's also yelling at Casey, while what looks like Casey is tied to a chair. but the tied-up Casey vanishes when Alan gets near. Before he can enter the next loop, he finds a VHS tape of himself in the writer's room, having a manic episode that he doesn't remember. He had been trying to create Return, but it was always wrong. It didn't work as a piece of art or fiction. He was missing something. A step before Return, the second of the trilogy, he had to create Initiation. He was doing things all out of order, yet still trying to follow his own literary rules. It was maddening to try to make sense of. At the next loop, he hears Casey yelling at Casey, who's also yelling at Casey, while another Casey yells too, while the actor who plays Casey is revealed to be the man tied to the chair. It's fiction within fiction, and if it doesn't make sense, that's okay. There's not a lot of sense to be made here. It's dream logic, remember. The actor says that Alan doesn't have to kill him. He doesn't have to go get that knife over there and stab him. He doesn't have to ritualistically sacrifice him to open the way forward. It's almost like he wants to be stabbed. So, Alan goes to get the knife, and he walks back, totally not going to stab him, by the way. He's just holding it. But the actor breaks free from the chair, and he bolts through the exit door. And Alan follows, not to stab him, but, just to progress the story, not commit a murder. This finally leads to the end of the loop. An overlap is revealed, a place where Saga Anderson will walk during her own adventures. She'll need something that Alan has in the dark place. Completing this part of the story will have it delivered to her. But what could it be? Last time at the Ocean View Hotel, it was a strange music record. Another echo reveals another part of the Alex Casey story. A cultist tells the detective that he is a part of this story, that he is a fictional character within a book. And he's brought the writer of that story here to them. Casey has a complete existential crisis from this revelation, demanding to know how he was in Ute and You, why this all feels familiar, and who he himself is. His part in the story ends before he gets those answers. The character Alex Casey is discarded. Instead, it is Alan Wake who will go on to the finale of the writing. The supposed Grand Master of the cult welcomes Alan Wake and promises that he is just one step away from his final destination. He's faced with a parting question from the Grand Master. Whose story are you living, Mr. Wake? This part of the story is nearly complete. Time to see what's in the projection booth. It is the heart of the overlap, the murder site that he has been looking for. The two NYPD officers were the victims of it. It's a heartless and macabre display. The two of them are strung up with film reel, one of them wearing a moose skull on his head. He sees a flash of something from the real world. The skull, the mask. It is a key. Saga Anderson will need it for something, and he fully realizes that now. He turns to see Saga Anderson once again, not knowing that their timelines don't match up. The Saga that he's meeting now is from a time earlier in her day. He tries to tell her about Return and Scratch and the edits, about the manuscript being the key to his escape, but she doesn't understand. What does he mean, escape, and who the hell is Scratch? He says he wrote her into the story to be the hero, and that she can save her family as the hero if she keeps going, which Saga sharply responds to with angry confusion. But they're just not communicating well enough. Their messages are disjointed, and the overlap fades before they can make sense of each other. It's time to go back to Parliament Tower one more time. He needs to finish Initiation, and Alice Wake herself has something horrific that Alan must experience to push him farther along this path. On his way out, he can hang out in the theater to watch Ute and You, the accompanying piece of art to go with Return that Zane had created, his contribution and attempt to escape. It's a mind bender, but worth the view, especially for the finale. Then it's off to Parliament Tower. There's one final echo from Alex Casey for him to see, a finale for the character who heads out into the city to face the next mystery, the next crime, the next horror. There's one more chance to track down Tim Breaker, chat about aliens, missing time, Mr. Door, his theories on everything going on here. He's in good spirits and has adjusted well to this weird reality. Outside Parliament Tower, the statue of Alan Wake has been replaced by one of Alice Wake, and that payphone was ringing. It would be pretty damn bold of Zane to be calling again, but when Alan picks it up, he hears himself on the other end. He's calling himself from a different point in the spiral, one that, sadly, we never get to see, which just sends my lore thought senses into a complete tizzy. But the other Alan tells our present Alan that he will get out, and no, he won't get out. Both are true, but it's by his own choice, if that's of any comfort. Other Alan tells him that he needs to put the pictures that he got from the basement of the TV studio, remember the picture of the clicker and that bullet of light, he needs to put them into a shoebox that is going to appear right now at the base of Alice Wake's statue. They'll be needed later by others who currently are and who will be in the dark place. With this complete, Alan can return to his home to see what awaits him in the tower. On the elevator ride up, he remarks that somehow things feel different this time. When he arrives, there are no camera flashes, no furniture, no sign that anyone even lives here. It's dead quiet, save the snarling of some unseen creature in the living area. A projector is set up, ready to play Alice Wake's final prepared video. It's her goodbye. She's given up. The loss was too great, the hauntings too severe, and she couldn't keep going. She was instead going to become part of the art herself. It was time for a perspective shift, as she says. An addendum at the end notes that shortly after this, Alice took her own life and photographed her final steps. The images are of her on a high cliff overlooking what seems to be a caldera, Cauldron Lake in truth. She walks towards the edge and plunges into the unknown below. And this is pure grief. It's shock and horror to Alan. His greatest worry has been for his wife, keeping her safe from Scratch, and all this time she'd been dead? And he blames Scratch for it. He believes that Scratch was the one haunting her, tormenting her. He has returned to the writer's room, completely overtaken by unreasoning rage. There's someone sitting at the desk, working. It must be Scratch writing Return. He had just been on the other side of the scenario when he found the manuscript for Return, and he was handwriting the edits to include Saga Anderson, edits to stop Scratch from escaping. This is what had caused wet-haired Alan to shoot himself in the head to stop himself from finishing the edits to Return. The belief that the man in the chair was Scratch, and he was going to kill him, just like Zane had said, when you find Scratch, don't hesitate to kill him, and Alan doesn't. But in the aftermath of the killing, the wet-haired Alan realizes his mistake. He remembers being shot in this way, by himself. He remembers, and he realizes that he had been the one haunting Alice. He can't just blame everything on Scratch. He bears responsibility for all of this. He played a part in Alice's despair and her death. And in this broken state, he can't fight off the dark presence. It, Scratch, enters into Alan to prepare for the next step, which they will take together. At this point, the edited pages of Return are placed into the real world, placed earlier in Saga Anderson's timeline so that she will have them to guide her through Bright Falls and Cauldron Lake. Alan Wake himself will also be sent to the real world, but to another point in the real world time. We return to Saga. She has just defeated Nightingale. We now know how all those manuscript pages appeared to guide her, and before her on the shores of Cauldron Lake, Alan Wake has appeared. He's just finished the third draft of Initiation, witnessed the horrific death of his wife, shot himself in the head in the dark place, and he's unwittingly carrying a very special guest within himself. He will forget the events of the dark place, so it's a bit of a Trojan horse situation we have here. Alan Wake is here because of a ritual that was performed to pull him through, but it's a ritual that is performed in the future. He didn't arrive when he was expected to, it seems. And I hope you got all that, because next time, we're putting it all together.
From what I've gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories and your own made-up view. Hey, mama.
Oh, I hope you're all caught up with the goings-ons of Alan Wake and his adventures within the Dark Place, because we're about to bring the stories of Saga Anderson and the writer together. But remember, time within the Dark Place isn't linear. It's bending, it overlaps, and it's confusing. As we carry on Saga's more linear timeline, Alan's deeds and very presence within her story will seem disjointed and random, but it's just time bending and breaking on itself a bit. Saga Anderson traveled through an overlap to put former FBI agent Robert Nightingale down, a journey that took her as close to Alan Wake and the Dark Place as one dare go. When she spoke with Alan, it was after he had just made his way through that subway system in the first draft of his book, Initiation. He still had a very long ways to go in his ventures. After their conversation ended, Saga was on the shores of Cauldron Lake. The waters have finally receded with the closing of the overlap. The lake's power was low, so to speak, so the waters weren't as high. A strange anomaly occurs before her, and it is the writer himself, Alan Wake, who appears in the muck. He awakens panicked, knowing that something is his fault, that it got out with his face, and the dark presence changed the story. They had to stop it. Sounds like the jabbering of a madman. The Alan before Saga is the same man that she met in the overlap, but a great deal of time, so to speak, has passed for him. This is Alan after he wrote all 3 drafts of Initiation, after he saw Alice's tape where she appeared to take her own life, after he stormed into the writer's room and he shot himself in the head, realizing after the fact that he had stopped himself from finishing the edits on Scratch's version of the last book, Return. This is Alan after a great deal of pain, anger, and horrific realization. But his memory of that is also quickly fading. He's going to forget. He's going to mix up details, remember pieces that don't quite fit together. And Saga has no idea how he's here, because she has so much to learn about rituals and summonings and the dark place's broken sense of time. She has no idea that Alan is here now because of something that she will do in the future, but we'll get to that later. Let's stay on the beach for now. The appearance of the real-life Alex Casey is of course a bit shocking for the writer. He's the real deal, the previously unknown inspiration for his own Alex Casey character. Soon enough, Alan will realize that his creative writings weren't entirely original content, but there are bigger things to worry about right now. Alan asks Casey if he has a flashlight. It's not safe without a light, that they're going to need to keep an eye out for manuscript pages, but Casey assures him that they already know. It's going to be fine. They need to get back to town, get Alan someplace safe, cleaned up, and start figuring out how to handle all of this. Saga can take time to explore the trails that are now accessible, but inevitably, she ends up back at that parking lot. En route, the monitoring station from earlier in the day, the one being serviced by the FBC technician named Steven, it's broadcasting an alarm loudly. Activity within the lake has been detected. An altered world event is taking place. Saga radios Casey, asking if he knows what this is, and he says that he started looking into the FBC some years ago, but he was stonewalled. They're definitely involved with Alan Wake somehow, though. The monitoring station isn't making a network connection. Ilmo Koskela may have already rerouted the network traffic. The FBC probably already knows what's happening here, but the Cult of the Tree is also going to be well aware that something is happening in that lake. On the drive back to Bright Falls, Saga reassures Alan that they're going to get him to their field office where he can clean up and they can start talking things through. Her daughter, Logan, calls during the ride, immediately reassuring her mother that she's okay and Dad shouldn't have even texted her about it, but Saga didn't get any text from her husband about their daughter. Apparently, Logan had slipped in the shower and hit her head. She has a concussion, and she could have drowned if her dad hadn't, heard the fall take place. It's not a great thing for Saga to hear, especially since earlier that day the very strange Rose Marigold had mentioned her daughter drowning. But her husband says that things are okay. Logan is fine, he's keeping an eye on her, there's nothing to worry about. In Alan's edits of Scratch's book, called Return, he wrote Saga Anderson to be the hero of the story, and in those edits, Saga Anderson's daughter Logan did die by drowning, but the inspiration for that comes from this event, a fall in the shower that could have been dangerous, but in the end, it wasn't. In Return, Saga Anderson had left her husband David, taken Logan to live in Watery with her. They'd started over fresh, but their new beginning ended in Logan's tragic accidental death. Keep those details in mind as we go, and remember that Alan tended to accidentally lift things from reality. At the lodge, Alan passes on the offer to get in contact with anyone who may want to hear from him. He believes that everyone around him is under threat of danger, though he can't articulate quite why. Saga changes the topic to Robert Nightingale and those weird pages. Alan says that he has no idea what happened to Nightingale after the 2010 AWE. He never saw him again after that. And as for the manuscript pages for the book Return, well, Alan fumbles here. His memory is jumbled, he's confusing events already. The author's name, his name, it was on the title page, and it was violently scratched out. Scratch had to have done that. But that doesn't make sense. None of it makes a cohesive narrative, and he can't remember what happened. In the cleaning room, Alan spots a dark puddle, set befittingly before a poster of Audie and the Janitors Music Group. A gift from the strange paranatural entity, brought straight from Cauldron Lake and set here intentionally. It's a narrative tool that allows us to shift between Alan and Saga's stories. But we've already walked the dark place with Alan, so we'll stay here in the real world. Everyone say, "Thank you, Audie! We love you, Audie!" Saga repeats everything back to Alan that he's told them, and he admits that, yeah, it does sound absolutely insane. He's been in a nightmare dimension, in a lake that's not a lake, and it looks like New York City, but it didn't always look like that, and it wasn't actually New York City, and she confirms that his evil doppelganger, Mr. Scratch, got out somehow too, but he doesn't know how or where they are, but Mr. Scratch looks just like him, but Mr. Scratch is also the dark place, just with its own body. Alan refers to him as just Scratch, though, and confirms Saga's statement that this Scratch wants to escape to recreate the world in his image, just like Alan Wake himself did in the Dark Place. He would change it into a nightmare. Remember, Alan didn't finish his edits on Return in the Dark Place. He kind of shot himself in the head in grief and rage, not thinking through his actions. So Scratch's original ending, it still takes place, and in that ending, Scratch takes over the world during Deerfest, which is in just a few days. What makes this such an extreme escalation of danger is the Dark Place, which mostly I'll just refer to as Scratch from here on out, isn't confined to the Dark Place anymore. That rule that existed before, where Alan's writings could only influence and nudge reality, not change it, well, those are no longer on the table. Scratch only has to obey what is written within Return, so they have a couple of days to figure this out, but once the writing and the story comes to pass, once Return is finished, Scratch will have free reign to actually change reality in this world. Whatever was written in Return is going to start soaking into everything here. Memories will change, personalities will shift, events will differ from what they otherwise would have been because that's how it was written to be in the book. It's already been happening a bit before, like when Rose Marigold remembers Saga's daughter drowning, and Alex Casey misremembering facts from the Cult of the Word case. The only ones really immune to this are the Andersons, Alan, Warland Orr, and to an extent, Audie. From here on out, things are going to get even weirder in Bright Falls. Their best chance at stopping the story is getting the clicker before Scratch does. Alan thinks that if he can get the clicker, then he can undo the writing, send Scratch back to the Dark Place. He doesn't remember that Scratch is currently hitching a ride in himself. And that would be playing right into Scratch's plans, wouldn't it? Get Alan the clicker, sure. Then who uses it? Saga asks why she and Casey are in the story, and Alan thinks that he was the one who wrote the original Return and that Scratch did the edits, so he believes that the edits were put in to hurt Saga and Casey. And while that's a good theory, it's not nearly the truth. In her mind place, she profiles Alan Wake, puts together a new case board, and figures out that Alan has more manuscript pages that he's hiding, so she demands that he turns them over. The page details Saga's home, a trailer on the outskirts of Watery, where she sees the clicker for the first time, in the hands of a cultist. They believe that the Cult of the Tree is serving Scratch, so these encounters will certainly be dangerous. But you know what? Let's stop setting up the story and get on with the adventure, shall we? Saga heads out to Watery alone to investigate what that manuscript page said, while Casey babysits Alan Wake back at the lodge. Watery has a definite mood about it. Overcast, foggy, tiny as hell, and sections of the road are flooded. After the local lumber mills shut down, people started leaving to find other jobs. The fishing industry is starting to dry up too. The Koskela brothers and their Kalevala Knights motorcycle club were doing everything possible to keep the area alive, but it was an uphill battle at every turn. Saga pops out to look around, try to get a lead, and she finds her first bit of weirdness with the Valhalla nursing home worker Blum. He greets Saga as though he knows her, and tells her that Tor and Odin have run off to do God knows what. That manuscript page mentioned a trailer, and Blum directs her to a trailer park, one just outside of town owned by Ilmo Koskela. The brothers are just up the road at the bridge if she wants to try to talk to him. Blum is kind of taken aback that Saga doesn't recognize him. According to him, they've seen each other around town quite a lot. There are other sights to see around Watery, like Audie singing on the stage at the town center, Tom Zane the filmmaker, and Tom the Poet film posters that are kind of cool to read. There are mostly naked men at the sauna to socialize with, and, well, that's about it, actually. Ilmo and Yako are just up the road, inspecting a flooded section of it. They're extremely welcoming to Saga, and this time around, Ilmo greets her with a "great to see you back in Watery," even though it's her first time here. The edits and writings of Alan Wake in Return are starting to impact the people that live here. Yako also greets her as though they're old friends. She asks them about the Cult of the Tree, which they lead unbeknownst to her. But they're cool customers. They give her information about it without outright lying about their involvement. They're wily ones, but they're not dishonorable. And when Saga asks about the trailer park, Ilmo readily tells her that she's more than welcome to go check it out. After all, she was their funniest resident, and she's starting to understand that Wake's writing is affecting their memories. It's like they remember a completely different reality. Saga profiles the brothers in her mind place and susses out that they don't think the Cult of the Tree is actually an urban legend at all, that there's something dangerous in the woods that they're guarding against, and they truly do have happy memories of Saga and her daughter living here. The spare key to her trailer is being kept in a nearby amusement park, Coffee World. Ilmo tells her exactly where they are, in the gift shop. They can't stay to help because they need to go to Bright Falls for something, and the road up to the park itself is flooded, so she'll have to take a path through the forest to get the keys and reach the trailer park. None of them realize the implication of it, but this flooding means that the lake is rising, which means the powers within it are surging. There's going to be trouble ahead from the Dark Presence, and it's taken monstrosities. Yako tries to call ahead for someone to get her keys ready, but no one answers. Before she even reaches the park itself, there's trouble. It's just dark enough for the Taken to be haunting the woods, and they're pretty vicious, the perfect horror accompaniment for the dour mood of Watery. There are concerning manuscript pages along the way, detailing the presence of the Taken in the forest, Scratch leading them on, his desire to obtain the clicker. Coffee World itself seems to be abandoned. Hopefully whoever was working here today made it out before the darkness fell. Saga has to find tools to break into the gift shop, where her trailer keys are being stored within a safe. This place is creepy as hell in the dark, and the Taken haunting the grounds don't help with the gloom. She gets her keys, walks the entirety of the park, finds the Huatari well, spots the Kalevala Knights garage building, and eventually makes her way out of the park back onto the main road. The trailer park that she's been trying to find is just across the way. Well, 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 look who it is. The terrible duo, the Valhalla escapees, the rock and roll hellraisers, Odin and Tor Anderson. Somehow drunk off of their own supply. But Saga's never met these two before. She doesn't know who they are. Odin instantly recognizes her though, and joyfully greets his great niece. Tor steps in and tells her right away that what people are saying isn't true. They're lies to hurt her. Don't believe a word of it. They're trying to explain that they exist outside the fiction of Alan Wake, and she has to trust her instincts when it comes to Logan's safety and her own past. But they do have to stop Scratch, or it might all become real. They're trying to help, but they're doing it while completely shit-faced, so it sounds like drunken blabber. It's a little bit much to take in on a first meeting. But Saga pieces together what they're trying to say, that they too exist outside of the story. But how is that possible? And what the hell do they mean, existing outside of the story? What is that supposed to imply? Odin tells her that it's possible because they're family, Vikings, gods, the Andersons, and that it's so good to finally see her. They finally get to formally introduce themselves to her. But it's kind of hard to believe, especially given how intoxicated they are. They could just be weird, drunk old men. They encourage her to keep on with her business though. They won't interfere. She's welcome to come and see them anytime at the Valhalla nursing home. The interior of what was supposedly Saga's trailer is concerning. When he was within the dark place, the writings of Alan Wake could only influence reality. But with the dark presence loose in this world, and with the writings of Return taking place, reality is starting to alter to comply with the horror story. There are old power bills on the table from 2018, and Logan's bedroom is fully furnished with toys, posters, books, and personal belongings. She finds a picture of Odin and Tor and a cultist in the Kalevala Knights garage, with the clicker proudly on display. She needs to get into that shop to look for the clicker, she thinks. But then on the desk is a newspaper article detailing the death of Logan, dated July of 2019. Of course she panics and she tries to call Logan, then her husband David, when she doesn't answer. The writings within Return are starting to come true, which means that there's a risk that reality could change. Logan really could die. She could already be dead. Saga doesn't yet know how far the powers of the dark place reach, and as a mother, she can't risk tempting fates. She'll treat Logan's fate in the book as an absolute truth should she fail. A storm is beginning to kick up outside, and at the entrance of the park is Deputy Mulligan, wearing a cultist mask, shrouded in the darkness of a Taken. Scratch isn't far away. She can feel his presence and see his screaming face. She follows Mulligan out of the park, and then Deputy Thornton makes his presence known as well. These two, they were responsible for the death of a woman. They thought she was a Taken, so they shot her. They tried to cover it up, but the guilt ate at them, and the dark presence used that. It made them weak. It broke them down, and then it took them over as Taken. And Saga knows that they are, but they're leading her someplace, so she follows. They take her back to the Kalevala Knights garage, where she knows that the clicker is, but why would Scratch allow his Taken to lead her here? Why would Scratch want her to find the clicker? On a computer, she finds emails between members of the motorcycle club, talking about an OOP, an object of power, language that they learned from the documents that they stole from the Federal Bureau of Control at the lake house. It's about the clicker. They use it for a ritual of some sort, so the Koskela brothers, they're cultists too. Does that make them her enemy? In the back room of the workshop, she finds secrets held by the Cult of the Tree. Seems that they aren't what she may have originally thought. They stole FBC documents, and now she gets to read them too. The FBC had been long tracking the locals, watching the cult, studying the lake, but seemed less in the know about the area than the cult itself, which the FBC dubbed a low-level threat. Within the basement is the heart of this little operation, the meeting place for this secretive cult. Creepy as hell, but with the right imagination, it's also pretty freaking cool. I would totally set up an office down here. The clicker itself is being kept in this meeting room, which looks like a ritual site in an old church. Mulligan and Thornton stand at the altar, retreating into the shadows when Saga enters the sanctuary. She approaches, intent on claiming the clicker, but before she can touch it, Mulligan and Thornton steal it away. Drawing her here was intentional. Leading her to the clicker was intentional. She's being led on to another place, but why? You can call Scratch many things, and certainly amongst them would be intentional. She needs to get the clicker from them, somehow. A manuscript page appears before her, completely unedited, to guide her to where she needs to go. There's another overlap here. The way into the overlap is via a ritual, just like what she did with Nightingale's heart at the first overlap she went into. The manuscript page says that the float outside of the shop is the key. After dispatching one hell of a big boy taken in the garage, Saga gets to work figuring out this parade float. A page from Wake guides her on what to do. The overlap is based around the history of Watery, as is this parade float. She needs to complete it, find all the missing pieces to the display, and that should reveal an overlap. A notepad on a workbench clues her in on what pieces are missing and where they can be found around Coffee World. The only location missing from it is for a mask. Via profiling, she discovers that the mask is the skull of poor Mocha Moose, whose heart gave out after being fed too much coffee. Now, do you remember when Alan Wake was in the Dark Place going through Thomas Zane's theater? It's a little bit out of sequence, but remember, the Dark Place doesn't have a linear timeline, really. Time bends on itself. When he was going through that theater, there was a plot line about two officers that were trying to join Alan's fictional Cult of the Word, and at the end of his draft, there was a weird moose skull, a mask. Poor Mocha Moose. Saga profiles Mulligan and Thornton, demanding to know where this mask is, and they allude to Alan's adventures within the theater, mentions the Grand Master and such. She sees exactly where the moose skull will appear when the time is right. Saga gathers what she needs to for the parade float ritual, and Alan completes his draft in the Dark Place, sending the moose skull to Saga in the real world, and she grabs it on her way back to the garage. Everything has a place on the float. It's not too hard to figure out. It's just the process of carrying out the ritual, not the burden of intensive puzzle solving. And sure enough, once everything is in place, the overlap reveals itself, right out of the creepy Huatari well. As soon as she enters, Scratch makes his presence known. This will not be a safe endeavor, and she's facing it completely alone. This overlap looks like a cabin beside Cauldron Lake, with hiking paths up the hills nearby. It's frighteningly dark, and notes detailing the attitudes of Mulligan and Thornton don't really help the situation. While pleasant at face value, they were kind of assholes when no one was watching. Saga walks up the trails alone up to a clearing with the Huatari well. The next pass within this loop, it's progress. She hears Logan's voice as she goes, meant to torment her and distract her. The next loop, it's raining. Saga knows that she'll have to go through this a few times before reaching her destination, but that doesn't bring a lot of comfort to the situation. In this loop, the well is full of blood. She can't use this to pass through the next part. But the singing of Audie pierces the darkness. His music guides Saga on, up to another path. It's not safe, there are plenty of dangers to fight, but at least she's not completely alone here. She sees parts of Alan Wake's fictional world overlapping with hers. That movie that Tom Zane created called Ute, a scene from it overlays with her path. It leads to a rock tunnel where she sees Audie, but she makes her way on to the well, and this time it's traversable, and she passes on to the next part of the loop. Within the tunnel beneath the well, blood replaces the water, and she hears Alan Wake, proclaiming that he's still trapped. Something is helping him, but it doesn't make sense. How is he still trapped in the Dark Place if he's here in the real world too? In this loop, there's a corpse, the rain is still falling, the lake is full of blood, and Audie's singing is coming from a radio, but it doesn't really sound nice. The reception isn't super great, so she might be on her own from here on. This loop is far shorter, for Mulligan and Thornton are here and they're eagerly awaiting her arrival. The duo ascends from the well, with Thornton taking the position of a sniper and Mulligan chasing Saga around the cramped arena. But no matter how many times she takes each one of them down, they'll just re-emerge from the well. She has to destroy their dark presence anchors, light them up, send them away, chip away at them, and destroy their ability to come back. Take down each point around the area and then fill them up with buckshot, which is much easier said than done, because Mulligan is relentless and Thornton is one hell of a shot. She can get moments of reprieve by killing their current form, but it doesn't last long. She has to act quick. When finally each dark point is destroyed, she's able to kill Mulligan and Thornton and exit this overlap. She once again sees Alan Wake. It's her second time seeing him, but it's his third time seeing her. He tries to tell her that he has been tricked, that Scratch wrote Return, not him. He's trying to fix the story. but it's broken up. She doesn't understand. It doesn't make any sense. How is she talking to him here when Alan Wake is in the lodge right now? The two are on very different wavelengths. He's talking about editing Return and trying to talk about Scratch and Alice and her being a hero. She focuses on Logan, her family, and saving them, and then it's gone. She's understanding that these encounters are occurring due to a broken timeline. While he is still in the dark place, he is also out. Both are true. The overlap fades away and Saga holds the clicker. And with her victory comes hope that she can stop this nightmare. The waters of the lake recede, the road flooding is gone, and she can walk back to her car in peace now. She calls her husband, but he doesn't answer, so she leaves a message asking him to call her back. She's so worried about Logan. She wraps up her business within Watery and gets back on the road to the lodge. There's a lot that the writer needs to answer for. But before she can arrive, the cult of the tree descends upon the lodge. Remember, they've been handling the dangers of the lake for years. They know who Alan Wake is, and they viewed him as the source of all the evil coming out of the lake. The cult had vowed that should Alan Wake ever emerge from the lake, they would kill him. They knew that he was in the lodge, and they would not let this evil man escape with his life. For their families, for their community, for their future. Alex Casey is inside speaking with Alan, pressuring him to explain himself, but the writer's head is starting to hurt. Scratch is becoming a little less dormant, causing Alan immense pain. Casey, meanwhile, is going full speed on accusations against him. He uses people for material, capitalizes on suffering, rejoices in the harms of others, right? Alan tries to tell him that he can't create something out of nothing. From the dark place, he could only influence. He realizes that his inspirations within the dark place were just visions of things that were already happening, of things that would happen, dream logic. He thinks that he stopped writing because he realized how dangerous it was to the real people that he was writing about. But he doesn't know how Return came to be if he stopped writing. Did he just forget that he wrote it? While Alan goes on about his writings, Alex Casey notices something outside is very wrong. There's noises that shouldn't be happening, and he tells Alan to shut up. But then the shooting begins. The cult of the tree is here to kill Alan Wake, to stop the Taken at their source, to end the madness within the lake. Casey tries to tell them off, but not even the FBI will stop them from safeguarding their home. He is all that stands between the cult and Alan, and he takes that very serious. While Casey tries to track their movements, Alan Wake's head starts to ache with unbearable pain. He sees that it's Scratch trying to force his way into Alan's head. Casey leaves the room to confront the cult head-on, leaving Alan alone to fend off Scratch. It's a fight that the writer loses. Scratch is too strong. He overpowers Alan. The dark presence enters into the para-utilitarian, and the writer loses consciousness. When Alan wakes up, he's surrounded by and covered in gore. He has no memory of what happened here, but the bodies around him tell a story. Casey is still trying to fend off the cult outside, but Alan is on his own now. He knows that Scratch is loose. He can feel his presence, but he doesn't know what Scratch is planning. What does he want? What is he intending to do? There are bodies all over the lodge, and they weren't killed via gunshot. They were violently murdered and dragged around the building. Outside, Alan can hear Alex Casey shooting at an unknown aggressor. He grabs a flashlight and a rifle and then takes off towards the sound of his gunfire. On the path out of town, he encounters Taken who have inhabited the bodies of the cultists. So many victims taken by the darkness who were just trying to stand against it. The closer he gets, the more his head bursts in pain, but he doesn't give up. Of concern is when Alan gets closer to Casey's yelling, and the pain eases off a bit, like Scratch is moving away from him. And then Casey starts screaming, asking what something is. The howls that follow are otherworldly. Something is descending upon the FBI agent. Scratch. Alan's head screams in pain, and he can see Scratch honing in on the agent, and then the writer goes down again. Do you remember when Alan was in the dark place, when he shot the fictional Alex Casey in that alleyway? The dying man had said that he realized he was the dark place, a vessel for it. In fiction, he was written to be a conduit for the dark presence, and now that fiction is leaking into reality. FBI agent Alex Casey is in very real danger. His partner, Saga Anderson, is nearby. She finds the unconscious writer with a cultist kneeling over him, knife in hand. She stops the would-be killer moments before they gut Wake, revealing them to be Ilmo Koskela. He tries to tell her the truth, that she doesn't understand what they're really doing here. What a time for backup to finally arrive. It's not the FBI, though. The very effective and well-informed Federal Bureau of Control is here to usurp control over this ongoing altered world event. Agent Kieran Estevez has been part of the Bright Falls team for many years, and she steps in to take over. While she's not outright unpleasant, it's a pretty blunt and pushy move from a team that's about a day late and $1 short. They want all of Saga's files, her resources, but she withholds the clicker. She doesn't trust this FBC with such a powerful object, and she has no intention of stopping her investigation. Estevez promises that they'll keep an eye out for Alex Casey, and the FBC hauls off Alan Wake. Saga is on her own now. Odin and Tor had promised her that if she needed anything, she could visit them at Valhalla, so she's going to take him up on that. She's only moments into her journey before Tor calls and tells her that, yeah, it's about time she came out for a visit. Somehow, Tor knew that she would be coming. But how specifically he does know that isn't important right now. They have bigger problems. Something hits him, and he unloads some expletives towards a hag. And then the line cuts. It's one plot beat after the next. A thrilling horror drama unfolding. Despite the foreboding red of the sunset, the walk to Valhalla is gorgeous and atmospheric. Under better circumstances, maybe even idyllic. And the nursing home itself is stunning. This was once the home of Tom Zane, now known as a filmmaker rather than a poet. According to the story, the eccentric filmmaker was going to convert it into an artist commune that he was going to call the Ocean View Hotel. It had a very cultish vibe about it. After Tom and Barbara vanished in 1970, the house stood empty. And after the 2010 AWE, Barry Wheeler went into business with Tor and Odin Anderson, getting them back on the road for one more big world tour. But after a few years, it was very clear to Barry that they needed to go back home. It was time for them to rest. In 2014, he bought the old Zane home and established the Old Gods Foundation. In Barry's absence, the house would be completely converted into a rest home for the elderly of Bright Falls, a final place for them to call home. Unfortunately, the contractors who were supposed to take care of the property didn't honor their side of the deal, and construction was never completed. They cut and run. When Saga arrives, it's Rose Marigold who answers. She's one busy lady. Between managing the Oh Dear Diner, keeping the area clear of Taken, writing her Alan Wake fanfiction, and taking care of the residents here, this Lady of the Light has always got something going on. Saga asks to see Odin and Tor, but Rose very clumsily says that they can't have visitors. They partied way too hard on their trip to Watery and they're sleeping it off. So Saga asks if she can instead see the other residents, just clearly trying to find an excuse to get inside. And Rose is very clearly hesitant, but she allows her in. It's dangerous outside after dark anyways. Rose drops her off in the main living area and she gets back to work, giving Saga free rein to walk the entirety of the house. There are several familiar faces around Valhalla, folks that she's met while walking around. Radio DJ Pat Main is upstairs broadcasting out, sharing a foreboding story about a teen girl who died in a nearby abandoned bunker. Norman is downstairs with Mandy May, still in his towel from the water sauna. Audie the janitor is here, insistent on mopping, cleaning, and stealing Blum's work clothes. After all, it's just in his nature to keep things tidy and in order. It's a bit strange to see Rose chastising a paranatural entity. He even gets a little bit sheepish about it. It's time for these two to have a formal introduction. This is Saga's first time speaking with Audie face to face, and he's his usual sociable self. He's happy to help, but he doesn't know where Odin and Tor are. They're hard to keep track of. Upstairs, she finds Tor's room, but it's absolutely trashed and he's nowhere to be seen. But was he assaulted or drunk? Odin's room is nearby and he is firmly planted in bed. Either he had way too much liquor, an external force is causing him pain, or both. Probably both. He doesn't respond to Saga, but, well, they're family. They're the Andersons. He doesn't need to be lucid to commune with his great niece. In her mind place, she profiles Odin, but something remarkable happens. Something Saga has never experienced before. Odin takes her seat at the profiling desk and talks to her, answers her questions. Not in jumbled dream language or half sentences, it's a complete conversation that he's fully aware of. He's so happy to speak with her, to tell her that she has the same powers that they have, and she entertains the idea now that maybe they really are family. She asks how this is possible, and he explains that she's a seer. She can see the truth, but he'll let Tor tell her more about it. He doesn't want to steal his thunder after all. But Tor is in danger. He needs her help. Odin doesn't know where Tor is, but he can feel that the darkness has marked his brother. It wants to take them. She must beware of Cynthia Weaver. Something has befallen her, and she's become lethally dangerous. Saga needs to get over to the attached wellness center to look for Tor there. Before she heads out, Saga asks about that picture of them that she found at the trailer, of them drinking with the cultists, and Odin says that they don't have any interest in joining the cult of the tree, but they were fine drinking with them. Odin views them as fools who don't know what they're getting themselves into. She asks about the clicker, and he's happy to hear that she found it. It appeared on the shore of Cauldron Lake some time ago. It'll help her stop the horror story. Odin says that the clicker, it's like an amp. It takes the power of an artist's creation and it cranks it up to 11. In the right hands, it can blow people away. An unartistic mind could use it, sure, in things like basic rituals to kill Taken. But in the real world, in the hands of an artistic para-utilitarian like Alan Wake, reality itself could change. Odin doesn't have any more information that could help her. Her next stop is the Wellness Center. It's hard to avoid the old woman at the end of the hall. When Saga's near, she starts talking aloud, so she walks up to the old woman to hear what she has to say. This is Cynthia Weaver herself, the once Lady of the Light to Tom Zane. She's met with a terrible fate. The Dark Presence has claimed her as a Taken, a valuable prize for Scratch. Cynthia's presence feels just like Nightingale's, Mulligan's, and Thornton's, which means that there is an overlap nearby. On the top floor of the mansion, a door with a spiral on it sits at the end of a hall, locked. Audie very suddenly intercepts her and gently says that it's locked for her own safety, at least for now. His room is directly beside this one. It's a vitally important place that will play a role later in the story. Back on the ground floor, Saga confronts Rose about Tor being in the Wellness Center. And Rose really does mean well. She tries to tell Saga that it's dangerous in there, but the FBI agent insists, so she complies. And this building, it's creepy as hell. It's like walking through an elementary school at night. It's a very different vibe when it's dark. She finds a bed with bloodied bandages on it and a note saying that Tor was being treated here. He was found out cold near a phone with burns on his hands and a cut on his head. She eventually finds the old man, yelling at Cynthia Weaver, calling her baby, asking her to wait up. Cynthia intervenes when Saga tries to follow him, locking a door to prevent her from catching up with him. While looking for a way through, she discovers that Blum himself was a member of the cult. And he seems so nice, so nondescript, it's going to be impossible to tell who is and isn't actually a part of that group. When she does finally find a way through that door, Cynthia tries another tactic to keep her away, outright violence. One of the residents of Valhalla has also been claimed as a Taken and is sent to impede her progress. Nighttime has come, so Saga's going to need to be ready for Taken to descend on the area. On the other side of the Wellness Center, there's one hell of a ruckus being kicked up. Rose Marigold is yelling at Tor, who's waist deep in the pond. She's telling him to get out of the water this instant, but he's just a giggling fool about something. And he's right in front of an overlap. Rose yells at Cynthia Weaver. She knows she's here, and this kind of behavior is not okay. But even the chastisements of Rose Marigold can't stop Scratch. Tor is pulled through the overlap in the pond, much to Rose's immense disapproval. The Lady of the Light isn't willing to tell Saga what just happened. Rose believes that she's guarding secrets for and helping Alan Wake. It's completely understandable that she wouldn't spill those secrets. It's admirable even. Despite the obvious gaslighting she has to resort to, because she's really not good at making up stories on the fly. Via profiling, Saga learns about something that Rose has been waiting for. She found a manuscript page that said, "The hero will say, Wake has returned." That's how she'll know to help them. So Saga repeats it back to her. Wake has returned. And Rose nearly squeals from the excitement. Alan is finally going to be rescued. She'll help in any way she can. She gives Saga the page that Alan directed her to hold on to and her keys to Valhalla. That page is directions on how to unlock the overlap, the ritual steps that she will need to take. Odin can help her. She needs to play a special record on the jukebox. The music on the record is a single song that Tor wrote for her and her mother long ago, an apology for the things that he did. That is the only key to this overlap. Odin tells her that the record is in the museum. She can get it now with Rose's keys, but Cynthia beat her here. The record is gone. Via profiling, Saga demands answers from Cynthia, and the poor, infested woman reveals that the record was someplace that she feared, where she died, in her bathtub. Do you remember Draft 2 of Alan Wake's Journey into the Dark Place? It was the murder hotel plotline, where in the end the devil rampaged through the hotel to find his muse. The devil, Scratch, murdered the muse in her bathtub. When Alan found that murder site, there was old Cynthia Weaver's body, and beneath it was a strange record. Saga's third overlap will coincide with Alan's second draft. The record will be in the bathtub waiting for her. She just has to get there. Except the power's been cut, so Saga can't get through the electronic lock on Cynthia's door to fetch it. But Audie steps in, tells her that this has an easy solution. There's a generator down in the basement. Just get that going. She'll be able to unlock the door. Just, be careful down there. By the time she's back outside, Taken have arrived. It was only a matter of time. The residents of the nursing home had thankfully been ushered onto the front porch by Audie, under bright floodlights which would keep them safe. The basement is beginning to flood, and the body of poor Vladimir Blum is resting in the water, killed by the taken Cynthia Weaver. There are several old newspaper clippings about Tom Zane, the filmmaker, down here, manuscript pages about what happened to Cynthia Weaver after Rose took her lamp and threw it into the overlap for Alan. There's a weird clip of Ute and You that she can check out, but once the generator's back on, it's time to get back up to the house and into Cynthia's room. The woman's voice echoes through the halls, and she terrorizes Saga as she gets closer to the record. Within her bedroom are pieces of her past, mementos she kept to remember Tom Zane, who she remembered as a poet. There's a manuscript page that details Cynthia's descent into the dark waters, but in the tub, she finally gets it. Anger's Remorse, the musical apology that Tor made for his daughter and granddaughter. As soon as the song begins, the overlap opens up. Somewhere in there is her grandfather, and she's the only one capable of saving him now. The overlap takes the form of a story from Bright Falls past, an old wartime bunker where teens would hang out. A young gal named Nora Hesberg died down here. There's graffiti all over the place about it, and old newspaper clippings detailing the tragic death. Just as in the other overlaps, the voice of her daughter taunts the agent as she goes. Saga knows that it isn't real, but no parent wants to hear their child in distress begging for help. This overlap is more complex than the other two. It goes on much longer and is trickier at parts to get through. She also sees flashes of and hears Alan Wake much earlier in the process. A few times passing through the loop, she starts hearing Tor in the distance, yelling to Cynthia, calling her baby, asking if they can stop now. The echoes lead her to a new spot in the loop, what looks like a central control room. Tor is apologetic to Saga, saying the hag tricked him. Meanwhile, poor taken Cynthia Weaver cackles in the darkness over it. This is the end of the loop, but it's not where she needs to be yet. Tor is close, but he isn't here. She decides to get the power back on to see if light changes the room, if it will bring Cynthia out of hiding. The old woman prowls the waters, making a very Dark Descent-esque sequence of, oh my god, don't get in the water. We were all traumatized by that, right? She has to sprint through sections of flooding to reach safety before Cynthia can grapple her. There is a generator off one of the side wings, illuminated in red, that kicks the power back on, but it's not until Saga turns on the central station that things really kick off. The room changes, revealing a previously flooded lower level. But oh no, this won't work. The taken Cynthia Weaver changes the room, floods it in water and darkness, and finally attacks Saga Anderson head-on. Poor Cynthia was so smitten with Tom Zane in her youth, and upon her was placed a burden, a task that no one should have to carry. She was his Lady of the Light, the safekeeper of the city, forever waiting for the one Zane wrote of to come to Bright Falls to fight the darkness. Everyone called her odd names, said she was a strange person, didn't take her serious. But had Cynthia Weaver not been such a true Lady of the Light, Alan would have failed in 2010. Countless more could have died. She had few comforts in her lonely old age and even fewer things to protect her from the darkness, which viewed her as a prize. When Rose Marigold took her angel lamp and threw it into the lake, Cynthia became another victim of the dark presence. Despite her personality flaws and her jealousy, the dame, the muse, the lady deserved so much better than this. With her death, the overlap begins to fade away. The power of the dark place is receding again, and she sees Alan Wake. This is Alan after he completed the Ocean View Hotel murder play draft, his second draft aligning with Saga's third overlap. And Saga is still a bit confused on how Alan Wake is in the real world, currently in the custody of the FBC, yet he's also in the dark place talking to her. Both of these things are true because of the broken nature of time flow in the dark place clashing with the linear time flow of reality. Soon she will understand why, though. She tries to tell him that she already has the clicker, she's trying to get it to him, but why did he write her family into the horror story? But their communication is already broken up, they're not on the same page. He tries to tell her about Alice being in danger, stopping Scratch, that he found the manuscript page for Return, but all she cares about is her daughter. He's not able to relay that he didn't write Return, that Scratch wrote Return. She tells him that he needs to change the story, but they just fail to communicate their ideas. The overlap vanishes before she can make him understand, and before he can make her understand. Logan is still in the story, and she has the clicker, so she'll make the son of a bitch change it. Tor made it out too, announcing his escape with loud retching and heaving. He's a bit of an ungrateful ass to Saga, but he quickly backtracks and apologizes for his attitude and thanks her for helping him. He's trying, at least. Tor was always the difficult one of the brothers. Odin had a far more gentle streak. She wants answers from him, and he gleefully agrees to answer any questions she might have, but not out here, not out in the open. in the mind place. He knows that she has one. After all, they all have one. They're family. And the ears of the dark presence can't reach them there. In the mind place, Tor expands on Odin's explanation of their family's powers. They can see through the lies. They can see through the story. They're not bound to Wake's fiction. Therefore, they can fight it. They're not part of the story. They can make the story. And Saga finally admits to herself that, yeah, it's true. She's a seer. She has powers like Tor and Odin. They are family. Tor tells her that he was a terrible father to Freya, and that she didn't deserve the things that he put her through. There was a blowout between them, though he doesn't expand on precisely what, just that it involved Saga's biological father somehow, a complicated bastard who was always thinking 2 steps ahead. But after Tor betrayed her trust, Freya took baby Saga and left, completely cutting ties with her family. And Tor knows that Freya is gone, so he needs to give his apology to Saga. He truly is sorry for the things that he did. And she can feel that he's telling the truth. He's full of remorse. Forgiveness may come in time, but at least for now, Tor has his granddaughter back in his life. He tells her that the clicker is indeed like an amp, but they're dealing with Alan's story, or Tom, as they call him, kind of like Audie. But because this is Wake's story, he has to be the one to rewrite it, so they have to help him. They have to get the clicker to Alan Wake for reality to be set right. Before she takes off, Tor reminds her that Logan is alive. The story hasn't been fully enacted yet. They can still stop Return from coming true. The FBC might be an issue, though. They have Wake at the sheriff's station. And will they, or specifically will Agent Kieran Estevez, understand their plight and allow them to fix the horror story? Alex Casey still isn't answering his radio, he's still missing in action, so she'll get to the station and try to talk to the FBC and Wake alone. The walk back to Bright Falls is peaceful, and there's a lack of gore decorating the walls of the lodge. Folks are outside cleaning up glass and debris, being snide about the people with the ridiculous masks. Outside the police station, someone tells Saga that they don't like the sounds coming from within the building. It is completely dark inside, and it's been wrecked, like a tornado went through the offices, and she can hear Taken locked in some of the rooms. Agent Estevez calls out to Saga from a closet. She's bleeding pretty badly from a leg wound. The previously all-business FBC agent actually smiles when she sees Saga, completely taken aback at the FBI agent being here. Good thing Saga didn't leave when she told her to. Estevez asks for help and tries to educate Saga on what they call the Shadow, what Saga knows as the Dark Presence, and the Taken. She promises that she'll handle it. Once the station is secured, Estevez opens up to Saga about what the FBC knows. She and her team came in to check on the lake, but things were way worse than they anticipated. They're undermanned for something like this, and backup will take time, even under the best of circumstances. There are problems at HQ, which raises the question of if the oldest house is still dark in 2023. They're low on resources, but they do have equipment to fight the Shadow. Alan Wake is still here, secure and safe in the holding cells. They did find Alex Casey, but he had a close encounter with the Dark Presence, and it did something to him. It hurt him somehow, but he's alive, or at least he was. He went down to the morgue for an exam, and then the Taken attacked. She needs to go down there anyways to get the power back on before the cell block is even accessible, so she can check on Casey. There are a lot of corpses in the morgue, FBC agents and local deputies, which doesn't bode well for Alex Casey. She finds him barricaded in the exam room, looking like he's about 6 hours post-heart attack. He's breathing heavy, not standing up straight, but at least he's fully aware and in control of his actions. He tells her about the Dark Presence. He saw it. It attacked the lodge. It was a monster cloud. Wake was telling the truth about it. He was knocked out, and he was found by the FBC later. He does have the fuse that she needs to get the power back on. He'll be waiting here until everything is handled upstairs. Getting the power back on opens all the non-holding cells in the building, and all the Taken that were walking around hone in on her and rush her in the morgue. But at least taking care of this will make everybody upstairs much safer. Just don't think too much about whether or not these people were real or just shadows. Estevez fills Saga in on the logistical nightmare that has been this AWE. The lake house has been lost, completely overtaken by the Dark Presence. There's no backup nearby. All they really have is the equipment in the back lot, but it is specifically designed to combat the Shadow. So they are on their own now, but they're not helpless. They can fight back. In the holding cells, Ilmo immediately turns his anger towards Saga. They ruined their chance to stop this by killing the writer. If Alan's dead, then nothing comes out of that lake, and of course, the government and its agencies ruined it. If they had just kept out of it, Bright Falls could have defended itself and stopped what was ever in the lake. Even Yako has some choice words about the situation. They just want to save their home. And as for Alan, well, Saga confronts him about writing her and Logan into the story. He starts talking about Scratch, but why the hell would she give him a pass on this? He is responsible for what happens to Logan. She could die because of him. And what the hell is he thinking resorting to this sort of cruelty? He promises that he'll fix it, but first he just needs the clicker. Just give him the clicker. Before she hands it to him, and she is going to hand it to him, the head pain returns. Someone is playing their hand out a bit too soon, disregarding the nuances of a good horror story. And the Koskela brothers immediately try to intervene, warning Saga to not give it to him. He's the devil, a monster. And oh, how right they are. Scratch shows his true face before the prize is in his hand, with no fear that it won't inevitably be his anyways. Scratch attacks Jaakko Koskela, tearing him apart from the inside out in front of his brother. And Ilmo is shocked. How do you process something like that? Jaakko is killed by the wordless devil, who takes his jacket as a macabre prize. No prison cell can hold him now. Scratch claims his weapon, and the pursuit begins. His plan was deviously effective and carried out with nigh perfection. Had the being called Scratch simply waited a few more moments, he would have had the clicker. But he played his hand out too soon, and so a pursuit began. FBI agent Saga Anderson has the object of power that he desires. When Scratch wrote Return, he did not include this woman in his script. She's here because of the meddling of Alan Wake, his rewrites. All the writer's convoluted and exhausting, self-imposed rules became a weapon that the Dark Presence used against Wake in order to break out of the Dark Place. As soon as Scratch has the clicker, he can enact his own ending and will be loose upon this world. There's FBC equipment in the back lot that can fend off the shadow, but if it can hold off Scratch itself, that's an entirely different question. There's no way to contain him, but they can at least burn the hell out of him. Saga needs to prime 3 power cores first, and she has to do it with Scratch right on her heels. He wants that clicker. He has no issue killing this character who exists outside of his plotline. He can be momentarily halted with light and buckshot, but getting each core primed is trial by combat with this guy. 1, 2, 3, she gets the lights primed, and thankfully it's enough to send Scratch away. This is a very temporary reprieve from the power of the Dark Presence, but, well, at least she hasn't been torn apart from the inside out. Saga knows that Scratch will be back. His rage is inevitable. So, what the hell do they do now? Saga, Alex Casey, and Kieran Estevez powwow in Sheriff Tim Breaker's office. All of them fully aware that Scratch nearly had them, and Jaakko Koskela died because of their oversight. Textbook boondoggle. And the FBI agents had a paranatural object, didn't tell Estevez, and almost gave it to Scratch. I mean, what's worse than a textbook boondoggle? Estevez deputizes Saga into the FBC, gives her a key that'll get her into FBC files so she can read up on their intel, and Estevez delivers a bit of comfort to Saga by explaining what an altered world event really is, and how it could be related to her daughter's current fate. AWEs are localized. They don't generally expand beyond their area of control. Chances are Logan is fine, but who knows what hostile resonance in possession of an object of power could do. It's better to not test that. And those FBC files educate Saga on a number of things related to the lake and the Dark Presence, what the FBC calls the Shadow. It includes histories that Alan never got to explain, tertiary characters who got involved, the FBC's interactions with the lake and local facilities, interviews carried out with Wake himself, the nature of the Shadow's power, and how it uses artistic minds. It's a big ol' info dump that brings Saga up to speed with current happenings. Via profiling in her mind place, she sees something is very wrong with Alex Casey, beyond a physical injury. The stubborn guy won't say what, but he calls himself terminal. She tries to interrogate Scratch himself, but he proves to be far too powerful for that. He tries to take over her mind place the moment he's summoned for questioning. It's not a tactic that she's going to be able to use on him, but she could feel for a moment his single-minded drive to get the clicker. Her grandfather steps in for a bit to tell her that Wake, or Tom, as he keeps calling him, wasn't lying about the clicker. The only one that can conclude or change his work is the artist himself, Alan. Then, one more profile of Alan Wake himself, his words of floating like he's in a dream. Your friends will meet him when you're gone. Saga believes this means that Wake is still in the Dark Place, that the Alan Wake that they found on that shore, it was purely Scratch all along, playing a trick on them. Saga meets Ilmo in the hallway, standing beside his brother's body. Neither of them deserved this. They were just trying to save their home. Ilmo tells her that the cult was his idea, his craziest one that ever worked. It was to keep people out of the forest, make a local boogeyman, and they protected the area from anything that came out of the lake. They've been doing this in one form or another for decades, and after the 2010 incident, Alan Wake became their biggest target. Ilmo's never heard of anyone called Scratch, though. They don't distinguish between the two. Saga asks Tor in her mind place about getting Wake out of the dark place. If the Alan that they've been talking to isn't really him, then they still need to rescue the writer. And Tor steps in to help her scheme something up. You see, the clicker can amplify any art, not just Alan Wake's. They can't change his writing, only he can do that, but they can make their own art and enact it with the clicker. And it gets Saga thinking, what if they create art to rescue Alan Wake from the dark place? Perhaps something like a dark ocean summoning of the writer, and who better to create and carry out this passionate work of art than the old gods of Asgard themselves? Saga fills Estevez and Casey in on the idea. The FBC will haul their lights and containment unit to the Cauldron Lake shore, Saga will make some calls on the way, and they'll carry out a very special ritual there to save Alan Wake from the dark place. When Saga calls Tor with her idea, well, they're already good to go. The tour bus is loaded and they'll be at Cauldron Lake in no time at all. On their way there, they'll craft a song that will bring the writer forth from the lake of darkness into the light. During Saga's drive out to the lake, David finally calls. He tells her to stop, to listen for once. Logan is dead because of her and he wants nothing to do with her. She stole his daughter. Stop calling. Saga knows that she's running out of time. This very soon will be reality. Estevez flies in with the lights and containment unit shortly after Saga arrives. By the time she's to the shore, they'll be ready to go. Odin and Tor are just a few minutes later, absolutely rampaging through the forest paths that I don't think were meant for buses, but Odin is apparently driving with one hand, so don't worry, it's fine. Estevez and Casey will stand on an overlook, controlling the lights and dropping in ammo for Saga should she need it. Tor and Odin park themselves right on the water and will perform their art atop the tour bus. It is certain to attract attention from the Taken, from the lake, if not from Scratch himself, so Saga needs to run interference on hostiles. Tor and Odin have to get through their makeshift ritual for the art to work. For the duration of the Dark Ocean summoning, Saga loads buckshot into anything that comes out of the waters or the forest in a tense gauntlet of rock and roll field combat. Tor and Odin don't miss a single beat of their ritual, a song dedicated to their favorite tortured writer. At the song's finale, an overlap is created, a spot where the dark place and reality meet for a brief time. Saga runs to the water's edge and, using the clicker, makes real the art created by her family. The clicker causes some sort of distortion, a change in the air, and Alan Wake appears before her in the mud, but then he's gone, whisked away. And nothing looks different now. Where is Wake? She stands there, holding the clicker, trying to understand this. He was just here. Why isn't he here? And then she realizes, same spot, same clothes, same position. Alan was safe from the dark place, but he landed at a different point in time. This is the ritual that made Alan Wake appear on the beach a few days ago, after she had killed Robert Nightingale in the first overlap. It was always Alan Wake. He'd really been out of the dark place this whole time. Scratch and Wake had been the same person. This realization comes way too late, because he's already here. Saga tries to tell them, everybody, that Scratch is Wake with the dark presence inside of him. He wants the clicker. She's going to lure him into the containment cell, and they need to blast him with as much light as possible. It's not as easy as just walking into it, though. Saga alone has to run around the beach, turning the lights towards the cell, with a very pissed-off Scratch hot on her heels. Estevez can intervene at key moments to stun the deranged thing, to give Saga a moment to breathe and work. Once the lights are aligned, she lures Scratch into the cell, and with herself locked in with Scratch, the lights are turned on full blast. But not even this can hold Scratch, the dark presence. There's another nearby who can act as his vessel. Scratch bursts out of the containment cell, leaves Alan Wake behind, and moves on to a new victim. Alex Casey will be the new Scratch. Remember, he was written in fiction to be a part of it, a vessel for it, and Scratch has already put darkness inside of the FBI agent. He takes him over completely and descends into the field. Alan is free, but neither he nor Saga are strong enough to stand against Scratch. He takes from Saga the clicker, his ultimate prize. Deerfest is soon to begin, and within the fiction of Return, Scratch uses the clicker during the festival to take over the world. Saga tries to fight back, and Scratch repays this defiance with brutality. He throws Saga Anderson into the lake, through the threshold, into the dark place. Scratch departs from the shore, clicker in hand, and returns to Bright Falls. It's finally his time. He flicks the clicker, and the writings from Return begin to come true. Scratch discards the clicker. It's no longer of any use, sending it back to the dark place where it will be out of the reach of Alan Wake. But here, another intervention takes place. Not from Moreland or Audie, Alice Wake intervenes. She grabs the clicker. Time for Alan to be back in the driver's seat. He fully realizes what's happened now, and he has to be the one to stop it. The Anderson brothers follow Saga into the dark place, telling Alan that they've got another gig to head to. Odin tells him to take care of things on this side, and Tor tells him not to screw it up. Together they walk into the darkness of the lake to go take care of their lost family member. Estevez makes Wake's acquaintance and gives him a quick rundown on everything going on. He needs to undick this up. Alan is going to stick to his old plan, get the manuscript for Return, and change it. The story is underway, but maybe he can still change it before the finale takes place. This is Alan's first time being truly free from the dark place after 13 years. No shadow, no scratch. He's in complete control of his own thoughts, his own body, his choices. He runs the forest path back to Saga's car, knowing what needed to be done. He at least gets a while to stretch his legs, shoot some taken, feel the breeze on his face, drive a car even. He knows Casey and Saga are involved in this because of him, because of his writings. Scratch is out because of his influences. All this trouble is because of him, because of his desire to get out, to be free. But it had cost others so much, too much. When he reaches Bright Falls, he sees a threshold in the middle of the town. Return is underway within. The dark place has established itself here in this reality, and all caught within it will become victims. And this is just the beginning. Eventually the world may fall to the dark presence. It had taken him 13 years to get out. He believed that Alice was dead, and that too was his fault. And he was going to make that leap again, this time knowing the cost all too well. Flashlight in one hand, gun in the other, Alan Wake will return to the dark place by choice, to save all those around him. Perhaps to save this world. And maybe once it's all finally over, he could try again to find a way out. But his time had not yet come. Back to that hellish nightmare he would go, feeling every bit of terror deserving of such a choice. But heroes must make sacrifices, make the hard choices, carry the burden.
Fuck it.
It's not quite what one might expect beyond the threshold. It's lovely. A bright, beautiful, sunny day. Deerfest is underway, and Alan Wake is apparently the guest of honor, here to celebrate the launch of his new book, Return. The uncanny valley sets in pretty quick, though. People are talking like they're sensationalist reviewers reading from a script, and all of their dialogue is praising his work. But these are real people, suddenly finding themselves part of Scratch's new reality. Alan finds a copy of the book itself, propped up on a cutout display. On the back of it is a photo of himself in front of Tom Zane's old home, now the Valhalla nursing home, where he recognizes the windows of his writer's room. If he was going to do something to change the ending, that would be the place to do it. And after this realization, the townfolk around him start going a little bit insane, a little obsessive and aggressive. They start chasing Alan through the lodge, but if they catch him, it won't be autographs that they want. It'll be cold-blooded murder. He bobs and weaves, makes it out, and jams the door behind him. It's like he's being chased by zombies. While it's bright and beautiful upon his departure from Deerfest, by the time he reaches Valhalla, it's pitch black outside. The lights of his writer's room are on, though, as if he's being expected. The doors directly into the manor are locked off, forcing him to sidetrack through the wellness center. Alice Wake, his wife, momentarily appears to him, calling to him, and it makes him question what's going on, if this is torture or a trap, because Alice is dead, right? She appears again in the dark hallways, but there's kind of a comfort to it. There's something real about it. Scratch interrupts this vision, telling Alan that he's home, that everything revolves around them. They can have it all. Fame, worship, Alice, if Alan would just let it happen. The shadow pursues the rider out of the center to the steps of Valhalla, where Rose Marigold stands ready with the lights on. Rose knows what's after him, and she knows that they'll be safe in the light. She defines Scratch as pushy, and she's here because, well, she's here to save Alan, just like the instructions told her to. She found all his messages in the radio, the wind, the Alan Wake fan sites. And I'm starting to think that Rose is one of the more sane people in this story. She just handles everything like it's no big deal. And she carries herself with an odd practicality. She takes things at face value and accepts the impossible. It's exactly the sort of flexible mind befitting the Lady of the Light. She orders him upstairs because he's got some writing to do. On the top level of Valhalla, the janitor Audie greets him, tells him that he's gotten everything ready and that he'll be around afterwards to help clean things up. Audie is a welcome sight, another comfort on this dark night. Alan asks if he can help him find his way one last time. And Audie, in his odd words, I think tells Alan that there's a devil nearing, but to not be afraid. He'll get the door open for him, and that it's time to reach a finale. Within this fictional reality of Return is the writer's room. It's too late to rewrite the ending, so he'll need to extend the ending of Return in such a way that the story will still work. It needs one more chapter. But the task of that, it was daunting. It felt impossible. Inspiration comes to Alan in the writer's room, a clairvoyant vision of something to come. He is speaking with Saga Anderson, discussing the ending. They lay down their parameters, non-negotiable aspects that must occur within the ending. Alex Casey and Logan must survive. The hero must pay a heavy price. The scales had to be balanced for it to work. The more lives they save, the greater the price. Alan sits and starts to write. Saga Anderson is now a co-author of this horror story that they were both a part of. As Alan writes, he realizes that this won't work without the clicker. Now within the dark place, Saga Anderson awakens within her mind place. Nothing is working. Her files are gone. Her profiles are empty. All of her work has been wiped away. The dark place feeds off of the vulnerabilities of its victims. And while Saga Anderson is not affected by the writings of Alan Wake, the dark presence can absolutely torment her here, break her down in the most intimate of ways. She hears herself panicking and afraid, alone in the dark place. It's another version of herself, every insecurity and bit of self-doubt within her. Her worst, most brutal self-judgments are made real and weaponized. This other Saga tells her via profiling that she let everyone down, that this is her fault. She's trapped. She's powerless. And the real Saga pushes back against it, calmly stating that it's wrong. Yet these thoughts, they are her own, made real. She's neglected her family for a job, chose a career over the people that mattered, caused her own daughter's death, destroyed her husband, left her FBI partner to suffer because she couldn't be bothered to stop. He needed help, he was depending on her, and she let him down. And the real Saga, she starts to agree with this other side of herself. On the case board, she tears herself apart for her choices. Casey's pain is her fault. Logan suffered alone because of her. She's a terrible mother, a terrible detective. She's lost her mind. She'll never be freed from this. She doesn't deserve to be freed from this. The Koskela brothers were so clearly a part of the cult. She had their motives completely wrong, and they too were punished for her own incompetence. But then, little bits of hope start to shine through. Happy memories with Logan, little joys that she was able to give Casey when he was going through a dark time in his life. A note from her mother, reminding her that she won't always be perfect, but she'll be amazing. Applying these things to the board brings sanity back to this nightmarish realm. She is her own worst enemy. Her worst fears are being used against her, and it's keeping her trapped. What's to come will hurt, but it's not enough to stop her. She's going to leave no matter the pain to come. The mind place returns to normal. Her work put back where it belongs. She opens the door leading out, finding it to be darkness all around her. The unrecognized voice of Alice Wake reaches her through that darkness, telling her that it's time to wake up. Saga Anderson awakens on the streets of Alan Wake's fictional New York. After a few confusing moments, a phone starts ringing, a nearby phone booth. When Saga picks it up, it's the voice that she just heard calling to her after she opened the door in her mind place. The voice tells her that she needs to go to a statue at Parliament Tower Plaza. There she'll find a shoebox, and within there will be items that she needs to make her ending come true. That's all she gets from the mystery caller. While running around, Saga hears humming. Someone else is here. And wouldn't you know, it's Tim Breaker, alive and well, just sitting on a bench with his lantern, hanging out. And he doesn't seem too stressed about being here. He tells Saga that he was snatched out of the morgue by a dude named Warland Dorr. This place is ruled by dream logic. He hasn't been able to map it out properly. But he did have a page from some time ago that described how Warland Dorr himself got around. Dorr had been haunting Tim Breaker's dreams for years, and he knows that Dorr is somewhere around here, but he's never been able to track him down. Tim wonders if Warland Dorr brought him here, kept him out of the Bright Falls story, so that he could deliver this very page to her. That page, it details Warland Dorr walking around Caldera Street Plaza, knowing that the writer Alan Wake was observing him, writing him into a story, and Dorr allowed it, just this once. He would play a part in Wake's writings, though he would be serving a purpose that was his own. It lays out how Dorr got around Wake's fiction. He wasn't bound to it, just like Saga. He would come and go as he pleased. He simply willed his own doors into existence to reach where he wanted to go. This connection, this understanding of Warland Dorr, it allows Saga to find him in her mind place, to question him directly. She asks who he is, and his answer is vague. He stands between realities, like a door connecting rooms. He can be anywhere and everywhere. He's one who governs the currents of realities. She admits that it doesn't make a lot of sense, but Warland Dorr's origin story, sadly, isn't important right now. She'll look into it later. She instead asks him, how is he able to create and move through doors? How can she do it too? He again vaguely explains that it's all a matter of will. The family of doors have the power to shift between realities. Saga leaves Tim there humming his song, seemingly content with his fate for now, and starts searching for a way through to Parliament Tower Plaza. And eventually, a door appears, somehow leading down a stairway which somehow comes out into a subway system. The exit takes her up to another open plaza, much like the one that she was just in. It's an impossible city layout, made possible by dream logic and overlapping layers within the dark place. At the center of the plaza, there's a woman's statue, and Tim Breaker is gone, only his lantern remains. He's in another part of the spiral where Saga just came from. Poor guy. And that shoebox that she was directed to find, it contains the clicker itself, which Alice Wake caught after Scratch discarded it after using it during Deerfest, and beside it is a strange bullet of light. Under direction of Audie, Alan Wake had put photographs of these two things into the shoebox, photos created by Alice Wake. And that shoebox, it's the same one from 2010. It exists outside the effects of the dark place. It's like a safe storage box. Alan and Scratch and the Anderson brothers, they weren't the only ones that could make art come true. She created this photograph, this bullet of light. And as soon as she had the clicker in her possession, she used it. She made it real. She made her art real, and it's here now, waiting for Saga. This bullet is the antithesis of the shadow, created by Alice Wake to help her husband move up the spiral. It's not the Deus Ex Machina to this dilemma, but it's pretty damn close. The payphone rings again, and the mysterious woman quickly tells Saga that Alan needs help. He doesn't have an ending. He needs Saga to help him finish it, but that's all she can say before the call ends. Saga understands much more about her mind place and her powers now. The woman said he needed help, so Saga enters her mind place and she reaches out to the writer. They have a far more cohesive conversation than anything before. This is the vision that Alan Wake had saw when he went into his writer's room at Valhalla, what inspired him into writing that extra chapter for Return, what made Saga Anderson into a co-author of the story. She says they can use this ability to communicate to their advantage, use it to stop Scratch, except Alan tells her that he doesn't have an ending and it has to be perfect in order to work, but he doesn't know what to do. He explains his rules. The story has to make sense, work within boundaries set up in pre-existing parts, and it has to fit the genre. This is a horror story, and the hero doesn't usually get a happy ending in horror. They bear the burden of paying the price for others' salvation. Alan has a solution to save Alex Casey. He wasn't a proper vessel for Scratch. It's only possible because of what Alan wrote in his previous fiction. He can incorporate that into the ending so that Scratch has to leave Alex Casey. As for Saga's side, she believes that as a hero in this story, she has earned the right to rise above more suffering. She deserves to be a co-author. It's not just Alan's ending, it's their ending. So they're both the heroes of the story. But Alan insists that only one of them pay the price. There's just not enough time to do it properly. So Alan settles on something not yet revealed, and Saga asks him if he's sure, and they both agree that this will be their ending. While Alan gets it down on paper, Saga runs back to where she came from, Caldera Street Plaza. She arrived in the dark place through the fountain. Maybe she can leave that way too. She states this not really knowing that as a part of the Dorr family, she creates her own exits. So, the fountain will be her exit because she willed it to be. Saga runs back through the subway up to the plaza to find her way out, a door that will lead her to where she needs to be, the writer's room of Alan Wake. The Cauldron Lake water pool on the floor laid out by Audie, it gives her a clean arrival on the scene. Alan has finished writing the ending that they discussed. It's time to see it through. She has the clicker and the bullet of light. And here is what Alan wrote to be. Alan feels terror at what is to come, but doesn't hesitate to play his part. Alex Casey enters the scene, still infested with the dark presence, with Scratch. Holding the final chapter of Return, Saga Anderson flicks the clicker. As was written, Scratch leaves the body of Alex Casey. He was not a suitable vessel. There's only one who Scratch can use, and that's Alan Wake himself. Alan believes the bullet of light will reveal something to him, something that will end all of this, something that will save him from the dark place, from this terrible fate. He calls Scratch back home into himself, despite the fear that the bullet won't reveal anything. He continues to doubt. What if this was a ploy by the darkness, a plot that fooled them all? What if they're failing and they don't even realize it? But amidst the doubt and the fear, Saga holds true to her part. She loads her gun with the bullet of light, and she shoots Alan Wake in the forehead. But what if this is too easy? What if this doesn't banish the dark place, another dream, another loop, another failed draft that takes him back to the beginning? This is not the end. This is not the ending that they need. The bullet of light was not enough to destroy the dark presence. And here is the key, why they failed. Alan Wake does not understand that destruction is not the answer to this. He's going about this the completely wrong way. Even back in 2010 with the clicker, he didn't destroy the dark presence. He merely weakened it. It eventually returned. It will always return, so long as Alan Wake is just trying to destroy it. Scratch cannot be killed, because Scratch is a part of himself. You cannot kill the worst stories, the rumors, the pieces of yourself. This draft, it was a failure. Alex Casey is restored, saved. Saga Anderson pulls out her phone to call her daughter to see if they succeeded, if Logan is still alive. Casey asks, is it finally over? But no answer comes for Saga Anderson. They were so close. Death does not come for Wake, no. He'll return to the beginning again. But before that happens, he sees one more video of Alice. He won't remember this, but he'll keep the hope of his wife with him. Alice explains to Alan the truth behind her deception. What happened to her after the hauntings began, her memories returning, her intrinsic understanding of the nature of the dark place, the loop that Alan kept repeating. She made plans to save Alan with the faux art exhibit and faking her death. She misled him, and there is no apology in it. She had to get to him, to help him to where he is now. He will need to go through the loop again, repeat this horror story, but she will show him the images that he needs to see to create that perfect final draft. He's so close to realizing what he has to do. Saga Anderson, Alex Casey, Alan Wake, and everyone caught in this story must suffer the horror story one more time. But the next loop is finally, the writer's ascension. We're not doomed to repeat our failures in an eternal loop. Before his memories of the last loop leave, Alan monologues of his greater understanding. This is not a story of only monsters and victims. There must be heroes, and for a hero plotline to work, there must be hope for a happier tomorrow because of them. Saga, Casey, and Alan experience this final draft much like the previous. Let's start with Alan during his draft of initiation so that we can see what spurred on the changes in his edits for the final book Return. He goes through draft 1 much the same as before, but with profound, small differences. The first difference in the process comes in the backstage to Mr. Door's talk show, the first video of himself in the writer's room. Remember, Alan is projecting himself into this draft. His real self is in the writer's room during these adventures. In this video, Alan is less panicked. He's speaking about the spiral, how broken time is here, yet he's always moving forward. He remembers writing about murder sites, clues that he left for himself, small details from past loops when before he had no memory. The bullet of light, it allowed him to do this. It's like it's opening up his third eye, that wonderful gift from Alice. But he hates the idea of another version of himself, and Archon is writing this all to be. It's maddening, yet it's no less sane than anything else around him. Then, after his subway adventure and meeting Saga Anderson in the overlap for the first time, there's another change. And this one isn't Alan. It's Alice. When he gets to Parliament Tower for the first time, she has left a special photograph for him of himself with the bullet of light in his head. When he picks it up, he sees Alice, hears her calling to him. It's like a ray of warm light. It gives him strength. He carries this with him for the rest of the journey as a source of hope and a reminder of his wife. End draft 1. It fails as before, so on to draft 2. Switch to Saga Anderson. The FBI arrive on the scene to investigate a murder, only to find another body appeared as soon as they arrived, Robert Nightingale. They look around Cauldron Lake, find the witch's ladle for the first time, follow Robert Nightingale's tracks to a blocked-off path with a mysterious note before it, and they decide that they need to go back to Bright Falls to inspect the corpse of Nightingale. But this time, on their way back up to the parking lot, Saga finds another of those strange manuscript pages. It's another page with no edits scratched into it, yet it has her name on it. This page talks about her feeling deja vu while looking at the corpse, like she had been here before, done this before, yet nothing in her past had been anything like this. Then, after Tim Breaker is whisked away, after the terror of the morgue, Saga and Casey return to the lake, hurried on by the writings in those strange manuscript pages and the possibility of something supernatural taking place. They met Ilmo Koskela for the first time, decided to investigate the area, and Saga found herself alone in the witch's hut. Once she had the lights on, another new page appears, or rather, new to us. It's a dark poem. The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last. With the terror of the light and the shadow cast, the third eye now opened to project the night. This is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. Then she proceeds on as before. She finds her way into the overlap, puts down Nightingale, and finds Alan Wake on the shores of the lake, brought here from the dark ocean summoning ritual that she will do in the future. Neither of them knows that a weakened Scratch is within Alan. The dark presence has already escaped. Then back to Alan in Draft 2 of Initiation, the Murder Hotel. Again, much the same as before. Same plot, same sequence of events, but an extra face appears. That of Casper Darling, former head of research at the Federal Bureau of Control. The paranatural entity Hedron, who was kind of a sibling to Polaris, the being that was with Jesse Faden, Hedron had told Darling that he would be disappearing back in 2019, right before the Hiss invasion began. It terrified the man. He began to act strangely from the resonance impacting him. But he survived, and it looks like this is where he landed. He's been trying to broadcast out for a while, but something was blocking his signal. That's not the case anymore, though. He thinks that maybe something moved out of the way, or he changed position somehow in this looping spiral, or maybe the very nature of this place that he's in has altogether changed. Darling totally understands that this place runs on dream logic, but who is the dreamer? And as Dr. Darling does, he's been doing experiments, trying to understand this place better and how to get out of it. But there are no consistent variables, which makes it impossible to have a baseline. He's able to pick up signals of Alan speaking, though, the dreamer, he calls him, and he believes that this is the anchor keeping this place together. Well, if Scratch is a part of Alan Wake, and Tom Zane the filmmaker is part of Tom Zane the poet, then what's the dark place aspect of Dr. Casper Darling going to be like? Alan also finds a very special Night Springs season intro featuring Mr. Warland Dorr himself. In this introduction, Dorr is talking about an upcoming episode, about a writer trying to escape a nightmare. He notes that there are hidden few who know that he will succeed, but reaching that point will require countless failures. Night Springs will provide a glimpse into unseen realities, but that will have to wait for another time, sadly. It's all Alan gets. The writer continues on through the draft, ultimately failing once again, and then on to Draft 3. Back to Saga Anderson. She continues on through Watery, Coffee World, the second overlap just the same as before. After putting down Mulligan and Thornton and speaking with Alan Wake a second time, she returns to Bright Falls to discover the cult has attacked the lodge. Alex Casey is missing, and the FBC has arrived to take over her investigation. She goes to see Tor and Odin at the Valhalla nursing home, and events proceed as normal. While Audie the janitor had a moment of panic in a previous loop during the height of the storm, now he seems fine. No worries or fears to be had. When Saga gets into Cynthia Weaver's room to get that record from her bathtub, she finds another dark poem. Lost on the shore, between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer reflected in motion. In his room, he will hurt her. In hers, he is caught. His story ends. Her story does not. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. Saga conquers the overlap, giving Cynthia Weaver peace and freeing her grandfather Tor. Another disjointed conversation with Alan Wake while he's in the dark place. She returns to the sheriff's station and finds that the dark presence has rampaged through it, killing almost everyone inside. Another change occurs here. Saga finds a new manuscript page detailing something that happened at the lake house. The seemingly combative husband and wife team, Jules and Diana Marmont, had been studying the lake. Darkness overtook the facility, claiming the lives of all within. Yet it seemed to be a point of pride for Jules Marmont. What occurred within the lake house was because of him, because of his work. Then, a final dark poem is left for Saga amidst the FBC documents in the holding cell area. A pale balloon in the sky, float and sink deeper. Night springs when bright, falls for this sleeper. The surface disturbed, the reflection now a traitor, in the cavity of the skull turned into a crater. This is the ritual to lead you on, your friends will meet him when you are gone. Saga, Casey, Estevez, and the Anderson brothers meet on the shores of Cauldron Lake for the Dark Ocean summoning, where Saga finds one more special manuscript page on the path leading down. It's about the lake being a dark reflection, a doorway, and someone is watching it. Audie, the janitor. Something was looming over it, blocking out the sky, and Audie pulled a bucket of water from the lake, took it to the writer's room in the attic of Valhalla, and poured it out. It would be needed later for Saga to get here. Audie was here to help. The Dark Ocean summoning takes place, Saga clicks the clicker, and one more time, we go back to Alan in the dark place. He's on to his final draft of Initiation, the Tom Zane Theater. He confronts the filmmaker at the hotel, telling Tom that he knows Scratch actually wrote Return. They have their struggle. Alan shoots Tom Zane in the head, which we know is all for show, and then on his way out of the hotel, another broadcast from Dr. Casper Darling is being sent out. He's starting to realize that this place is reacting to his own thoughts, but he doesn't know why. He has counted 665 days of being trapped here, even though he disappeared about 4 years prior in the real world. Time works differently in the dark place. He's accepted that the scientific method doesn't apply here. He has failed at every turn. It will require something new entirely, a mad, creative mindset to help him out, an artist. And enter Tom Zane, as though he was waiting for this moment. Pleasant introductions are made, compliments and flattery. Darling asks if Zane knows a way out of here, and the filmmaker takes him into his care. Time for science and art to collaborate to create something new. This definitely isn't going to result in a rift in time and space in the middle of South Dakota, right? Look forward to seeing your work, guys. The theater draft takes place much the same as before, leading Alan back to Parliament Tower. He sees Alice's final video, her faked suicide. He returns to the writer's room, shoots himself in the head in a fit of grief and rage, stopping himself from completing the edits on Return. He is overtaken by Scratch, and at this moment Saga Anderson completes the Dark Ocean summoning by using the clicker. He and all of his work are sent out into the real world, scattered into different points in time for Saga Anderson to find. And now we proceed back to the end, to the finale, with these changes in mind. Tor and Odin Anderson meet Saga in the plaza before she goes to the writer's room, not very worried about the chaos around them. They're happy to have caught Saga here because they missed her the first time around. Odin gleefully tells her that they've been performing on Warlandor's TV show They Buried the Hatchet. Remember, Warlandor had told them that they would seek him out, return to him, and he was right on the money about it. It's still impossible to know what his motivations are, but at least he's not a foe. Probably. Hopefully. They can't follow her back to the real world. Their time there is done. Tom, or rather Alan farther up the spiral, told them not to say anything, but the three of them will definitely be seeing each other again. This isn't a goodbye. They need to stay here to help him out with something. And now comes the conclusion. Through the puddle Audie created for her, Saga makes her way to the writer's room, and Alan gives her the final chapter of Return, just like before. But this time, he remembers that they have been here before, and that their choices, their actions, their differences, it impacts everything that comes after that change, and there have been changes here. The final draft will end differently. He doesn't speak with the terror of before. Saga uses the clicker, forces Scratch out of Casey and back into Alan Wake. But this time, they're no longer here to kill a monster. No longer does Alan wish for oblivion. He has been missing a part of himself this whole time in the previous loops. Alice, he still feels her close. He still feels that hope from before. His dark place, the reality that he shaped within it, it was born because of his actions, because of his love for her. The dark place couldn't be separated from him any more than that love could be. And as before, Saga shoots Alan in the head with the bullet of light. It's taken so many lives lived outside of time to carry out this delicate process. One not perfect, but defined by the flaws of everyone involved. Perfection does not exist, but truth does. Alan falls back into his chair, eyes wide open, the bullet of light fading. Saga Anderson takes out her phone once again, trying to call her daughter to see if Logan is safe, to see if they succeeded. And this time, Logan answers. Her mother's call woke her up from a terrible nightmare that's left her sobbing from fear. Logan asks if she can come home now, and Saga says that it's all over and she'll be home soon. It worked. Alan Wake stands back up. The bullet of light embedded in his head has become a part of himself. He sees it all now. The entirety of the spiral. Every choice, every loop. Scratch is gone, but not because Alan killed the monster. Alan brought the beast home, into himself. He sees Alice, feels that she's near. He knows what she did to bring him here, and he thanks her for it. Her fate will be left unknown for now, at least. And as for the writer, he has escaped the dark place, yet he is the dark place. He made it out, yet he never will. He carries the light. He bears the torch of knowledge. He will control and walk the dark place. All its infinite possibilities are his. Alan Wake has returned to become the master of many worlds.